Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Senators, I report to the Senate that with other senators I presented the address in reply to Her Excellency the Governor-General this morning. The Governor-General indicated that she would convey the address in reply to His Majesty the King. Are there any documents to be tabled by the Clerk?
President, I table documents pursuant to statute and a return to order as shown on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the Clerk.
Order for the attendance of the Minister representing the Minister for Housing to make an explanation in relation to orders of 24 and 30 June 2026 relating to first home buyer advice.
Senator Ayres.
Well, thank you, Deputy President. On, at least in relation to OPD 27, at least half a dozen occasions now, the government has explained as carefully and as slowly, as clearly as we can imagine would assist the Shadow Minister for Housing, is it, to understand what it is that has been provided and how the government has well-established grounds for making the public interest immunity claims over some documents within the scope of OPD 27. I don't believe that after those half a dozen or so explanations that it's possible to conceive that the proponents for this continued campaign around the OPD don't understand what is going on here. I can only believe that it is a willful and puerile use of the Senate processes in a way that shows that there is no respect for this institution, no understanding of the value of ministerial appearances. Sit down, son, like honestly.
Senator Bragg. So, please, Senator Bragg was on his feet first, so I'll go to Senator.
Just like to raise a point of order with you, Acting Deputy President, that somehow the Minister has been able to concoct a scheme where the clock hasn't actually been timed, so he may actually go on for many hours.
Okay, thank you, Senator Bragg. Yeah, the clock. Yes.
And I'll withdraw. I've just...
Sorry, just...
In November 2025, the Minister wrote to the Senate and explained very clearly that disclosure of some documents in the scope of this order would be excluded where they disclose the deliberations of Cabinet or prejudice Commonwealth-state relations. Those are utterly reasonable and completely normal basis for public interest immunity claims. The government has made clear to you what the outcome of this modelling was. very clear. A home price impact of around 0.5% over 6 years. That is now. The truth is, over the course of the last 10 years, house prices have continued to increase over time. They go up and they go down, but the trajectory is up. And the impact on that would be 0.5% over 6 years. You're all very confused about whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Very confused. He said some things.
Senator McKenzie, please.
Some of you have said other things. They are in complete contradiction to each other. It may not fit what passes for a political campaign on the other side, what remains of the other side of this chamber. May not suit whoever's sort of going on about this. What may not suit what you think is a successful campaign here. But what I can tell you is that 270,000 Australians, mostly young Australians, have accessed this scheme, and you want to take it away from them. It has been life-changing for more than 250,000 young Australians. Life-changing for young Australians, and you want to take those homes out of their hands. You want to rip the security of home ownership away from young Australians. You want to rip down homes that have been built. You want to denigrate participants in the housing industry who are doing their best to deliver, homes for young Australians. And a campaign run by spivs in sections of our capital cities who don't understand how important it is to have a home for young Australians, ordinary people who want a home. That shows why you are so remote from where ordinary Australians are on these questions, and why there is no hope for you.
Senator Bragg.
Note that no one's ordinary in taking note of the minister's statement, which again is a complete failure to provide the documents the Senate has asked for. It's not just the coalition, it's also the crossbench which have sought access to the modelling, because of course the key here is that the government only commissioned modelling into their 5% policy after the election. They announced that they would remove all the means testing and all the place caps from the scheme during an election as an attempt to cravenly buy votes. And then they thought, oh, maybe we should actually model this after the election. They went down to the Treasury, they asked for some modelling. Treasury came back and apparently said 0.6% over 6 years, which was wiped out because we saw price increases of 6% in 6 months at the entry-level house point in relation to apartments and housing. And so the question is, why won't they give us the parameters? Why won't they give us the detailed modelling? The answer is because they're embarrassed, because they want to cover up the warnings that were given by the government, or by the Treasury I should say, all the things the Treasury would have written into the model about the warnings about their failure to build the houses. These are the documents, the pieces of paper they don't want to give the Australian people. And the reason this Senate has insisted upon this is because our job here is to go to the bottom of things. That is our basic function as a House of Review, to expose wrongdoing, expose malfeasance, expose maladministration inside the executive. And what we've seen with 5% deposits is a massive failure. Whether it is the abolition of means testing, which meant that last week we saw in the papers that someone earning over 600 grand was using the 5% deposit scheme. Someone earning 600 grand is now using a government program. Government benefits are needed for people who really need them. It's supposed to be a safety net for people who are needing help. It is not supposed to be underwriting people who have significant means. There's nothing wrong with people who have significant means, but you don't need government underwriting. You don't need it. And so what we also saw was that there was over 20% of the people now in the scheme since 1 October who are earning more than $200,000, So this has become a grotesque scheme. It has pumped prime prices at the entry level now since it was uncapped in October last year. This is the wrong policy for Australia. even the way that the prudential regulator APRA prices these mortgages, which creates an arbitrage between the government product and the LMI, is horrendous, because what it does is it prioritises a government scheme over the other schemes when it may be the case that the other schemes are fine. So their policy is to ensure that almost any Australian can use a government mortgage insurance scheme, which was initially about helping people who are of lower incomes. And so this is a scheme that is going to need more scrutiny as we head to the next elections. And the purpose of this motion is to get access to the modelling that was produced by the Treasury. It's not good enough for the government ministers to come in here and say, Treasury came back and said it was 0.6% price growth over 6 years. Everyone knows that's wrong. Everyone knows it's, it is wrong. No one agrees with it, whether it's Cotality or any other private sector data provider or any punter, basically, will tell you that that is wrong. So we want to see the parameters, we want to see the design features of the modelling so that we can properly understand where this has gone wrong. We all need to devise alternative policies for the next elections. I would say that it's probably a reasonable assumption that almost every party would agree that there is some role for government intervention here at the bottom end, but we need to get access to this information. But it really shows a disdain for this chamber, that the executive believes that they can walk over us as if we are just a bug in their shoe, when we have been well remunerated to come to this place, to get access to information, to inform the public debate and policy formulation. The fact that the government stymies our ability to get access to these documents actually does make a much greater case for us to have a debate about whether the Senate's power can actually be properly deployed, because as it stands, this chamber is being neutered by the executive and we're allowing it to happen. So I'd say to the crossbench, I think for this to continue on, it's going to undermine our democracy and we need to consider whether it should change.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Acting Deputy Chair, and I rise also to take note of Minister Ayres' response on behalf of the Minister for Housing. We're seeking this measure that Minister Ayres has responded to is seeking documents which lay out the methodology behind a very significant program in a massive housing crisis that is affecting millions of Australians across our country, in our country towns, in our regional areas, in every city. So this OPD 27, the Minister points to the fact that he's given us the answer. He's given us the answer which has been proved to be entirely wrong out of the model. A 0.6%, 0.5% over 6 years change in the price of housing. We need to know how that model was arrived at to make sense of a figure which is so clearly misjudged the actual circumstance here. But it's not just the details of the model here, it is a principle about respecting the Senate and giving the Senate the information it needs to make sense of this crisis and to make sense of the programs that this government is offering. The program, the 5% deposit scheme, is uncapped. It is being used by people clearly. We now have evidence to purchase investment properties. There are real problems with this scheme, and this Senate should be treated, and the Minister himself used the word, respect, understanding. Well, we want to understand, and we do respect the data, and we do want to see the modelling, and we want to see its detail to make sense of a policy in a crisis that deserves the highest level of action by this Labor government. Minister Ayres ended his comments by saying, and I quote, "This is all arising from a campaign run by spivs in our capital cities." I find that offensive. I spent last week in Perth, and I can tell you there are hundreds of Western Australians who are homeless. They are in their cars, they are under bridges, they are sleeping rough across the city and in our regional towns in Western Australia. They came to our Senate Select Committee, to give evidence about what this does to them as individuals, as families, how it affects community. We took evidence from someone who lost their home at 11 years old, who was homeless at 11 years old. Another person who had been homeless in her early 20s. She had been homeless for 11 years. The crisis that is underway for young people, for older women, for people across the country, that is exemplified by what we're seeing in Perth, is an emergency. And this Senate deserves respect, to use the minister's own word. It deserves the information, and it deserves full disclosure about the policies and their background. In Perth, we heard about families, 1,300 families evicted from public housing without grounds in the past 8 years. That is incredible. 1,300 people evicted from public housing. The disarray, the disaster that is represented by our public housing across our country. Come to South Australia. It is a disaster. We have not been replacing public housing. We've been knocking it down, and we've been casting people out of rentals, no public housing opportunity available to them, into their cars and into their tents across our parklands. So many people in Western Australia asked me last week, how have we arrived at this circumstance in our wealthy country? And I walked around the streets of Perth, those tall buildings sparkling in the sun, a city that exudes wealth. It has enormous opportunity and resources, and it is part of a country, one of the wealthiest in the OECD area, where we have hundreds, indeed thousands of people homeless because of the failure of this policy. So I want the minister to come here and be honest and respectful to the chamber, give us the data, give us the breakdown of the modelling, not just on the 5% scheme, but on other schemes as sought by this Senate. We've seen youth homelessness increase by rapid figures in the past decade, 32% in Perth in the past decade, and rent up by 50% since just 2020. So we need action, and we need data, and we need modelling about what's going on for the third of Australians who are now renting, many of them young people, for decades. It's not a short temporary transitional period of renting as you accumulate your first home deposit. It takes twice as long now in this year to accumulate your deposit than it did 10 years ago. So we have a lot of work to do here, and we need a respectful response from the minister on the modelling, on the actual details of the modelling, and on the background to any policy which the government brings forward to us to deal with us, to help us deal with a massive crisis that Labor's policies at present are not touching the sides of.
Thank you. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. And I also rise to take note of the minister's pathetic answer to an order of the Australian Senate. And listening to Senator Pocock and Senator Bragg, and as a former Minister of the Crown that had to attend this chamber when required to provide answers that this chamber requested, when institutions such as the Australian Senate are disrespected and disregarded to such an effect as is currently occurring on orders of production of documents, freedom of information requests, right across the desire for the Parliament and the people to get answers from executive government about the decisions they're making on our behalf, this government fails time and time again. It says a lot about the culture of secrecy and control that the Australian Labor Party is, conducting itself in. If you thought the ALP conference was an example of command and control, they are using that exact type of behaviour here in the Australian Senate. Because it is not very often that the National Party, the Greens, the Liberal Party and the entire crossbench all agree. But we did. And we asked the government to come forward with the modelling that they continually quote from, that somehow the 5% deposit scheme was going to see a tiny, infinitesimal decrease in property prices over a large period of time. And what have we seen? We've seen the exact group of Australians. This policy was set up under the former coalition government. This policy was set up to help first home buyers, low incomes, restricted access so that it wouldn't have the negative impact across the housing supply chain that this policy has under Labor. We need to get to the bottom of it and understand the modelling, because for the government minister after government minister to come out and say we're relying on Treasury modelling but we're not going to show you the details doesn't allow us to prosecute the issues within the assumptions made, etc., that the government has based their decision on. And as Senator Bragg actually pointed out, the Labor Party made the commitment, the election promise, to do this without actually having done the technical work and the impact assessment prior to coming to government. And it's almost as if Treasuries had to retrofit their advice to suit the Labor Party's election commitments. That's not how that's supposed to work. That's not actually how the public service is meant to work. So we are absolutely seeking that detail. Treasury warned that the 5% deposit scheme led to more risky loans and a surge in high loan to value lending because buyers have small buffers and are more likely to end up in negative equity. Now, the Labor Party ministers don't seem to know what negative equity means, as we saw from Matt Thistlethwaite's embarrassing comments and their litany of economic failures and incompetence.
Please take your seat, Minister.
The Senator knows that she should refer to people in the other place by their correct title.
Senator Mackenzie, please refer to people in the other place by their correct title.
His name was Matt Thistlethwaite, lives in
MP.
Maroubra in New South Wales, but if he's got now going under another name, I do apologise to the
Senator
member.
Mackenzie, please take your seat.
Senator Mackenzie has in fact just willfully done it again. She knows that he ought to be referred to as the member for Kingsford Smith or Mr Thistlethwaite.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Kingsford Smith. As both Treasury and the RBA have warned, loan-to-value ratios have increased at 90% to 95% LVR range over the past 6 months. And as a result, the 5% deposit scheme's expansion since 1st of October 2025. And under the HGS, the Australian government provides a guarantee covering part of the lender's risk, in theory allowing borrowers to purchase homes with a smaller deposit without having to pay LMI. We've been trying to get this advice from Treasury since July last year, and this government continues to ignore not just the opposition, but the entire Australian Senate. They removed the means cap, which means a couple earning in excess of $674,000 can access this scheme, and that it is actually driving up the price of those entry-level houses and apartments which this policy was set up to actually help. The Labor Party's failure on housing continues, and it is the low to middle income earners in this country that are paying the price.
Please take your seat. No further speakers. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. Thank you. Now I call the clerk to call on business.
General business orders of the day number 46, Unlocking Supply of Family Homes Bill 2025, second reading debate.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment Unlocking Supply of Family Homes Bill of 2025. Now, when I introduced this bill in November last year, Australia's housing market was already under pressure. At that time, the national average auction clearance rate was around 65%, and the RBA's cash rate was 3.6%. Now, today it's a very different situation. The national auction's clearance rate is around 55%, which is actually its highest level in 11 weeks, and the cash rate is at 4.35%. Just yesterday, the ANZ Bank warned that property prices could fall by as much as 15%. That's the difference that 10 months and a Labor budget can make to the Australian housing market. Confidence has clearly fallen. It's clearly tanked. Borrowing costs are higher and buyers are under immense pressure. In a market like this, we should be asking a very simple question: why would anyone want to downsize? But that's precisely why this bill is needed right now. We should be making it easier, not harder, for Australians to make sensible decisions about their own homes. This is a very practical and sensible and simple reform that addresses two problems at once. It can help improve the supply of family-sized homes available to younger Australians, while giving older Australians greater flexibility to make housing and retirement decisions that suit their circumstances. The bill builds on the Coalition's original downsizer contribution policy, which was introduced in 2017-18. That principle, the principle behind that policy was very straightforward indeed. If an older Australian wants to move from a large family home into a home that better suits their needs as they get older, we shouldn't put unnecessary financial or administrative barriers in their way. In fact, we should be making that path easier for them. When that large home that they had is available to the market, another Australian family has the opportunity to move into it. So it's the economic logic behind this bill, increasing the flow of homes that's available to all Australians. We need more homes in Australia, most importantly, but we also need to make better use of the homes that we already have. The Australian housing market is under enormous strain right now. Younger Australians are working extremely hard, they're saving diligently, they're doing everything that's expected of them, and yet increasingly they can't find homes that meet their needs and meet their budgets. The dream of owning your own home, particularly owning a family home, has never felt so far out of reach for young Australians. Now, I've previously spoken in this place about a woman named Julia, a 27-year-old lawyer from Melbourne, who wrote to me about the difficulty that she and her husband were having finding a home where they can raise their family. They're both in good jobs. They're both doing all the right things. Her husband's an electrician. She's a lawyer, as I said, and they're not asking for anything that's extravagant. They want a 3-bedroom home, a backyard, a shed, and somewhere that they can raise their children. I don't think that's unreasonable. But despite their two incomes, they're being priced out of the kind of homes that they need. And this is the story that's being repeated right across the country. At the same time, there are older Australians who are living in homes that are larger than those that they need, that are no longer suitable for their lifestyle or mobility needs. And in this current market, when confidence is so weak and property values are so uncertain, there is even less incentive to make a major housing move. And that's why we should be looking at every possible practical lever available to keep housing stock flowing. And this bill does exactly that. It makes 3 very straightforward changes to the existing downsizer contribution rules. First, it lowers the minimum age of eligibility from 55 down to 50. Second, it extends the period in which downsizer contributions can be made after a settlement from 90 days to a period of 1 year. And third, it increases the maximum contribution into superannuation from $300,000 up to $500,000 per person. Now that means that an eligible couple could potentially, on the sale of their home, contribute $1 million from the sale of that home into their superannuation without penalties. The existing requirement to have owned their own home for 10 years before they do that remains, but this is not a wholesale rewrite of the system. It's simply keeping up with modern markets. It's a targeted improvement to a policy that is already working. Since 2018-19, almost 100,000 Australians have made downsizer contributions on the sale of their home into their superannuation. So that's almost 100,000 Australians that have used a policy that was designed by the former coalition government to make housing transition while strengthening their retirement savings, both of which are good things. The coalition is proposing to make that policy work for more Australians. The current age threshold can discourage Australians that are in their 50s from making a housing decision that may be completely appropriate for their circumstances. Downsizing is not something that becomes relevant the moment you turn 55. It can happen when your children have left home. It can happen when a property that you have right now becomes too expensive or difficult to maintain. It can happen when mobility issues arise. Or it can simply happen because people decide that they no longer need or want to maintain a large family home, a large garden. The decision is very, very personal. The government should not be telling Australians to wait until an arbitrary age before they can access an incentive that may help them make decisions for themselves. Lowering the age to 50 gives Australians greater flexibility to make that decision when the time is right for them. The existing $300,000 limit was set at a time when housing values were very different to what they are today. Family homes have increased substantially in value over those years. A $300,000 contribution may no longer provide the same meaningful incentive that it once did. Increasing the limit to $500,000 better reflects the values of housing assets that Australians have accumulated over decades. So for a couple, it means that there's the potential to put in up to $1 million of the proceeds of the sale of their family home into their superannuation for their retirement income. Importantly, this is not a tax deduction. The money is coming from an existing asset, the family home. The reform simply gives Australians more flexibility to move those proceeds into their retirement savings. The current 90-day period can create unnecessary pressure, and selling a family home and finding the right replacement property is not always something that can be done within a period of 3 months, particularly in a market facing the uncertainty that we're facing now. Someone may sell their home and then they discover that the smaller or more accessible property that they had in mind simply isn't available. They should not be then forced into making a decision, a rushed housing decision, something that they might want to live with for the rest of their lives, simply to meet an arbitrary administrative deadline. So extending the contribution window to 12 months allows people to sell first, take their time to find the right home before making that contribution. Now that's common sense, and it's important to note that this bill is entirely voluntary. Entirely voluntary. It doesn't force anybody to downsize. It doesn't interfere with the family home. It doesn't tell older Australians how they should live, where they should live. It simply removes some of the financial and the administrative barriers that can make downsizing your home less attractive. Older Australians get greater choice. Younger Australians get the potential benefit of a more family-sized homes coming onto the market. And the housing market gets yet another mechanism for making better use of the housing stock that we already have. That's why this is an intergenerational housing measure. Now, Labor likes to talk a lot about intergenerational fairness. Well, here is an opportunity to actually deliver it with the mechanisms that we already have. Younger Australians need more opportunities to access those family-sized homes, and older Australians deserve greater choice over how and where they choose to live. These objectives are not in conflict. In fact, they can reinforce each other. When an older couple moves from that 4-bedroom family home into a smaller home that better suits their needs, that family home does not disappear. It becomes available to another Australian family. And that could be a young couple trying to enter the market. It could be a family with young children that need more space. It could be a family moving from an apartment into a home with a backyard. But it's about keeping that housing stock moving rather than seeing these artificial blockages in the arteries of the housing market. And that matters because Labor's housing policies have failed to deliver the homes that Australians need. Now, let's not forget, Labor promised 1.2 million new homes. 1.2 million. But Australia is struggling to build at the pace that is required. The government has presided over an historic housing construction collapse. And at the same time, they've also overseen an incredible rise in the number of new migrants to Australia. Our population growth has surged because of Labor's out-of-control migration policy. Under Labor, Australia is building around 170,000 homes per year. Now that compares to the 200,000 per year that were built under the coalition government. Labor has spent tens of billions, not millions, billions of dollars on housing. And at the same time, it's making it more difficult and more expensive to build houses. The government's own tax changes that are expected to mean that 35,000 fewer homes are built over the next decade. That should be a warning bell to everybody. The idea that you would make tax changes that would build fewer homes and have that written in black and white in your own budget papers, fewer homes and higher rents, how can that be a policy for intergenerational fairness? And we know that this is true because mortgage applications have fallen so sharply just since May's budget. The economists are now warning that weaker demand will flow through to fewer transactions, less construction and tighter housing supply. You cannot solve a housing shortage by taxing investment, by smashing confidence and by making it harder to build. Australians need more homes, not fewer homes. We need to make it cheaper and easier to build new homes. But we also need to make better use of the homes that we already have. And that's why the Coalition has a comprehensive housing agenda. We would scrap Labor's housing taxes, those terrible taxes that are discouraging investment and discouraging new builds, that are taxing those that are doing the saving to buy their first home. We would cut red tape and we would cut the green tape that is making it so much more difficult and more expensive to build a new home. We would simplify the National Construction Code while preserving core safety standards, and that would have the potential to cut the cost of building a new home by up to $70,000. That National Construction Code used to be 200 pages. It used to be a document that would fit in the glove box of a tradie's ute. Now you need the ute to carry around the 2,000 pages of the National Construction Code. We will also establish a $5 billion housing infrastructure fund to help unlock the 400,000 new homes by investing in the essential infrastructure that allows housing developments to proceed. And we would also remove the ineffective and inefficient housing programs and bureaucracies that have failed to deliver the homes that Australians were promised by Labor. But not every housing reform needs to involve billions of dollars of government spending. Sometimes the best thing you can do is simply remove a barrier. Government can just get out of the way. Get out of the way. And that's exactly what this bill does. It takes a policy that was introduced by the former coalition government, makes it more flexible, more contemporary, more relevant to the housing market and the problems that that Australians are facing today. It recognises that there are thousands of Australians who may want to make a different housing choice but need greater flexibility to do so. And it recognises that retirement security and housing supply can be two parts of the same policy solution. And it recognises too that we need to make better use of the housing stock that we have right now, not just build new houses. That's on top of building new houses. We need to give Australians greater freedom and greater choice to make decisions that suit their circumstances, not be dictated to by government edict. And we need to stop putting unnecessary barriers in the way. The Coalition believes that home ownership is a foundation to strong families, to strong communities and to a strong society. Family homes and families should be at the centre of every policy decision that is made. Young Australians should be able to work hard, they should be able to save, and they should be able to aspire to buy a home. That's not unreasonable. That's not unreasonable. Older Australians should have the freedom to make decisions about housing and retirement that work for them. Now, this bill brings those two interests together. Now, it won't solve Australia's housing crisis on its own. We know that. We're not saying that it will. But it is one part of the policy solution, the policy agenda, the policy suite that will actually deliver for Australians what everybody wants. There's no excuse for Labor to oppose a practical reform that can help. When the housing market is under pressure, we should be using every sensible lever that's available to us. We should be making it easier for homes to change hands, not harder, and certainly not more expensive. We should be giving older Australians more choice, not fewer options. And we should be doing everything that we can to give young Australians a better chance of finding a home in which they can build their future. Australia needs more homes. Of that, we are in complete agreement. And we need to make better use of the homes that we already have. This bill helps to do both. So I commend this bill to the Senate.
Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I think it's fair to say that under this Labor government, the dream that Australians have of owning their own home has never been further from reach. Australia has a serious housing supply problem, and younger Australians are increasingly struggling to find homes that meet their needs, but more importantly, fit within their budgets. For many young Australians, getting into a family home now means moving kilometres away from where they grew up, which means moving away from the communities that they grew up in, their friends, their families, and the lifestyle that they have grown up and accustomed to. There are older Australians who are living in their homes that are larger than they need or are no longer suited to their lifestyle or mobility needs. And that's why this bill matters. It's about making downsizing easier, not harder, while helping more family homes come back onto the market. When this bill was first introduced in November, national auction clearance rates were around 65%, and the RBA cash rate was at 3.6%. Now, the national clearance rates of auctions are at around 55%. The cash rate is 4.35%, and the ANZ is warning that property prices could fall by almost 15%. That is the difference that 10 months and a terrible Labor budget have made to the Australian housing market. In that environment, the case for making it easier for older Australians to downsize and free up family homes has only become all the stronger. This bill is simple, practical reform that helps address two problems at once: housing supply for younger Australians and retirement security for older Australians. It builds on the Coalition's original downsizer contribution policy introduced back in 2017-18. The principle is straightforward: make it easier for older Australians to move into homes that better suit their needs, while freeing up larger homes for young families that are looking to get into the market. At a time when housing supply is under enormous pressure, we should be looking at every single practical way we can get more existing homes moving through the market. The existing downsizer contribution policy already provides an incentive for people to make that move. Expanding it means that more Australians can access that incentive earlier and allows them greater flexibility. When a larger home comes onto the market, it can provide an opportunity for a young family to enter the market or move into a home that better suits their growing family. This is all about making better use of the housing stock that we already have. So what does this bill do? Well, this bill makes three straightforward changes to the existing downsizer contribution rules. It will lower the eligibility age from 55 to 50. It extends the contribution window from 90 days to 1 year after settlement. And it increases the contribution limit from $300,000 to $500,000 per person. So that means that a couple could potentially contribute up to $1 million from the sale of their family home. The existing requirement to have owned the home for at least 10 years remains. Other existing eligibility requirements also remain in place. The contribution remains non-concessional contribution and does not count towards the annual contribution. Why lower the age? The current age threshold can discourage people from making appropriate housing decisions in their 50s, simply because they are not yet eligible for the incentive. Downsizing decisions are highly personal and can happen well before the age of retirement. And let's be honest, under this Labor government, Australians are going to have to work longer and harder to be able to afford their retirement. For example, when children have left the home, circumstances change, or a larger property becomes more expensive or more difficult to maintain. Lowering the age to 50 gives Australians greater flexibility to make that decision when it is right for them, rather than making them wait until they meet an arbitrary age threshold. So why the $500,000 limit? The value of family homes has increased significantly since the existing $300,000 limit was established. A higher contribution limit better reflects the value of housing assets Australians have accumulated over decades. For a couple, the ability to contribute up to $1 million provides a meaningful incentive to consider downsizing while allowing more of the proceeds of the family home to be directed towards retirement savings. The reform does not give people a tax deduction. It simply gives them greater flexibility to move the proceeds of an existing asset into their superannuation. Selling a family home and finding the right replacement property doesn't always happen within 90 days. The current 90-day window can create unnecessary pressure on people to make a major housing decision in a very short timeframe. Extending the window to 12 months gives older Australians greater flexibility to sell first, to find the right home, and then decide whether they'd like to make a contribution to their super. This is particularly important in a tight housing market where finding an appropriate, smaller or more accessible home can take time. Importantly, this bill does not force anyone to make the decision to downsize. It does not interfere with the family home. It simply removes some of the financial and administrative barriers that can make downsizing less attractive. Older Australians get greater choice and flexibility over how they use the proceeds of their home, and younger Australians get the potential benefit of more family-sized homes coming on to the market. Labor talks a big game on intergenerational fairness. It was the justification for their housing taxes after all. If Labor really cares about intergenerational fairness, they should support this bill. This is an intergenerational housing measure. Younger Australians need more opportunities to access family-sized homes. Older Australians deserve greater choice over where and how they live and how they want to manage their retirement. Helping an older couple move from a 4-bedroom family home into one that better suits their needs can create an opportunity for another family to move into that larger home. This bill makes that transition easier. It gives the older Australians more flexibility while helping with more established homes to move back through the market. That is good for housing mobility, good for younger families trying to find a suitable home, and good for older Australians who want to take control of the next stage of their lives. And unlike so much of Labor's housing agenda, this does not depend on another government fund, another bureaucracy, or another promise that occurs years into the future. These homes already exist. The bill simply makes it easier for them to come back onto the market. That is exactly the kind of practical reform we should be supporting when Australia is already facing a serious housing shortage. The Coalition believes home ownership is foundational to strong families, strong communities, and a strong society. Young Australians should be able to work hard, save, and aspire to own their own home. Older Australians should also have the freedom to make decisions about their housing and retirement that suits their circumstances. This bill works on supporting both the interests of older and younger Australians. Labor has delivered a trifecta of failure on housing. They're delivering fewer homes, higher rents, and confidence in the housing market has been smashed. Westpac mortgage applications have plunged 20% since Labor's May budget. A clear warning that buyers and investors are losing confidence in the housing market. Labor's own budget forecasts its tax changes will mean 35,000 fewer homes, and economists are warning weaker mortgage demand will flow through to fewer transactions, less construction, and even tighter housing supply. You cannot solve a housing crisis and shortage by taxing housing investment, smashing confidence, and making it harder, not easier, to build new homes. Labor promised 1.2 million homes by 2029, but the government is struggling to deliver on that ambition. Labor has failed on housing supply, spending $80 billion to build 30,000 fewer homes a year than under the Coalition. Under Labor, Australia is building around 170,000 homes a year, compared with around 200,000 homes a year under the Coalition. And let's not forget the migration numbers that they are bringing into Australia, which places further strain on the housing market. The Albanese government has made it harder and more expensive to build new homes. There are higher taxes on tradies, thousands of pages of new regulations, and a great big new government bureaucracy has turned the Australian dream of home ownership into a nightmare. We want Australia to be the best place in the world to live and raise a family. The Coalition will make it cheaper and easier to build new homes by axing all of Labor's taxes on families and tradies. We'll slash red and green tape, and we will get rid of Labor's failed housing bureaucracy. We'll establish a $5 billion housing infrastructure fund to help unlock 400,000 new homes, including in regional Australia, by funding essential last-mile infrastructure such as water, sewerage, power and access roads. Reserve the first home buyers 5 deposit scheme for Australian citizens only, and will simplify the National Construction Code while preserving core safety standards. This will cut the cost of building a new home by up to $70,000. We will abolish Labor's ineffective Australian Housing Future Fund, as well as their build-to-rent tax breaks for multinationals. We'll axe Labor's housing taxes, increasing the number of homes by 35,000. Australia needs more homes, and we need to make better use of the homes that we already have. We should be removing barriers to people making housing decisions to suit their circumstances, not putting more barriers in the way. This bill gives older Australians more choice, strengthens retirement security, and can help free up larger homes for younger families. It is voluntary, it's targeted, and it's practical. It, of course, won't solve Australia's housing crisis all on its own, but that is no excuse for Labor to oppose a measure that can make a real difference today. I support this bill.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I commend my colleague Senator Blythe on her comments and Senator Hume for bringing this forward. We have a housing crisis in our country. This isn't something that we can pretend isn't happening. We have to have tangible measures in place that help us solve that crisis. And this is an example of that. This is core to who we are and what our values are. We believe that home ownership is foundational to strong families, to strong communities, and to a strong society. We believe that every single person that hopes to have their own home, to buy their own home, should be able to do that. We believe that government should get out of their way so that they can do that. And we are very concerned about the way this government is managing our economy and the impacts that that is having on everyday Australians. This government has delivered an absolute trifecta of failure on housing. We have fewer homes, we have higher rents, and confidence in our country and in our housing market has completely collapsed. I was working in financial services during the GFC in 2008 in the home loan sector, and we had about 48 hours to pivot the entire lending policy of one of Australia's major banks. And that was a really tough time and a really tough period globally and for our country. In the last couple of weeks, I've had some conversations with some colleagues who I worked with at that time. They have told me that it is worse today, it is worse now under this Albanese Labor government than it was in 2008 with the GFC. We need to let that sink in for a minute and think about what the actions of this government and the policies of this government are doing to actually create that and compound it and make it worse. And I think the budgetary measures in relation to the CGT and negative gearing and SMSF borrowing have clearly impacted that. They have impacted confidence and they will impact housing supply. What this does is actually turns it back the other way. It actually unlocks the supply of housing and is aptly named Unlocking Supply of Family Homes Bill 2025. We have people who are in homes that are too large for them. They have more space than they need. But there are barriers that are preventing them from exiting those homes, where they will be financially worse off if they do that. So it makes complete sense to put measures in place to change that. And to give you some historical context, when Senator Hume introduced this bill in November of 2025, the national average for auction clearance rates was around 65%, and the RBA's cash rate was 3.6%. Now, today, after this government has had more time to trash our economy, the clearance rates have dropped to 55%. And the cash rate is 4.35%, noting we've had 13 interest rate rises under this Albanese Labor government. The ANZ Bank is warning that property prices could slump by 15%. This is a crashing of our economy. This is a serious concern. That's the difference of 10 months and an Albanese Labor budget that has caused a crisis in our housing market. But don't just think for a moment about the headlines that some in this chamber have been speaking of. Oh, it's great, this is what we want, so more young people can enter the market. Think for a moment that this is a crash in economic confidence, but also for a moment think about all of the young people that last year those opposite said were getting their first opportunity to enter the market with the 5% deposit guarantee scheme. That was a great signal and a great opportunity for them to own their own home, and look what the Albanese Labor government has done for you. Those are the very same people that will be first impacted by negative equity based on what this government has done next. So basically you have drawn these people in who've used all of their life savings to enter the market, and once you've got them, you've basically pushed them and drowned them. And that's not something that I'm making up. That's a reality. That is what negative equity is. It is when you owe more on your home than it's worth. Negative equity isn't whether you're ahead on your repayments or not. It's when your asset is worth less than what you paid for it. And that is what has happened and will continue to happen to many of those people that entered under that scheme if this continues. And so then the question is, why would anybody want to downsize in this market? Why would they bother? Why would they take that risk? They would just stay where they are, because there are costs and risks with downsizing. You have costs to pay to sell your property, and you don't know what you're going to be able to buy. You don't know what's going to be out there because, like yourself, others are hanging on to properties. That's why we need to make downsizing easier, not harder. This bill provides a simple, practical reform that helps address two problems at one time: housing supply for younger Australians and retirement security for older Australians. It builds on the Coalition's original downsizer contribution policy, which was introduced in 2017-18. And the principle is pretty straightforward. It makes it easier for older Australians to move into homes that better suit their needs, while freeing up larger family homes for young families to buy. At a time when housing supply is under extremely intense pressure, we should be looking at every practical way to get more existing homes into the market. So what problem are we trying to solve? It's a supply problem. It's an access problem and a supply problem. And the dream of owning your own home has absolutely never been further out of reach. So we have young Australians who are struggling to find homes that meet their needs and within their budget. And then we have older Australians who are living in homes that are too large, not suitable for their lifestyle or for their mobility needs. So we have this double whammy at both ends, and we're not doing anything to enable one to flow into the other. Expanding this means more Australians can access that incentive earlier and with greater flexibility. When a larger family home comes into the market, it can provide an opportunity for a younger family to enter the market or move into a home that better suits their growing family. So this bill is going to do three very straightforward things to change the existing downsizer contribution rules. Number one, it will lower the eligibility age from 55 to 50. That's a pretty simple mechanism and it would be quite effective. Number two, it extends the contribution window from 90 days to 1 year after settlement. Why is this important? Because you can't always get things done in 90 days. 3 months is a very short window. So if you're allowed to have that extra window that takes you to 12 months, it provides people with greater options, but it also gives them time to plan what they're going to do, particularly in a volatile market like what we are starting to see now, where they actually might not know what they're going to get for their own home until they sell it. You actually can't make those plans until you know what your tangible outcomes are going to be. And this is something that the people that have created the current set of rules and the budget changes that we've seen from this government haven't thought about. Treasury have taken an approach, or the government has taken the approach with the assistance of Treasury, to look at these things in very black and white fashion without having a look at how people actually have to make decisions in their own lives, which is very different from a spreadsheet and a formula. And we've seen that now unfold publicly. A great example of that is the widow's tax, which shamefully those on the other side, and I'm sad to say also the Australian Greens voted for, knowing the impact it would have, knowing the harm that it would cause, but still choosing to legislate it, still choosing to pass it, because it provided a public opportunity to wave a win in the air. Instead of doing the job that we're asked to do here, which is to make Australian laws robust and the best that they can possibly be. Not saying, we'll just get it across the line so we can say we won and we'll fix it later. Australians deserve better than that. They deserve a government that is better than that. They deserve treatment that reflects the enormity of the challenges that they're facing, not greater confusion when things are already hard enough. And that's why we've seen the collapse in confidence that we've seen. The third thing that this bill does is increases the contribution limit from $300,000 to $500,000 per person. This means a couple could potentially contribute up to $1 million from the sale of their family home. The existing requirement is that you have to have owned your home for 10 years and that would remain. That would remain unchanged. And all the other existing eligibility requirements would remain in place. And the contribution would remain a non-concessional contribution and wouldn't count towards the annual contribution caps. So there are three very, very simple changes: lowering the age from 55 to 50, extending the window from 90 days to a year after settlement, and increasing the contribution limit from $300,000 to $500,000. I don't know why anybody would object to that at any point in time, but I especially don't know why anybody would object to that in the current environment in which we find ourselves, which I remind everyone is the complete crushing of confidence by this government in the housing market, where Australians do not feel confident to buy. We talk about why the auction clearance rates have dropped. They've dropped because there is no confidence in the market, and they have dropped because there have been 13 interest rate rises under this government. How do we not remember that? How can we forget that? 13 rate rises under this government in 4 years. And then at the budget, we have them deciding to tax all classes of assets at a minimum 30% of CGT, including small businesses, including shares, including ETFs, including the savings that young people squirrel away in order to save for their first home because it is so unattainable. And the reason they claim they did that is to make housing cheaper. I still fail to understand how taxing someone's small business makes a house over here cheaper. I fail to understand it because it doesn't. It's not because I lack the comprehension, it's because it actually has no relatability to it. And then the next thing this government have done with the assistance of the Greens is they have blindsided people with SMS, self-managed super funds, by taking away or banning limited recourse borrowing for property. Explain to me why an industry super fund can own housing in this country, but Australians that have an SMSF cannot. Why do we have two sets of rules? Why are we only allowing institutional investors to invest in housing in our country? But the problem is, let's step away from the inequity of that. This is, again, going to reduce supply in our housing market at a time when we cannot afford to lose any supply at all. SMSFs often purchase properties off the plan that go into the rental market because an SMSF, you can't actually go, someone who owns that fund can't live in those properties. They have to be arm's length transactions. So the houses that they are purchasing go into the rental market.
Thank you,
and this
Senator
government
Kovacic.
has taken that away as well.
Senator Collins. Oh, Senator... sorry, have I got an old list? I've got Senator Collins. Okay. Are you seeking the call, Senator Mackenzie? Yep. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. It gives me great pleasure to rise today to speak to Senator Hume's private senator bill, which is the opposition's perspective on yet another suggestion to a Labor government bereft of solutions to Australia's housing crisis. There's no holds barred, like if you want to solve the housing crisis, we are here to help. Yes, it is a supply issue. This bill addresses the supply issue. Happy to help if you want to turn it into government legislation, and we can pass that today. But it's also a demand issue. In the productivity inquiry that the Senate's currently holding, we heard from Mike Pizzullo a couple of weeks ago, the former Secretary of Home Affairs, that we have record high temporary visa holders in this country right now. 3 million temporary visa holders in a population that's not even 30 million yet. So more than 10% of our current population are temporary visa holders, all needing somewhere to live on a temporary basis. So if Australians are wondering why rent is skyrocketing out of control, it's because there is increased demand on rental properties, particularly at that lower end of the market. And similarly with houses. Now, we've put a lot of suggestions on the table on how the government could seek to solve this issue, or at least put some downward pressure on demand by getting their out-of-control immigration program under control, and also get red tape out of the construction sector. We know that when the Housing Construction Code was in place, it was a document of about, hang on, let me get my yay thickness. Now I wouldn't even be able to fit the folders on my desk about the amount of red tape that builders need to comply with in order to construct a home in this country. And we know that in excess of 40% of a new house and land build is local, state and federal government taxes. That's a fact. So you want to know why young people can't get in to homes, we've made it really hard. We've also got an economy where their take-home pay is either being headed to state governments or Canberra in terms of taxes, or out the door at the grocery aisle because of increased inflation. So their take-home pay is buying less and less and less each and every week. So when we talk about GDP per capita under this government, it's in the toilet. That really just means your pay packet isn't buying what it used to. Why? Because inflation is so high, and it's not because of the Middle East. The Reserve Bank Governor has made it clear time and time again it is this government's spending profile which is making it harder and harder to get inflation under control. And that's why you've seen 13 rate rises under Labor, because they're not fixing the economy, they're not stopping their runaway spending, and so the only lever that the Reserve Bank Governor has in her kit is to ratchet up rates to try and dampen demand. Thankfully, we didn't see another rate rise, but inflation remains too high. We are top of the league table when it comes to international comparisons for countries like Australia. So rightfully, particularly young people who are trying to get into their own home are unable to save as much as they would have once, because more of their pay, their take-home pay, is being spent on buying everyday goods. Electricity's gone up in excess of 30%. I could go on and on, but we are here to talk about housing supply. One of the other suggestions that the Labor Party has taken on board, a suggestion that the coalition took to the last election, which was to invest in enabling infrastructure. And we have $5 billion on the table to help particularly local councils, but other entities, to get that last mile infrastructure needed to open up new blocks. So whether that is your curvature, whether it is access roads, whether it is power, water, electricity. When we go out and talk to local councils and we say, why haven't you got that development up and going? Well, Shadow Minister Mackenzie, we haven't been able to afford the sewerage costs, or we can't afford the additional power connections, or it's taking 2 years for state-owned power corporations to actually get the power on. So government can actually do some of those suggestions. So we are putting that number on the table, that amount of money, and it's good to see the Labor government has taken up part of that. We know that there's in excess of $5 billion worth of projects around the country to get these blocks opened up. The government hasn't put $5 billion into it, but we would encourage them to match our commitment, because our assessment is that that will raise in excess of 400,000 new homes, particularly those house and land packages, which are for young people and those lower first entry markets to be unlocking the door of their new home and getting on with paying it off, which is one of the great joys of life over time. But we need to get construction and productivity back on track, and that is something that the Senate is looking at, and I know Senator Bragg will be talking a lot about that in the National Press Club today. But when Senator Hume did introduce this bill back in November, the national average for auction clearance rates was around 65%, and the RBA's cash rate was 3.6%. And now national clearance rates are at 55%, and I do note in news in just now, we're actually seeing the CBA, Matt, sounding the alarm, seeing 15% drop in bank loan applications since the budget tax crackdown. So whilst the Labor Party's talking a big game on increasing supply, they're doing nothing on demand. Their taxes are seeing a housing market that's crashing, and that is leading, as Senator Kovacic said earlier, to a significant drop in confidence across the country. We need to get confidence back in this country, a belief we can solve these complex problems together, because there are no simple solutions. They are complicated and require parties of government to actually be working in the national interest, not their own political interest, to get the job done. So why would anyone want to downsize in this kind of market? Because you're an older Australian, you're sitting in the family home, it's just you and the missus rattling around in your 4-bedroom home in a lovely leafy suburb. You're thinking you don't want to keep mowing this lawn, you'd rather be playing pickleball or golf, seeing the grandkids a bit more. Why would you downsize in a market where you've just seen 10, 12, 15% drop off the price of that asset that you and your wife have literally spent the last 30 years paying off? So nobody would be wanting to downsize in this market. And that's why we need to make downsizing easier, not harder. So this is a very simple, practical reform, increasing the supply of homes to younger Australians and giving that retirement security for older Australians. Because as we know, and as other contributors have made clear, the dream of owning your own home has never been further out of reach than ever before in our country's history. The average median income, like multiple that is required, is in excess of 13 times it was 20 years ago to be able to purchase a home. And that is simply locking people out, and they are losing hope. We want to actually make sure that we're not just increasing supply of homes in the outer suburbs, in those house and land packages situations, but also in some of the suburbs that are closer into capital cities, but importantly also in regional capitals. If I think of my own home state, Bendigo, a regional capital of in excess of 110,000 people now, we'd like more, wonderful place to live, to have a great globally focused career and to raise a family. But making sure that housing remains affordable in places like Bendigo, we want to also see downsizing as an option. So the bill provides for flexibility to do 3 things. It lowers the minimum age of eligibility from 55 years to 50 years. It extends the period of time to make downsizer contributions after settlements from 90 days to a year. And the maximum amount of contribution is increased from $300,000 to $500,000, which is good news for those who are seeking to downsize. Why do we lower the age on this particular bill? Because now that I am in my late 50s, retirement has snuck up on us. We better get all our ducks in order, shall we say. And so having those conversations with your partner, your children, your workplace, making those plans earlier rather than later will actually mean a better outcome for your retirement and gives Australians a lot more flexibility. Why did we limit the contributions to $500,000? Well, that's a simple recognition that the family home, despite the recent downturn under Labor, has increased since the limit was established many, many years ago. And I think for a couple, the ability to contribute up to $1 million provides a meaningful incentive to consider downsizing while allowing more of the proceeds of the family home to be directed towards retirement savings. Because as we know, the greatest asset that most Australians have when they retire is that they've managed, after a lot of hard work, a lot of sacrifice, to own their own home. Now, as more and more Australians have considerable superannuation savings in order to fund their retirement, making that transition between asset classes easier is much, much more important. And I think this has been made clear in others' contributions. This bill doesn't force anyone to downsize. It is just another opportunity for Australians to look at their assets, look at their retirement, look at their lifestyle choices and to make decisions about their future. Rather than having a government dictate what they think Australians should be doing, what asset classes they think Australians should be investing in. Because as we've seen under Labor, they ruled out 50 times that they would not be touching negative gearing, a key investment for particularly teachers, nurses, coppers, right? That's who is using negative gearing in this country to actually help fund their retirement, working class Australians. Instead of telling that group of Australians that they were coming after their retirement savings before the last election so that Australians could make an informed decision about where they cast their vote, the Labor Party lied. The Prime Minister lied every time he was asked, are you going to be making changes to negative gearing? No, no, no. And Australians believed him. And that is why the rage that is out in communities in Labor Party suburbs is so palpable, because they feel the last budget has been foisted upon them. It's forcing them to make decisions about their own retirement, about their home, their investment properties, that they were assured wouldn't happen prior to the last election. Because Labor does talk a lot about intergenerational fairness and then does exactly the opposite.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Collins, you'll have a short period until 11:24.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I also rise to speak to the Treasury Laws Amendment Unlocking Supply of Family Homes Bill 2025, and I want to thank Senator Hume for bringing this very practical, excellent bill forward. It's a sensible bit of policy and at the right time, again, in response, of course, to Labor's disastrous budget that we have seen that has absolutely decimated our housing market at a time when it really didn't need it. And of course, what we have seen from this bill is a measure in trying to increase supply, which is what our housing market needs right now. It's a brilliant piece that introduces flexibility and incentive into freeing up some of those family homes. Now, this reform complements the Coalition's original downsizer contribution, which was introduced in 2017-18 and allowed over 55s to contribute part of the sale of their home into superannuation. Now, with all of the brouhaha that we've had from Labor's worst budget ever, those opposite forget that we are actually in the midst of a housing crisis. We're in the midst of a housing crisis, and when they handed down their budget, the housing market crashed. Confidence crashed, and it did absolutely nothing to lift supply. Now, I speak to young adults all the time, and you know what they're saying to me? They're moving back into the family home with mum and dad because they can't afford to save for a deposit, they can't afford to rent. Now, my home state of New South Wales and in Sydney City, we have record rents at the moment, $850 a week. It's the average rent in Sydney, $850 a week. Now, if you are in a unit, the median price is between $800 and $1,000.50 every week, just for a unit. That's an extraordinary amount of money when your wages aren't necessarily going up, but the prices are going up around you, your rent's going up. You can't get milk and bread. Well, in my family, every day I go to the supermarket, get 3 litres of milk, loaf of bread. Can't get that for under $10. Just the very essentials for my family. Prices are going up, everything's going up, which makes it harder and harder for the young people and the young adults to save for their first home, get into the housing market. And of course, right now that housing market is crashing. And the other effect that it's having is that these young adults are putting off having children because they can't afford to save up for a family home, get their family started. Or they're moving further and further away from their family, from their roots, from the places that they grew up. Now, I don't think that's intergenerational fairness. I think that's wrong. And I think we need to do something about it. And this bill is a step in the direction of providing more supply. Now, we know that supply is key to solving this problem of in the housing market. Labor has provided no real supply measures. Billions in dollars? Yes. More houses? No. Regulation? Up. Compliance is up. Construction costs? Absolutely through the roof. Up about 45% under Labor. Labour constraints. Approvals processes years behind. And a public sector that is crowding out the private sector. Now, all those sole and small tradies that are trying to start a business, build a business, so that they can build homes for families, young people, they're all getting squeezed out by the public sector. Now, taxes and Labor's budget is sucking up supply, and they've completely crashed the market and they've wiped out wealth right across the country. And we know at the same time that they're not building up supply, they've got a mass migration agenda. Demand is still high. There are a lot of people here in Australia that have just arrived in Australia that are looking for somewhere to live, on top of everybody else that's already here in Australia that is looking for somewhere to live. So it should be all shoulders to the wheel on boosting supply, not raising taxes and not taxing capital wealth. So let's just take a little look at the numbers for today's position. Thanks to Labor's catapult launch into the dreams of Australian families, national clearance rates are at 55%. It's the highest it's been in 11 weeks, but has been declining over the year. The cash rate is at 4.35%, and ANZ is warning that property prices could decline by almost 15%. It's wiping out the property values of it right across Australia. Families, young people that have just bought into the market are going into negative equity. And we heard from Senator Pocock before about the homelessness crisis that has been driven by the market at the moment, by the economy. And all of this is going to take years to recover from. Now, the numbers are actually also looking worse than were originally forecast. So the speed of the slump is unprecedented, and it's causing experts to review their forecasts sooner than expected. The June quarter saw the largest quarterly decline at the start of the downturn in more than 30 years of data. So it's bad, and it's going to get worse. And of course, this is all the shock from Labor's disastrous budget. And yet they stand there and they back it in. They say it's good for first home buyers. But what about everyone else? What about the hard work and sweat and tears, everything that went into buying those houses, only to find everything to crash underneath them? Families right across Australia are experiencing mortgage stress. Great job, Labor. You are hitting the socialist nail on the head with your wealth distribution agenda. Now, this bill, it's a simple and practical reform that helps address two problems at once: housing supply for younger Australians and retirement security for older Australians. It builds on the Coalition's original downsizer contribution policy, which was introduced a few years ago, and it makes it easier for older Australians to move into homes that better suit their needs, but also freeing up larger family homes for younger families. So this is giving incentive and flexibility into the market and, really helping young Australians achieve that great Australian dream of owning their own home. So how does it work? Well, the bill will lower the eligibility rate to access a downsizer contribution from 55 to 50 years of age. And it'll also allow contributions into superannuation to take place 1 year after settlement. Currently it's 90 days. It also increased the superannuation contribution amount from $300,000 to $500,000 per person. And so, quick maths on that, that's $1 million per couple. It's a good incentive. It's not just innovative reform, but it's a sensible one too. And so, for those of us who live in major Australian cities, capital cities, where the average cost of a home is well into the millions, it makes complete sense to increase the amount that can be contributed to superannuation after a sale. Increasing the contribution window makes sense too. 3 months is a long time, but it can put unnecessary pressure on some couples to make a huge decision in an uncomfortable time frame. And as we heard from Senator Kovacic before, there are complications in trying to get that settlement out quickly. Pushing it to a year gives flexibility and peace of mind to comfortably make that decision too. We are the party of choice, and this bill is in time and step with this. We wouldn't force anyone to downsize. They have that choice. That opportunity, that option would be there. And giving the couples a choice to do so, where they wouldn't find themselves otherwise in the lurch, is what Liberal thinking is all about. Now, we want to make the idea of downsizing more attractive and more accessible. It boosts supply, it gets those big houses out to the young people. In my home state of New South Wales, the state Labor government is hell-bent on building more apartments, squeezing all these new families in Australia into apartments along train lines. I don't think that's a great Australian dream. I don't think that's what we all signed up for. I don't think that's what we're all going out every single day, working our guts out to end up in a little apartment on the train line. Suits some, not everybody. And freeing up these family homes is a good thing to do. The benefits will be more room for the kids and more babies for the extra rooms. That's why I also love this policy. It's pro-family. Pro-family. Because what I hear from a lot of young people is that they're having fewer children because of the housing crisis. It's too hard to get bigger homes these days, fit your kids in. So we've got to do something about that. Now, this bill is about intergenerational housing, and I invite my Labor colleagues to support Senator Hume's bill, because they've got to do something about housing supply and the next generation that's looking for stability. And the Coalition will make it cheaper and easier to build new homes by axing Labor's taxes on families and tradies. We'll be slashing red and green tape, and we will be getting rid of Labor's failed housing bureaucracy. $10 billion they've poured into HAF. And what have we seen from it? They said the Housing Australia Future Fund... Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you for the interjection, Assistant Minister Nita Green. Yep, 4,000, and 4,000 homes are meant to go to vulnerable women and children. And every single estimate, I ask, how many of those houses have been built and how many are going to vulnerable women and children? And if you have the numbers on that, I will take the interjection right now. No? No numbers on that. They cannot tell me how many homes are actually being built and delivered to vulnerable women and children through the Housing Australia Future Fund that they promised. They're not tracking it because they don't really care. That's the issue. So the Coalition will establish a $5 billion housing infrastructure fund to help unlock up to 400,000 new homes, especially in regional Australia.
Senator
now, I was
Collins,
just in...
It's now being 11:34. The time for this debate has expired. Senator Collins, you will be in continuation. I call the clerk.
Government Business Orders of the Day number 1, Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment, Omnibus number 1, Bill 2026. Question to be put on the second reading amendment moved by the Leader of the Opposition.
Last night a division was called on the second reading amendment moved by Senator Cash, so I now intend to put that question, the question being that the second reading amendment on sheet 3825 as moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required? Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment on sheet 3825 as moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I support Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmingham as teller for the noes. Senator Shoebridge.
The question before the House.
Yes, Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah,
the question
I know,
before the House is that the second reading amendment on sheet 3825, this is to the Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment Omnibus Number 1 Bill 2026, the second reading amendment on sheet 3825 as moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. As I'd earlier indicated, Senator Collins. Senator Order. With the leave of the Senate, we will recommit the question. Is leave granted? So we ring the bells now for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment on sheet 3825 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmingham as teller for the noes. The result of the division is 25 ayes and 34 noes, so the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now move into, I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to the criminal law, law enforcement and telecommunications and for other purposes.
We now move into Committee of the Whole. Would honourable senators please resume their seats or leave the chamber? Thank you. So to start with one?
Start there and number 2.
Okay. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And in the first instance, could I move opposition amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 8003 by leave together?
Is leave granted?
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Could I just, I had indicated in my second reading speech that I just had 1 or 2 questions in relation in particular to Schedule 3 of the bill, which inserts a new section 31A into the DPP Act 1983 to provide an ability for the Attorney-General to authorise a senior person to exercise all powers and functions ordinarily exercised by the CDPP Director when the Director is unable to exercise those powers and functions, and I quote, due to an actual perceived or potential conflict of interest. In relation to the CDPP, has this legislation, and in particular this particular part of the legislation, been created to address a specific conflict of interest?
Senator Green.
Thanks very much, Senator. And I didn't get a chance to make a contribution, a very long contribution yesterday, so I just wanted to put on record my thanks to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee for the report and the engagement on this piece of legislation, and thank you to those opposite for the constructive way we've approached this bill. Your questions go to the changes around the DPP and the conflict of interest. I'll respond to those in a minute. I just wanted to put on record our the response in relation to the amendment that Senator Cash has moved. Just so it's clear for the chamber, I'll deal with that first, and then I'll deal with the question around the DPP. Firstly, in relation to the amendment, the government supports a post-implementation review of the amendments made by Schedule 4 of the bill to arrest powers in the Extradition Act. The government will move an amendment clarifying the scope of this inquiry by only requiring it to consider amendments by Schedule 4 of the bill. Our amendment is consistent with the recommendation of the opposition senators in additional comments to the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee's report on the bill. The post-implementation review will complement ongoing oversight of these powers, which occurs through established judicial, operational, legislative and accountability frameworks. Schedule 4 of the bill amends the Extradition Act to introduce powers enabling police to enter premises for the purpose of the executing an arrest warrant. The powers would broadly align the extradition provisions with the comparable arrest warrants of Crimes Act 1914. And so that's just to put on the record that while we support the review, the government will be seeking to amend the opposition's amendment to reduce the scope of that inquiry to Schedule 4 of the bill. In regards to the DPP, I've just sought advice. There is no particular this bill has not been drafted in response to a particular conflict. It is a response, I think, to ensuring that there's a workable solution going forward. Currently, where an actual potential or perceived conflict of interest arises, the director must take leave of absence from their duties entirely to allow an acting director to be appointed to perform or exercise the functions of powers, and that request of leave must be approved by the Attorney-General. The measure that's in this bill, as you know, Senator Cash, very well, creates a process where the functions or powers affected by the conflict of interest can be undertaken by a sufficiently senior person when the director appropriately carries out performing duties or duties that are not so affected. And so it establishes a precedent where they don't have to take leave from their entire role or position, but those powers or duties or a particular proceeding that is affected by that conflict could be carried out by another senior member.
Senator Cash.
If I could just make some comments in relation to the government's amendment on sheet TK 115. The coalition's amendment that I have moved would specifically require the inquiry to examine the operational effect of restricting the execution of arrest warrants issued under the Extradition Act and the Crimes Act to certain hours, while search warrants issued under those acts are not subject to the same restrictions. The amendment on TK 115, as now moved by the government, removes that specific reference from the terms of reference of what we had proposed in our amendment. The coalition's preference is to retain the detail, but we do not think that its removal, pursuant to the amendment moved by the government on TK 115, will limit the committee's ability to examine those issues, and on that basis we won't be opposing the government's amendment. And just in relation to the answer that was just given to my previous question, and then the bill itself that has passed on the second reading, why is there now a pressing need to resolve conflict of interest issues with the director of the CDPP?
Senator Green, you may also wish to move the amendment.
Yeah, thank you. I just have some procedural words I need to deal with first, unfortunately. I would like to, as foreshadowed, move government amendment on sheet TK 115, which is an amendment to the opposition's amendment, and I also want to table the supplementary memorandum relating to the government amendment moved to this bill. Thank you. Senator Cash, I think the language around that you've used, pressing need, I don't think that's the language that the government would use to reflect the change. We think that this change represents streamlines the process of managing an actual perceived or potential conflict of interest that might be identified by the Director of Public Prosecution. It certainly ensures that the Attorney-General can authorise a sufficiently senior person to perform the powers and functions ordinarily, and it ensures that that process that I spoke to you about at the moment is not required. At the moment, it is administratively burdensome and inefficient for the Director of the CDP and the Attorney-General and the Attorney-General's Department to be involved in that process. This measure creates a process whereby the functions or powers affected by the conflict of interest can be undertaken by a sufficiently senior person while the Director appropriately carries out performing functions or duties that are so affected. That ensures that the CDP can continue to operate as required by the Parliament and its establishing legislation, and ensures that where the Attorney-General makes an authorisation for those powers, that the conflict of interest is adequately managed. I think you would agree that if there was a conflict of interest for the Director of Public Prosecutions, that should be managed in an appropriate way, and that it would not be appropriate for the Director to use their power delegation to delegate the performance of the relevant function or exercise of the relevant power in circumstances where they've identified a conflict of interest. So I wouldn't mirror the language that you've used around pressing need. There are other provisions in this legislation that do have more urgency from the government, but this is something that establishes a very good practice that we should be implementing as a Parliament.
Senator Cash.
Thank you, Chair. Can I confirm, is it not the case that the Director of the CDPP worked as counsel assisting the special investigator to assist war crimes, and that she is now in charge of prosecuting war crimes?
Senator Green.
Senator Cash, I don't have that information with me. I can certainly take it on notice and try to get back to you. That is not the reason that this provision has been included in this bill, but certainly we will endeavour to get as much information for you as possible.
Senator Cash.
Does anybody who is advising you have the information as to whether or not that is the case, that the Director of the CDPP worked as counsel assisting the Special Investigator to investigate war crimes, and that in her position now she is actually charged, or she's now in charge of prosecuting the war crimes? I would have thought that was some basic information, given the nature of the bill, given the nature of Schedule 3, and the fact that this is about a conflict of interest which we are going to pursue, that information might be ready. Could I ask you just to check?
Senator Green.
I did check, Senator Cash. I know that you were speaking while I was making some directions to the staff that are here. They don't necessarily have that information with them. They'll seek to find out. I'm sure that we can do that quickly. As I said, though, this is not about a particular conflict of interest. I understand the direction of your questions and your concern about that conflict or that particular proceeding. I won't go into that proceeding here in any detail, given that it is on foot, and it's very important that any court proceedings are able to, that any court proceedings of any kind are not dealt with in this chamber, that we are careful in the way that we speak about particular proceedings, but on the matter of a conflict of interest, I will seek to find out for you any more information. Of course, the CDPP is subject to Senate estimates questions and other measures that you could employ to find out that information directly, but we'll seek to get it for you.
Senator Cash.
Well, the last time I checked, Senate estimates is not for a number of months, and we currently are being asked to vote on a bill potentially today. So I would have thought that the questions were actually relevant. The bill gives the impression, when it's actually presented, and certainly the way the government has spoken about it, of implementing technical amendments. But since the bill was first introduced, Ben Roberts-Smith has been arrested, and the Director of the CDPP appears to have been involved in the investigation over the war crimes she is now charged with prosecuting. Was this legislation created in anticipation of this potential conflict?
Senator Green.
No.
Senator Cash.
Is the potential conflict of interest in the case of the current CDPP, again I ask, the reason for the legislation?
Senator Green.
No, Senator Cash, that's not the case. I mean, I think this legislation covers a wide, varied area of criminal law in particular. There's a lot of changes that are being proposed. I wouldn't suggest that it's necessarily only technical matters. There have been a number of reviews that have led to some schedules in the legislation, and we are responding to that. Of course, as I've said, we'll seek to get some more information about your particular question.
Senator Cash.
Could you please point me to the evidence in the reviews that you referred to that specifically recommended the change that we are currently discussing in relation to Schedule 3 of the bill and the insertion of new Section 31A into the DPPP Act?
Senator Green.
Senator Cash, respectfully, I mean, that's not what I said, and perhaps you didn't understand what I was suggesting to you. But my reference to reviews was not to the schedule that we are discussing. And I would appreciate it if you don't verbal my answers. I'm being very upfront and direct with you about the changes that we're making. and that is not what I was suggesting. What I said to you was that this was not in response to a particular conflict, but I've endeavoured to get some information for you. I can confirm the Director's employment history has been disclosed. The Attorney-General authorised the prosecution of offences involving this particular case of war crimes. Ms Sharp has previously disclosed her employment as counsel assisting the Office of the Special Investigator.
Senator Cash.
Okay, so I can just confirm then the CDPP was involved in the investigation of the war crimes. She is now in charge of prosecuting. Is that correct?
Senator Green.
Senator Cash, as you would be fully aware, the AFP investigate a matter of this kind, and then the Director of Public Prosecutions takes the lead on prosecuting the crime. That is the normal course of action. That is what is being undertaken in this matter. As I said, the Director's employment history has been disclosed.
Senator Cash.
Sorry, I'm literally just trying to confirm something. So is the evidence that you have given, yes, the employment history has been disclosed, is it therefore the evidence that the Director of the CDDP was involved in the investigation over the war crimes? She is now in charge of prosecuting, because you are right, that is a conflict of interest. So is that your evidence that, yes, she was involved in the investigation over the war crimes, she is now in charge of prosecuting? It's a very simple question.
Distinction that you, that I'm seeking to make, that you can argue about. I've made it clear that the AFP investigates these matters and has investigated this particular matter. I have also said to you, I'm trying to be very courteous to the courts and to any defendants in any particular criminal proceedings by not talking about particular cases, but there is a process where the AFP investigates, if we can talk in general terms. The AFP is the investigating agency, and then the CDPP prosecutes. I think you are referring to a separate investigation.
Senator Cash.
What protocols are currently in place to ensure that the Director of the CDPP is quarantined from any matters she was involved in prior roles?
Just give the Minister a moment. Minister.
Thank you. Senator Cash, I know that you are seeking really deliberate and direct information on this matter, and I don't want to mislead the Senate. I would only have general information about the process that the CDP undertakes, which is internal processes. If there is a conflict, I think whether there is a matter of conflict, you would have, that might be a debating point in here, but it's not the view of the government that there is a current conflict of interest.
Senator Cash.
That wasn't my question, with all due respect. I asked a very simple question. This is a bill that is changing a piece of legislation to put in place, and I'll read it again, a new section 31A into the DPP Act. You've already read it out yourself in terms of what this does, to allow the Attorney-General to authorise a senior person to exercise all powers and functions ordinarily exercised by the CDPP Director when the Director is unable to exercise those powers and functions due to an actual perceived or potential conflict. That's if the bill passes. I would like to understand what protocols are currently in place to ensure that the Director of the CDPP is quarantined from any matters she was involved in. I'm not referring to a particular matter, any matter she was involved in prior roles.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. Senator Cash, I have answered your question. I know that you're seeking a more definitive answer, but that's the information I have in front of me. There would be internal processes in place. If there was a conflict of interest that had been identified, the current process, which is currently in place, would be implemented. After this bill passes, hopefully with the support of the Senate, there will be a new process, but it all, I guess, hinges on whether there is a conflict of interest. As I've said to you, the government's view is that there is no current conflict of interest.
Senator Cash.
So is it your evidence, therefore, that at this present point in time there are no protocols in place? Now, I'm not asking if there is a conflict of interest. One would assume that given there is always the potential for a conflict of interest, given who these people are and what they have previously done, there would be protocols in place. Are you saying that there are currently no protocols in place?
Minister.
No, and thank you for checking, Senator Cash, because that was not my evidence. What I said to you is that there would be internal processes in place, but I cannot confirm today what those processes might be. We can seek to undertake to get you more information about what those processes might be, if there are any. But what I have said to you is that there is a possibility there is internal processes in place, but you are referring to a conflict of interest. If there's a conflict of interest, there's a current process under the legislation which is undertaken, and hopefully if this legislation is passed there will be a new process, but that relates to where there is a conflict of interest.
Senator Cash. I'll give the call to Senator Cash. Senator Shoebridge.
I'll ask a question. I'm obviously happy to share the call with Senator Shoebridge. Can you confirm that the current CDPP will be subject to this new legislation despite the Ben Roberts-Smith prosecution commencing before this legislation was passed?
Minister.
Senator Cash, this legislation doesn't establish a process of dealing with a conflict of interest where there is none already. So there is a current process for dealing with that. This legislation changes what that process would be. And so the Director of Public Prosecutions is subject to the current provisions and would be subject to the future provisions.
Senator Cash.
I just want to confirm one thing. Yeah, I think I understand your evidence. There's a current process in place. You're unable to give me evidence, but hopefully you've undertaken to take that on notice in terms of internal protocols. So despite the Ben Roberts-Smith prosecution commencing before this legislation passes the Parliament, the current CDPP is still going to be subject to the new process in the event a conflict arises.
Minister.
Correct, Senator. Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks. Just a couple of questions of clarification. I think Senator Cash asked you questions about actual conflicts of interest. Of course, the requirement is perceived or potential conflicts of interest, and I just might double check that your responses would be the same for that broader class or different.
Minister.
Yes, Senator Shoebridge, thank you for explaining that to me. I understand that conflict of interest relates to perceived and potential, and my answers would not have changed if that definition was in my mind. I'm referring to all of the range of conflict of interest.
Senator Shoebridge.
Well, they're different because they actually raise different subject matters, actual rather than potential and potential rather than perceived. Many people might recognise there's a perceived conflict of interest, even if they don't recognise there is an actual one. Let me see if I can think of any random individual who might adopt that approach. Major General Brereton would be a case in point. So that's my first question. My second question is a matter of just clarification. It's my party's assumption that these amendments to Schedule 3 only operate prospectively, not retrospectively. Therefore, if there had been any defect to date, they wouldn't be cured by this. But can we just be clear?
Minister.
I think the provisions will apply prospectively. There is a, well, Senator Cash, that is not what I said to you, and thank you for the eye roll. But what I was saying in my previous answer was that there is a current system, or the current provisions in place to deal with conflict of interest. They apply now, and they would apply to a current perceived potential conflict of interest. These provisions will apply prospectively. It doesn't. On the reading of the provisions that I have, this changes the administrative approach to how a conflict of interest would be dealt with, not if or when a conflict of interest can be managed. And I know that there would be a lot of interest in how that might apply to the particular proceeding that Senator Cash is concerned with. The advice that I've been given is that if a conflict arises in relation to a future proceeding, because I don't want to talk about particular proceedings, even if that proceeding was on foot before these, even if the proceeding was on foot before these provisions commence, then the new provisions would apply.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh no, I understand that. So this is an amended administrative arrangement. This arrangement only applies prospectively, but of course it could apply to conduct or activity that had happened before, and it could be applied to proceedings that had been commenced before, which is I understand the position. But these arrangements, even though they often may, almost inevitably, they'll apply to conduct that happened before. These arrangements themselves will only operate prospectively, and they're not designed to cure any previous defect or address any previous defect. Is that correct?
Minister.
That's correct. I gave that evidence earlier. I'm not sure if you're in the chamber, but these provisions, oh sorry, I apologise. The provisions are not intended to cure a particular defect. They've been proposed as a new way of efficiently dealing with a situation where a conflict of interest would require a leave of absence to be considered by the Attorney-General.
And Senator Shoebridge, if you could refrain from standing up well before the Minister is finished, that would be appreciated. Senator Shoebridge.
We've got to get our steps up somehow, President.
I'm not sure that qualifies, Senator Shoebridge.
Well, I just might indicate, I know this discussion has been somewhat oblique to the amendment that's currently before the Senate, but I would indicate the Greens will be supporting the government's amendment to the opposition's proposed amendment, and the Greens will be there supporting the amended amendment, assuming we get to that point, in relation to the Senate committee review of extradition amendments. I just want to be clear. I note one of the concerns in the opposition's amendment was that there is a restriction on the time within which arrest warrants or search warrants can be issued. We're talking about extradition proceedings. Extradition proceedings almost always, in fact, I think pretty much on every occasion, involve the person, the subject of an extradition proceeding, having a lot of prior notice of it, because proceedings have commenced in another country, those proceedings have been then communicated to Australia. On almost every occasion that I'm aware of, extradition proceedings happen and the person who's the subject of them in this country has substantial amount of prior notice about it. So this isn't a case of needing arrest warrants where you come sneaking in at night or you're happening outside of business hours. I note the concerns from the opposition, but I think the reality is having these warrants executed during fairly standard hours should in no way limit the capacity for them to be effective, but we don't mind them being reviewed. And the idea of reviewing for any unintended consequences is something we actually support.
Senator Cash.
Could I just confirm, just for the Hansard record, so the government is categorically denying that this legislation is there to address a potential conflict of interest for the current CDPP and her previous roles?
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Cash, and thank you for checking and allowing me to put it on the Hansard. No, that's not the case. This legislation is not motivated by a particular proceeding.
Senator Cash, but you've only got 13 seconds, so we might pay...
How many times has this issue arisen in the past 5 years?
Minister.
I have to take that on notice for you, Senator, but I will get back to you.
And on that note, it being 12:15, the committee will report progress. The committee reports progress. I shall now proceed to senators' statements. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with the informal arrangements for speaking times as agreed by the whips. And I call Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. If you want to change the story for First Nations people in this country, education is where some of that change begins. But not because education alone can undo generations of disadvantage, but because it gives a young person choices. The choice to pursue meaningful work, to earn a good living, to build a secure home, to care for their health and for their family, and to see a future for themselves that doesn't end in poverty, poor health, or the justice system. And when those choices open up for one young person, the difference can carry through a family and across generations. That is the real power of education. And that is what I saw in the work of Madala and Wongatha CAPS. Two very different organisations in different parts of Western Australia, built around the same conviction that our young people already have the ability. And that is our job to make sure that they have the opportunity. But it only works when young people are supported to succeed at who they really are. Connected to culture, family and community, surrounded by people who believe in them. And that is what I saw when I visited Wongatha CAPS in Gibson, just outside Esperance on West Australia's coastline, just last week. Wongatha is a Christian Aboriginal parent-directed co-educational boarding school for Aboriginal students, years 11 and 12. I met young people who come from communities across Western Australia to work out what their future might look like. I played basketball with young Thomas and I hung out with Shalona. For some, home is hundreds or even thousands of kilometres away. They arrived in Wongatha to finish school, to gain some practical skills and to begin taking those uncertain first steps into adult life. The school calls this training for life. It means learning in a classroom, but also learning how to live independently, how to drive, how to work with your hands, and how to find a place in the workplace. It means having a mentor who knows your name, notices when something's wrong and reminds you about what you are capable of. It also means being able to pursue an education without being asked to lose your connection to culture, family or community. And that understanding is shaped in new independent living and recreational facilities I had the privilege of opening on this visit on behalf of our legendary Education Minister, Jason Clare from the Other Place. The Albanese Labor government has contributed $1 million through our capital grants program, with the school making a substantial contribution of its own to deliver the project worth just over $2 million. These are not just new buildings. For students, they are a long way from home. These spaces are where they live, where they spend their time together and learn to manage everyday life as part of their education too. The new facilities will give students a more modern and appropriate place to live and learn, build their confidence and independence and prepare for the next stages of their lives. They will benefit the students at Wongatha today and the generations of students to come. That's what this capital grants program is designed to do. It improves infrastructure for schools and students who may not otherwise have access to capital resources that they need. Across the next 4 years, the Australian Government will invest around $1.1 billion in facilities in non-government schools, including $26.9 million right in Western Australia just this year. But as I said at Wongatha when I was there, it's not the building that delivers a great education, it is what happens inside and the community that is based around it. Back in Perth, I saw the same benefit fill a very, very different room. More than 800 people gathered on Whadjuk Noongar country for the 2026 Madala Ball. Wongatha and Madala may support young people in different ways, but they understand the same very premise. Opportunity is simply not just offered once and then left for a young person to navigate alone. It has been backed by people who understand the distance travelled, the pressures carried, and the importance of staying connected to country and culture along the way. And that is what Madala has done since 2009, supporting First Nations students from regional, rural and remote and disadvantaged communities with scholarships, mentoring and a community that continues to stand behind them. This year marked a decade since Madala's first ball was held, but the night wasn't really just about that milestone. It was about the young people in the room who led those conversations, from music to poetry to the impressive emceeing of the night and their personal stories, each one carrying their own ambitions, their family's hopes, the knowledge and that someone believed in the future was absolutely worth attending and absolutely worth backing. There are many more young people waiting for the same opportunity, and the funds raised in 2023 supported 38 scholarships in secondary schooling. But of the 233 applications received the following year, only 115 young people could be supported. Not because they lacked ability, not because they lacked ambition, there simply wasn't enough to support every one of them and the chance that they deserved. But that tells us that the need is real, and that every sponsor and donor and every government that can make a practical difference to a young person's life absolutely should. And that 115 young people should stay with us. Organisations like Madala and Wongatha can transform lives. But for too long, the weight of closing the national gap has rested on the shoulders of a handful of small organisations doing absolutely exceptional work. Their work should show us that this is possible. The responsibility of government is to take what works and to build it into a system so that the support is determined by the young person's needs, not by luck, not by postcode or whether a scholarship happens to be available. And as our Education Minister Jason Clare said at Garma earlier this month, no education system in the world has closed that gap, but good ones can bend it. And bending it requires more than good intentions. It requires funding based on need, evidence about what works, and the determination to follow a young person's education all the way through. And from their first years of learning to their first real opportunity in life, this is what the Albanese Labor government is doing. If you want to change where a young person finishes, we have to begin where they start. And this is why we are delivering a 3-day guarantee to give every family access to at least 3 days of subsidised early education and care for each child. And for First Nations children, that guarantee is 5 days. This year, as a nation, we've reached an important milestone. More than 95% of First Nations children are now enrolled in preschool in the year before full-time schooling. Closing the gap target 3 has been met. And in 2016, that figure was just 61.3%. Since then, it has dramatically and drastically improved in every state and territory. And that is an incredible piece of work that has flow-on effects for generations. It shows what's possible when governments, community-controlled organisations, educators, families and communities absolutely work together. But we should make no mistake, one milestone is not the end of this journey. A strong start must lead somewhere. It must lead to a child thriving in school, to a teenager finishing year 12, and to a young adult entering training, university and secure work with confidence for who they are and where they come from. Our responsibility here in this place is to make sure that that opportunity meets them at every stage. It stays with them for as long as they need it, and that how education can and must change a life. The progress we have made has shown us that change is possible, that gaps remain, to inform us and tell us that work must continue. And the Albanese Labor government will keep investing in our kids, in their skills for living and in First Nations community-led solutions, so that every young person has the opportunity not only just to imagine their future, but also to build on it. We have closed one gap, but we must close the next, and continue to do the work that is required until a First Nation child's future is shaped not only by the barriers placed before them, but also their ability, their ambition, and also their dreams. Thank you.
Senator Dean Smith.
Deputy President, I rise to acknowledge the life and contribution of a distinguished Western Australian, former member of the Legislative Council, farmer, community leader and lifelong Liberal, Murray Davidson Nixon AO. Murray Nixon was a man whose life reflected the very best traditions of public service in our country. He was not drawn to politics by ambition or ego, but by conviction, by a belief that communities are strengthened when people step forward and contribute. For Murray, service was not theoretical. It was practical, it was constant, and it lasted a lifetime. His story began as many West Australian stories do, on the land, on a family farm at Dalwallinu. That upbringing shaped his character. It instilled resilience, responsibility, and a deep respect for community. Farming is not simply an occupation. It is a discipline of patience, judgment, and endurance, and those qualities would define his approach to public life. After a period working with Powell engineers, Murray returned to agriculture, share farming at Dalwallinu and Kalani before purchasing Callaroo Farm at Mora in 1964 with his wife Meg. Together they built a successful farming enterprise, an Angus stud, later continuing their breeding operations at Gingin. Over the decades, he was involved in farming ventures across Western Australia, from the Kimberley to the South Coast, giving him a breadth of experience and understanding of regional industries that few could match. He loved the land and the life it offered. He had a lifelong affection for his cattle, sheep, and faithful border collies, and away from farming, he enjoyed cars and motor mechanics. One neighbouring farmer fondly recalled riding over to Murray's farm on weekends simply so they could restore and repair old cars together. It was a small story, but one that spoke volumes about Murray's generosity with his time, his patience, and his willingness to share his knowledge with others. But Murray's life was never confined to the farm gate. He believed deeply that strong rural communities depended on participation, and so he showed up again and again across agricultural organisations and community groups. He served in the Farmers' Union as branch president, zone vice president and member of the General Executive. He was active in agricultural societies across the Central Midlands and North Midlands, served the Angus Society of Western Australia and was involved in the Pastoralists and Graziers Association and Central Midland Cattle Breeders Association. He served junior farmers for many years, becoming state president in 1961. He chaired St James Residential College in Mora, receiving a Distinguished Service Award, later became a Justice of the Peace and held leadership roles in organisations including the Country Regions Council of Western Australia and the Gingin Private Properties Group. This long record tells us something simple but profound. Murray Nixon believed in contributing, not occasionally but consistently. He helped because it was simply who he was, not because he sought recognition or reward for doing so. And it was that same spirit that led him to the Liberal Party. Murray was a Liberal long before he entered Parliament. He joined the Dalwallinu branch in 1961, later the Dangaragan branch in 1983. He served as president of the Mora branch from 1964 for many, many years. Over the following decades, he became one of the party's most dedicated organisational leaders in Western Australia. He served 20 years on the Moore Division Executive, including 4 years as President and 5 as Senior Vice President. He served in the O'Connor Division as Secretary, Vice President and President, and later as Secretary-Treasurer of the Durack Division. For a period of almost 40 years, he served on the State Council of the West Australian Liberal Party. For 25 years, he was a member of the State Executive and represented Western Australia on Federal Council for 8 years and served as State Vice President for 7. Those figures alone would represent a remarkable political career, even without elected office. They reflect not just longevity, but loyalty. Murray understood something fundamental about political parties. They are sustained not by headlines or personalities, but by volunteers, by people willing to attend meetings, organise campaigns, mentor candidates, and carry responsibility without recognition. He was one of those people. The Liberal Party recognised his contribution with the Meritorious Service Award in 1991, the Distinguished Service Award in 2005, a Premier's Award, and ultimately life membership of the Liberal Party in 2015, an honour that reflected decades of dedication. His political journey was not one without setbacks. He contested the Senate in 1987 and the Agricultural Region in 1989 before finally being elected to the West Australian Legislative Council in 1993. Those earlier defeats did not weaken his commitment. If anything, they strengthened it. He understood that politics requires patience. From 1993 to 2001, he served 2 terms representing the Agricultural Region, an electorate stretching from Kalbarri to Esperance, and he became a steadfast advocate for regional communities, farmers and rural industries. In Parliament, he chaired the Standing Committee on Constitutional Affairs and Statutes Revision for 8 years. He served on the Joint Standing Committee on the Commission on Government and Select Committees examining native title rights and legislation. His parliamentary contribution reflected his priorities: fairness, accountability and the protection of individual rights, particularly private property rights. Murray believed conviction should always come before conformity. He also believed deeply in the Westminster Parliamentary tradition. In 2001, he represented Western Australia at the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association seminar at Westminster, an opportunity he valued greatly. His speeches in Parliament, from maiden to valedictory, revealed a thoughtful and principled legislator. He spoke about democracy, representation, agricultural competitiveness and respect for institutions with clarity and honesty. Even after leaving Parliament, he remained engaged in public debate and community advocacy, particularly on issues affecting regional landholders and property rights. In 2016, his contribution was formally recognised when he was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia for service to Parliament, to the agricultural sector and to the community of Western Australia. But perhaps the most important aspect of Murray Nixon's legacy lies beyond titles and honours. It lies in his character. Those who knew him consistently described him as a gentleman among gentlemen. He treated everyone with courtesy and respect, always willing to engage openly and without judgment, regardless of their background or point of view. His decency was natural and unassuming. He never sought recognition for the support, encouragement or practical support he offered so many. He also took great satisfaction in encouraging younger men, particularly through working alongside them on the farm or in the workshop, passing on practical skills and the values that had guided his own life. And behind all this stood his family, his beloved wife Meg, his daughters, son-in-laws and grandchildren. They remember him first and foremost as a devoted husband, father, father-in-law and grandfather who made them feel safe, supported and never alone. Public life comes at a cost to families, and Murray never forgot the sacrifices they made or the strength they gave him through his years of service. At its heart, Murray Nixon's life carries an important lesson for all of us in public life. It reminds us that democracy depends not only on elected representatives, but on volunteers, on party members, community leaders and citizens willing to contribute over decades without recognition. It reminds us that politics at its best is a noble calling grounded in service. And it reminds us that the strength of Australia, particularly regional Australia, has always come from people like Murray, practical, principled and generous with their time. At Murray's burial, Christine described him as a true country man with a big heart, strong values and deep respect for the people and the land around him. I cannot think of a more fitting tribute. To his family, I extend my sincere condolences and my gratitude for sharing Murray with the West Australian community for so many, many years. his family, his friends, the Liberal Party and the communities he served are all better because of the life he lived for us. May his example continue to guide those who follow. I commend the life of Murray Nixon to this Senate.
Thank you, Senator Smith, and I will just add my support to those words. I spent many hours with Murray on the Rural Policy Committee, and he was certainly a mentor of mine. So thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Deputy President. It gives me great pleasure to share a win with all migrants and people of colour. When Senator Hanson told me to piss off back to Pakistan, I decided to hold her accountable on behalf of each and every one of us who has been told to go back to where we come from, which the trial judge agreed is a racist trope and a strong form of racism. Now, another 3 judges have joined the first in finding that these comments were indeed racist and breached our racial discrimination laws. The latest ruling is an important win against the forces who would rather see us fighting our neighbours than taking on a system broken by vested interests. Crucially, it means the Racial Discrimination Act is stronger than ever. In the words of the Race Discrimination Commissioner, the court's decision brings much-needed clarity, strengthening protections against racism and helping build a more inclusive Australia, one where we are all safe and respected. He called the ruling particularly important at a time of alarming increases in racism towards migrants. I'm sure many migrants will feel validated that the trial judge was left with, and I quote, "the distinct impression that Senator Hanson would say anything that came to mind if she thought that it would suit her at that time. She had little regard to whether what she said was true or false. Her evidence is generally unreliable." Well, here's the truth. People coming to this country deserve the same safety, happiness, and chance to live a good life as anyone. And it is racist to tell us to go back to where we came from. I know many people watching are proud migrants, just like me. And just like me, I know you are frightened by the surge in anti-migrant and anti-Muslim sentiment and content in the media and online. I'm here to say this simply and very directly. Migrants to Australia should be valued. It doesn't matter one bit where you come from or what work you do. You deserve the same safety, the same happiness, and the same opportunity to thrive as anyone else. We are told migrants are the problem, that people like you and me are to blame for rising rents, crowded hospital waiting rooms, and how hard it is to find a job. These aren't just lies. They're deliberate tactics to distract working people, pitting us against each other, while billionaires and CEOs of corporations like gas companies and supermarkets rake in massive and obscene profits and destroy our planet. This lazy, racist politics from Labour, the Liberals, and One Nation lets them get away without actually offering real solutions. They want people to look at your migrant neighbour with suspicion so that you don't look up and see who is really rigging the system and ripping us all off. Racism doesn't fix a broken system, it protects it. They want us divided because we are powerful when we are together. The power of the people is always so much greater than the people supposedly in power. Back when I was teaching, I would tell my students, the point of a system is what it does. Labour says they believe in climate change, but won't tax gas profits. Labour says they worry about gambling addiction, but won't crack down on advertisers. Labour says they support migrants, but slap us with exorbitant visa fees and keep families apart. Labour says they oppose racism, but won't fund their own national plan to tackle racism. The point of the system is what it does. It is Labor's system that's making life harder. This is why Labor can't stop One Nation, because Labor and their system made One Nation's rise possible. Since the 80s, Labor and the Liberals have been making decisions that have made life harder for ordinary people and easier for big corporations and billionaires. They slashed corporate tax rates and relaxed the rules for big business. They kneecapped unions to keep workers' wages down. They sold off public services like telcos and banks, so now you can't even access essential services without getting ripped off. 40 years later, corporate profits are up, and Australian billionaires are sitting on more than $680 billion, while people struggle to put food on the table. That's the system One Nation is feeding off. The Greens don't take corporate donations that corrupt the Labour Party, and we will always put people over profit. That's why we're not here to keep the bastards honest, we're here to replace them. And speaking of public services, it's time I dropped my nationalisation hit list. And no, I don't just mean breaking up the Merivale pub empire or nationalising Boost Juice or Yochi, though these are some of the suggestions that I've heard around Sydney lately. I mean putting essential services back into public hands. A few decades ago, there was a publicly owned option for the essentials like Telstra, the Commonwealth Bank, and health insurance, run for people, not profit. While people struggle with the cost of living, the cost of housing, the Commonwealth Bank has made an obscene profit of $11 billion. But Labor and Liberal governments sold them off. Why? Because their corporate donors want a piece of the action. Privatization let CEOs and investors rake in massive profits. Then they rewarded the major parties with millions to run their campaigns on power. Now, while mobile networks keep going down, our grocery and power bills keep going up. That's why you keep hearing people talk about privatization, nationalization, and public ownership. People are demanding change, and I'm right there with them. Here's my nationalization and public ownership hit list. Make groceries cheaper by breaking up Coles and Woolies' duopoly. Drive down power bills by expanding publicly owned renewable energy. Give the big banks more competition by setting up a People's Bank to help Australians get a loan. Pair that with a government-owned developer to build good quality homes at a price you can afford, and we'll really be cooking. That's a lot to go on, but there's no way that I would stop there. Early childhood education and care, the telcos, toll roads, and airlines are next. These are businesses who take public money when they're in trouble and pocket the profits in good times. It's time we brought bills down by bringing public services in public hands, so they are run for people, not for profit. But you won't hear that from Labor, because they are and always will be in the pockets of their big business donors. While I'm on things you won't hear from Labor, I want to reflect a moment on their silence, and worse, their crackdown on free speech. For nearly 3 years, students have been on the front lines of the fight for Palestinian freedom, and they have been punished for it. Our universities have become battlegrounds for the basic right to speak out against injustice, apartheid, and genocide. Students have been surveilled, investigated, intimidated, suspended, expelled, and arrested. They have had protests shut down, encampments threatened, and police called on them. And they still refuse to be silent. We saw that courage when Jewish student activist Yasmin Johnson helped organize the first Gaza Solidarity encampment in Australia. And again, when she walked into the Royal Commission and refused to allow the Palestine Solidarity movement to be smeared and silenced. We saw it in Queensland, where Students for Palestine activist Liam Parry was arrested after speaking at a student-organized rally against laws criminalizing Palestine Solidarity slogans. We saw it when Palestinian Australian student Zach Karaniki and the student activist William Sim, were hauled away by police for protesting those same laws. This is the political environment young people are being asked to study in. The People's Inquiry into Campus Free Speech on Palestine documented what this looks like inside our universities. But students have not backed down. So to every student who has organized, marched, occupied, spoken out, and put their own future on the line, thank you. Your courage puts powerful institutions to shame. You have refused silence. You have chosen humanity and solidarity. You are on the right side of history.
Senator McGrath.
Deputy President, Queensland is Australia's most disaster-prone state. Last summer alone, 74 of Queensland's 77 local government areas were impacted by disasters, including 2 cyclones and monsoonal flooding that lasted for 5 months. Communities across my state were devastated. This is not an occasional problem for Queenslanders, it is a fact of life. Under current arrangements, the Commonwealth provides a majority 2/3, 1/3 split of recovering funding to aid communities impacted by these disasters. However, the Albanese Labor government now wants to move towards a 50-50 funding arrangement between the Commonwealth and the states. The Labor government calls this fair. Queenslanders call it something else, because Queensland will be the state most affected by these changes, with support slashed to local councils dealing with floods, fires and storms. And the councils least capable of absorbing these additional costs are the ones expected to shoulder them. Berkshire Council, Doomadgee Aboriginal Shire Council, Carpentaria Shire Council and Mornington Island Aboriginal Council recently travelled to Canberra to warn the government about what this means for remote Queensland. Consider Berkshire. It has a population of around 550 people and generates around $3.5 million a year in rates. The cost of the 2023 floods to the council was more than $211 million, including more than $200 million just to restore roads. A council collecting $3.5 million in rates cannot possibly absorb a substantial additional share of a $200 million disaster bill. In the 2023 floods, communities were without supplies for up to 6 months. The road network was repeatedly cut off. The Burketown airstrip flooded, meaning fixed-wing aircraft could not land, and helicopters became essential for bringing in supplies and evacuating people. The entire town of Burketown had to be evacuated by helicopter. Grazier stock was wiped out. The suffering was imaginable. This is the reality of disaster in remote Queensland. Of course, the Prime Minister is yet to visit this particular shire. Carpentaria Shire tells a similar story. Between 2020 and 2025, it received more than $496 million in federal disaster relief and resilience funding. A 20% shortfall in Commonwealth funding over that period would have represented more than $99 million. Yet Carpentaria's annual rates revenue is only around $9.8 million. These councils simply do not have the capacity to absorb costs of this magnitude. And it's not just the councils in northwest Queensland who are affected. I regularly work with members of the South West Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils. They are just concerned about what this means for them. In just 4 days in March last year, parts of southern and southwestern Queensland had more than their average annual entire rainfall. This caused widespread rainfall, towns like Adavale were evacuated, and recovery efforts don't come cheap. Labor says its reforms will simplify the system and reduce red tape. But administrative reform should not become an excuse for Labor to strip funding from communities. You can make the system simpler without reducing Commonwealth funding. Queensland's Minister for Disaster Recovery, Anne Ley, along with the Christopher LNP government, are standing up against these cruel cuts. Mayors from across Queensland have travelled to Canberra to make their voices heard, and yet their pleas have fallen on deaf ears, Labor aren't interested, and Labor ministers won't even meet with them. The reality is, Labor's funding cuts will result in situations where communities are left stranded, essential infrastructure lies in ruin, and the suffering associated with these disasters is prolonged. Queensland's councils need certainty. The Commonwealth has a responsibility to support Australians when disaster strikes. For communities right across Queensland, that support cannot come with an unfunded bill they simply cannot pay. Queenslanders pay their taxes. They deserve a Commonwealth government that stands with them when disaster strikes, and the current Labor government does not do that. Deputy President, in 1970, the Australian government began deploying troops to protect RAF Base Butterworth in Penang, Malaysia. Over the following 19 years, some 9,000 Australians served as members of Rifle Company Butterworth, or RCB. These troops had the responsibility of protecting the base from communist rebels during the Second Malayan Emergency. They were trained in counterinsurgency warfare, they were deployed with their weapons, issued live ammunition, and given orders permitted the use of lethal force. This was no walk in the park. Yet despite the conditions and risks, the service of RCB veterans has up until this point been classified as peacetime in nature. It is another example of what is wrong with defence in this country. RCB veterans are therefore not entitled to recognition or additional entitlements and compensation bestowed upon other Australian soldiers deployed to foreign combat zones. Meanwhile, New Zealand has got its act together and recognised the 1st Royal New Zealand Infantry Regiment deployments to Butterworth Air Base as operational service. This is a cause that is close to my heart and one that I've spoken about in this chamber on numerous occasions. Because I'm fortunate enough to know a number of RCB veterans from Queensland, and they include Graham Nickelberg, who served as a platoon commander in 1975. I've worked with Graham and his comrades over many years on this issue. These veterans have been fighting for recognition of their service for decades. They have commissioned their own expert advice, provided evidence, appeared before inquiries, and repeatedly made their case to successive governments. And finally, they got the independent review they'd been asking for. In 2023, the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal conducted an extensive inquiry into the service of Rifle Company Butterworth. The tribunal finally examined their service in detail and it reached a clear conclusion. Their service was not peacetime, it was non-warlike, and therefore RCB veterans were entitled to more benefits under the Veterans Entitlements Act. That finding is important, and it offered this government the opportunity to right an historic wrong. Yet I stand here 3 years later and nothing has happened. A classic case of delay, deny and die. Last month, ABC Sunshine Coast reporter Jessica Ross produced a fantastic report into this issue. As part of her investigation, she requested an interview with the Minister for Veterans Affairs, Matt Keogh. Well, the Minister declined to speak to her. Instead, he had a spokesperson do his dirty work. This spokesperson told the ABC that the recommendations of the Appeals Tribunal inquiry were, and I quote, being considered through whole of government processes, end of quote. How absolutely insulting to these veterans. How absolutely insulting to these veterans and their families. There is no shortage of information before the government. There is a shortage of action. These men are getting older and many have died waiting because this government is putting in practice delay, deny and die. And this government should be ashamed. And this is why I say to the Albanese Labor government and the Minister is enough is enough. Rifle Company Butterworth veterans served Australia with courage and distinction, and they deserve better than another round of bureaucratic delays. These men answered Australia's call when their country needed them. The least this government can do is honour its obligations and deserve the recognition and support these veterans have earned. We sleep safely in our beds at night because for generations, men and women have left this country and gone overseas and put their lives on the line. The least that this government can do, the least that Australia can do, is ensure that these men, the RCB veterans, are appropriately recognised for their service.
Senator De Lega.
Thanks, Deputy President. On this side of the chamber, we know that Australians are hard-working people. They get up early, they work long hours, they raise their families, they care for their loved ones, and they volunteer in their communities to do their best to build a better future for themselves and for those around them. Like every generation before them, Australians want the opportunity to get ahead. They want the security of a steady job, a roof over their heads, a place to call their own. They want to be able to access good quality healthcare and the confidence that if they work hard, they can build a good life for themselves. But we know that families have been under pressure. Families have felt the pressure of rising prices during their weekly grocery shops, their mortgage and rents have increased, and energy bills have been stretched and their household budgets have been totally knocked. And that's because of global events, from the conflicts overseas, global uncertainty. It's affecting everybody in everything that we do. And we understand that people are having cost of living pressures because we hear about them and we talk to people in their communities, in our communities, every single day. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is focused on helping Australians with the cost of living. We're building a stronger economy and we're delivering real change. From the 1st of July this year, every Australian received another tax cut. For many families, that means there's a little bit more wriggle room in their budget. Our tax cuts that we're delivering mean more money staying in the pockets of hard-working Australians to help cover their everyday expenses. It has meant some relief at a time when every dollar counts. And at the same time, around 3 million Australians on the minimum wage and award wages have received a pay rise. We're also cracking down on supermarket price gouging and increasing transparency in the grocery sector. Families should not feel like they're being taken advantage of when they're simply trying to put food on the table. Australians deserve the confidence that they are getting a fair deal at the checkout, and we are determined to ensure that the big supermarket chains are held accountable. We're also delivering greater support for families at one of the most important times of their lives. Paid parental leave is expanding. It's giving parents more time with their newborn children and more flexibility to make decisions that best support their family. We support families. As every parent knows that those precious few months are so precious and they can't be taken away and you don't get them back. They're moments that they can never be replaced, and that's why we believe in and we support paid parental leave. For the first time, superannuation is being paid on government-funded paid parental leave, and importantly, super is now being paid at the same time that wages are paid, thanks to Payday Super. These are practical reforms that recognise that that starting a family shouldn't come at the expense of financial security in retirement. And for too long, women have borne the financial cost of gaps in super, and our reforms have created a fairer system and a stronger future for Australian families. We're also strengthening Medicare because healthcare should be available based on need and not based on your bank balance. Labor created Medicare and we'll always protect it. And across the country, our Medicare urgent care clinics are helping Australians receive the care that they need without having to wait in a busy emergency department or to worry about the cost of seeing the doctor. We're also making medicines cheaper. We've cut the cost of the maximum scripts on the PBS to just $25 or $7.70 for concession card holders. These reforms, as well as tripling the bulk billing incentive, where we're seeing record bulk billing rates, are making healthcare more accessible for Australians wherever they live, but importantly, in regional Tasmania, where I come from. And we're also tackling one of the biggest challenges facing our nation, housing. Too many Australians, particularly young Australians, have felt the dream of home ownership just slipping away from them just getting further out of reach. And that's why the Australian dream shouldn't be limited to a fortunate few that can afford it. It should remain within the reach of any Australian willing to work hard and to plan for their future. So when Australians think about, geez, what have we achieved together over the last little time? What is their Labor government helping them with every single day? We're giving lower taxes. We're helping them earn higher wages. We're giving stronger support for families. We're strengthening Medicare, and we're giving a fairer pathway to home ownership. The Albanese Labor government is delivering real change. We're committed to fairness, opportunity, and improving the lives of all Australians.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise today on something that is incredibly pleasurable because unlike the times when we come into this place to talk about colleagues who have passed, and I mean that in the ultimate way, today I want to talk about a colleague who has just retired. My good friend Wendy Askew has been an extraordinary example of what being a great senator is. Wendy has been an extraordinary leader in acting as the whip for the coalition. She has been fair, but also held the Senate, particularly on our side, to a standard, which is important. Australians have never felt more frustrated by the representation and the world that they live in, and I think that Wendy has provided an environment that is civil and smart and organised, and I think that's very important. Wendy came into the Senate just before me. She came in 2019, but being human nature what it is, I assumed that she'd been here for years because she was so well informed and so calm and so prepared, unlike me. But it was only a short time previously that Wendy Askew came into the Senate replacing David Bushby, her brother, which I think is a lovely connection. Wendy was first elected outright in 2022 and became the Chief Whip that same year, which is a big job to take on, as our new Chief Whip is finding out. Wendy came to the Senate experienced in the ways of Parliament and the ways of life. In fact, it was only 4 months before Wendy came to the Senate that she married John. And what an extraordinary partnership they are. Two people who, more than most other couples that I see, are so truly invested in making the world a better place. You know, that think global, act local is something that they, I believe, live by. And whether it's here in their workplaces or in their local community. I mean, Christmas Day feeding people, the work that Wendy's husband John has done through Rotary, through preparing escape kits and various other fabulous pieces of support for families at their worst times of need. I guess too, the fact that Wendy came here with a grown-up family. So her children, Amanda and Thomas, have now had children of their own. And I know that's been a big weight for Wendy, being away from having grandchildren born, and I look forward to having the same grandchildren circumstances in the future. But importantly, that's for my daughter, yes, no pressure, Lucy. Wendy has always attracted extraordinary staff around her, and I think I want to thank all of those people who have done such a great job. She has been a dedicated servant to the community of Tasmania and to the Liberal Party, and I think that is extraordinary, over 20 years of that work. And she has been a true dedicated champion of the values that are important to Wendy and the Tasmanian Liberal Party. But what I really wanted to talk about today is I reflect a lot on what do we actually do in this place? What change do we make? And sometimes it's really hard to find that, to be able to say, I made a difference for that person or that community or for Australia more broadly. And Wendy has genuinely made a difference, because she gets in and does the hard work in the boring things. Well, in the things that certainly don't attract a lot of attention, Senate committee work, the work that she has done, that she has driven, most recently for the epilepsy community across Australia, has changed people's lives. The work that she's done for people in pain, the work she's done for MS, the work she's done for so many of those groups who are so often go unseen and unsupported, and certainly without a federal government overlay of better coordination of funding, of PBS, of whatever it is that we can do to make a change. And so I want to congratulate Wendy on not only serving in this place, but making a very real difference to individuals who sometimes are at the worst part of their lives. So thank you, Wendy. Thank you for being a terrific senator, and thank you for being a very good friend.
Senator Tyrrell.
I want to call out the people of Northern Tasmania, call out to the people of Northern Tasmania. That sounds better, doesn't it? People have shown extraordinary patience while their state government fails them, time and time again. 12 years, everybody. 12 years the Tasmanian Liberals have held power in our state. 12 years to plan for the future, and 12 years to fix the problems of today. And what do we have to show for it? No long-term energy strategy for our industrial base. No certainty for the workers and businesses who depend on it. No vision for how Northern Tasmania grows over the next decade, let alone the next generation. Walk through Bell Bay, Georgetown, Launceston. Talk to the workers, the small business owners, the families who built their lives around our industrial heartland. They aren't asking for handouts. They're asking for a government that shows up. Instead, what have they got? A state Liberal government that let the situation at Liberty Bell Bay drift for a year without leadership, without urgency, until it was too late. We need our state government to take action to support our workers and support investment for our businesses and our industries. And they've had 12 years to do it. Let's not forget it was the Tassie Libs who were so incompetent they built ferries that couldn't even fit the ports they were going to dock in. The Liberals used to be about jobs and growth. Now the state Liberals seem to be about neglect, then deflect. Without a competent state government, Tasmania can't grow. We need Tasmania to boost economic growth and create the rewarding jobs our young people can build a future on. That means the state government pulling its head in and locking in a power deal for Bell Bay Aluminium. It means backing a deeper port at Bell Bay to unlock renewable energy projects. It means reducing red tape for building more housing and fixing our roads. It means getting behind new industries like helium, and it means delivering Marinus Link. So a heavy industry has the cheaper, more secure power it needs to compete and grow. With my amazing colleague Jess Teasdale in the lower house, I've spoken with our small business community directly through roundtables across the north. And the message from them has been very consistent and it has been very clear. They feel let down. They feel like the state government hasn't had their back, not on energy costs, not on infrastructure, not when it mattered the most. You can't govern for more than a decade and still call yourself caught by surprise. This isn't bad luck. It's the result of 12 years of neglect, common thread here, 12 years of neglect, and Tasmanians are the ones paying for it. They deserve better and they know it.
Senator Thorpe.
I assume everyone here loves to eat berries, and giving berries to your children and grandchildren, believing you are giving them something not just yummy, but also healthy. Well, do you know that your beloved blueberries are being sprayed not just with pesticides, but with forever pesticides? Berries, capsicum and broccoli, among other things, are routinely sprayed with a chemical called isocycloserum, and this pesticide breaks down into compounds that are so-called forever chemicals, or PFAS. They are called this because they don't break down in the environment and they actually accumulate in the environment and in our bodies. There is widespread evidence that PFAS chemicals are linked with a range of negative health outcomes such as cancers, kidney diseases, fertility issues and harm to unborn children. Last year, I chaired a Senate inquiry into PFAS chemicals. Its first recommendation was that Food Standards Australia and New Zealand should review the tolerable daily intakes for PFAS against the latest international research and regulatory settings and present a report to this Parliament by the latest October this year. As part of this review, for SANS should reconsider the need to establish regulatory limits on PFAS in food. Of course, like so many important recommendations, the government has not acted on this. You're poisoning our people, our babies, even you, new Labor person. Meanwhile, the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority, the APMA, intends to raise maximum residue levels of Syngenta's isocycloserum pesticide 500-fold. So the chemical company is not reducing the chemicals in our food, they're making it worse. Well, why aren't you talking about it, love? This is increasing rather than limiting or stopping the use of a harmful forever pesticide in our food. The government has a duty of care and should eliminate sources of these harmful chemicals wherever possible, such as through banning the use of existing and new pesticides which contain harmful PFAS chemicals. Instead, this country was the first to approve this pesticide by Syngenta in 2021. It is banned in Europe, where broad bans on PFAS chemicals are being progressed. For comparison, the EU has banned 225 pesticides. Guess how many we've banned? 24. Pesticide use in general is going up. Pesticides have been linked to higher rates of motor neurone disease and Parkinson's, as well as biodiversity loss and reef destruction. 1 to 3 native insects die out every week, and none of these are taken into account when economic benefits and costs are calculated. In fact, APMA is measuring its success not in how much it keeps consumers and the environment safe, but in how many chemicals it can get into the market as quickly as possible. The PFAS inquiry showed wide problems with APMA, relying on company-provided toxicity data rather than independent assessments. And we know that companies, of course, are going to claim that their products are safe. It wouldn't be in their interest to do it any other way. I also need to point out that APMA is the only chemical regulator in the world to be majority industry funded. It is no wonder then whom this is so-called regulator serves. Independent reviews of APMA found very high influence of the engagement with industry over everyone else. Yet the government has not acted on a single concern raised in several reviews. So please know that this government is completely fine with your children and your grandchildren being poisoned with berries, and Albo, it's not very nice.
Senator Whittaker.
Over the past few weeks, I've had the pleasure of meeting with Western Australian women and healthcare providers in a series of women's health forums to better understand their experiences of the healthcare system. They've highlighted the progress that we have made since coming to government, but also highlighted the work that is still to do. I met with Luma, one of Australia's largest not-for-profit organisations specialising in women's health and wellbeing, providing services for women in WA since 1977. Importantly, they run an endometriosis and pelvic pain clinic in Joondalup in the federal seat of Moore, one of the 11 new endo and pelvic pain clinics that we have opened as part of our women's health package. We are really excited that we have now opened 33 of these across the country, 3 in my home state of WA. After a 10-year journey towards my own diagnosis with endo, I understand the importance of being able to access this multidisciplinary care that takes women's pain seriously. Luma also have recently released a really important report called The Voice of 1,000 Women. They surveyed Western Australian women about their experiences with healthcare. It's a really important report because it centres women's voices in the findings. It shows that women's experiences highlight the need for a health policy approach that takes a holistic view of health, recognising that people's healthcare journeys often extend across multiple services and systems. Their research found that 1 in 3 women are not confident in their health knowledge. And when women don't feel equipped with the information they need, they struggle to navigate the healthcare system, understand treatment options, or where to seek support. The report also found that young women self-ranked their mental health the lowest of any other age group, and that it was their top health priority. This finding reflects conversations I've had with young women in our communities who speak about the increasing pressures of study, work, housing, affordability, cost of living, and shows why access to timely and affordable mental health support is so important. It also highlighted that cost remains the biggest barrier for women in accessing the healthcare that they need. No one should have to delay seeking the care that they need because of financial pressure. It's why I am so proud of the work that our government has done to make healthcare more affordable for all Australians. We have reduced the cost of medicines on the PBS to $25, the lowest they have been since 2004. It means women are saving hundreds of dollars a year on the medications that they need. We've added new contraceptives, menopausal hormone therapies and endometriosis treatments to the PBS for the first time in my lifetime, which means that women can access the medicines they need at that lower cost. This week we've seen the bulk billing rates are up at 84%, a truly extraordinary achievement by our government and a reflection of our commitment to making sure that Australians can see the doctor for free. Our Medicare urgent care clinics are now a permanent part of Medicare, providing cost of living relief and timely healthcare support right when people need it. We've also increased Medicare support for long-term contraceptives such as IUDs and implants. And on the topic of mental health, I think this is sometimes one of the hardest conversations to have with people in the community, and it can be particularly tough for women. But our Medicare mental health clinics provide access to free and confidential support without needing a referral. Just a couple of months ago, I was down in the southwest of WA with Emma McBride, the Assistant Minister for Mental Health, announcing that we would open a brand new Medicare mental health clinic and a perinatal mental health clinic in WA's southwest. And I think the report that Luma have released really highlights why that mental health support is so important for Western Australian women. And so the Voices of 1,000 Women report shows that the work we are doing on making healthcare more affordable, and particularly in making mental health care more affordable and women's healthcare services more accessible, is so important. And I am proud to be part of a Labor government that is committed to doing that work, not just in my home state, but right across the country.
Senator Hanson.
Well, the first responsibility of any government is to keep Australians safe. Australians rightfully expect this government to put their safety and our national security above all else. The Albanese Labor Greens government has failed to meet this expectation. Since the government took office, 15 women linked to listed terrorist organisation Islamic State, or ISIS, have returned to Australia. 2 face terrorism and slavery charges and have been released into the community on bail. The government says it offered no assistance to bring these people home, but we know the government met with lobbyists campaigning for their return. Records and handwritten notes on that meeting indicate the minister discussed how a return could be achieved without a formal government undertaking. They indicate he thanked those lobbyists for keeping the matter out of the media. They indicate a department official was asked to leave the room so there could be a frank discussion. We don't know what was said after that official walked out. We don't know what was promised. We don't know whether a pathway was agreed to for the return of others. What we do know is this: the minister blocked the last of these women on national security grounds. A short time later, he issued her a permit to return. His explanation was that the law gave him no choice. That is not good enough. If the minister genuinely believes the law stops him from keeping Australians safe, his job is not to shrug and accept it. His job is to come into this place and change it. One Nation will today introduce a bill to do the job Labor refuses to do. One Nation is acting to keep Australians safe. Labor and their Marxist mates in the Greens claim this bill is unconstitutional. It's ironic that politicians who hate our Constitution suddenly hide behind it. In the end, it's just another convenient excuse to sit on their hands and endanger Australians. If the government has advice the bill is unconstitutional, I challenge them to reveal it. Commentary from prominent legal experts and others, including the former Secretary of the Department, indicate this bill addresses prior constitutional concerns. In the end, only the High Court can make the determination. Australians are sick of the excuses of this government. They are sick of this government passing the buck on protecting the community from terrorism. Let us not lose sight of what we are dealing with here. Islamic State horrified the world. It enslaved thousands of people. It burned captives alive and filmed it. Let us not forget the beheadings that occurred and witnessed a severed head held up by a child of one of these ISIS terrorists. Individuals who left Australia to join this organisation celebrated these acts and actively took part in them. 13 of them are reported to be held in prison in Baghdad. They include Tariq Kemler, otherwise known as Dr. Jihad, who appeared in ISIS propaganda videos urging others to travel to ISIS-held territory or to wage jihad elsewhere. It is reported that he and others who served ISIS may soon be released from custody and may seek to return to Australia. One Nation's legislation is aimed at putting in place every possible barrier to prevent their return and protect Australians. Yeah. It creates a new foreign terrorist fighter exclusion order for which the minister may apply to the federal court. The bill creates stronger bail laws, making community safety and national security the most important factors. The legislation gives the minister the power to refuse, cancel or suspend passports where an exclusion order is in force, or if an individual is charged with or convicted of a terrorism offence. And finally, One Nation's bill makes it an offence to facilitate bringing a foreign terrorist fighter into Australia without the prior written permission of the Foreign Affairs Minister or the Home Affairs Minister. These are sensible and necessary measures. One Nation will never apologise for exploring every possible way to prevent foreign terrorist fighters from returning to Australia. I will never apologise for trying to keep Australia safe. And I am asking the Labor government and the Greens, everyone in this chamber, to actually look at the bill and come to the conclusion it is in the best interest of the Australian people to keep them safe, and do pass my bill.
Yeah. Senator Polley.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to talk about City Mission, which is a place that does so much good work, as most people know, in our communities. But the City Mission proposal for the Launceston Community Precinct is exactly the kind of bold, practical vision Northern Tasmania needs. At a time when too many Tasmanians are facing housing stress, homelessness and the cost of living pressure, this 5-storey multi-purpose precinct will be a genuine game changer for our region. The project will provide 36 supported social and affordable homes for Northern Tasmanians, with 3 residential levels offering safe, secure and dignified accommodation. Just as importantly, the 2 lower levels will bring healthcare, emergency relief, community services, retail, a cafe and shared community facilities together under one roof. This integrated model matters. People experiencing hardship should not have to navigate disconnected systems alone. A welcoming precinct that combines housing, healthcare, food relief, support services and community connection will help people rebuild their lives with stability, dignity and hope. When I visited this precinct, not just because of those services that are going to be provided, but this precinct is in the city, which means the people living in these homes won't need a car, because the reality is too many of them wouldn't be able to afford to run a motor vehicle. So its location is very special as well. And I want to acknowledge and thank the leadership of City Mission, particularly Acting CEO Brian Beswick, General Manager Projects and Partnerships Phil Beeston, and former CEO Stephen Brown, whose leadership and vision have helped bring this proposal forward. This precinct represents more than bricks and mortars. It represents compassion, innovation, and a real commitment to making sure that vulnerable Northern Tasmanians have the support they need, when they need it, and where they need it. Now, further to that, this precinct will have a practical influence and will make lives so much better for those who need their support. Now, we know the great work that's done by city missions around the country. They provide amazing service, support, and assistance for people who are going through tough times. The reality is no one, including people who have the privilege to sit in this chamber, no one knows what tomorrow is going to bring. Not for you as an individual, and not for your family, not for your friends, and not for your neighbours. So what City Mission helps to do as well is to break down stigma and the barriers for people to be able to engage and to rebuild their lives, which in turn helps to build a stronger community, one that we all can live in. Now, City Mission also provide currently Mission Health. That is an opportunity for people who are doing it rough, living on the street, homeless people, to go and get medical care. They have a nurse practitioner that leads that service, and they're open to ensure that people have the opportunity to get that medical assistance that they need when they need it. They also have a GP that gives their time as well. Now, people who are living on the street and have been for some time, you would understand that their health deteriorates. It does. The other issue that is a barrier for people reaching out to get medical assistance is building that trust and rapport. So this service provides all of those things. Just like I feel comfortable going to see the same GP. I get thrown when a GP retires, and you've got to then start working through another GP. And it's no different. In fact, it's even more important that people who are living it rough, the most vulnerable in our communities, has the support, the medical assistance that they need.
Thank you, Senator Polly. We'll now proceed to 2-minute statements. Is it? Brockman, you have the call.
Well, Labor has no clue about managing the economy and absolutely no clue about small business. When I look around in the chamber here, I see 3 senators around me who have direct experience of working with or working in small business. Senator Little, Senator Kovacic, Senator Sharma. And I myself have a background in small business, both on a family farm and in working in and for other small businesses, because working in and around small business is the engine room of the Australian economy, and it is an engine room that is currently being devastated by this government and its union-centric policies that are driving the economy underwater, hurting every small business person, sending inflation skyrocketing, which punishes everyone, lowering every single Australia's standard of living, and making it just so much harder for small business in Australia to get ahead. That's why the Coalition does have a plan, including increasing the instant asset write-off to $50,000 per annum. $20,000, Labor's meagre effort, doesn't even buy you a basic ute these days. It certainly doesn't upgrade any significant piece of equipment in Australian small businesses. The Liberal Party, the Coalition, back in government, will increase that to $50,000, and hopefully that's just the start. We want to see that threshold even higher, because we know that small business is the engine room of the Australian economy.
Senator Little.
Well, thank you. Earlier today, the Leader of the Opposition, Angus Taylor, convened a roundtable at Parliament House on Labor's private health insurance changes. It wasn't a partisan meeting. Around the table were the AMA, Catholic Health Australia, Members Health Fund Alliance, National Seniors Australia, Patients Australia, Private Healthcare Australia, Ageing Australia, the Royal Australian College of Physicians and COTA, experts in their field. When major health and aged care peak bodies in the country turn up to warn you about the same policy, that's not politics. That's the health system itself telling the government it's got it wrong. Labor wants you to believe this is a minor technical adjustment, a fairness measure. Intergenerational equity, it is not. It is an accounting trick, dressed up as reform. We've seen that before. And we now have real evidence the government's own modelling is wrong. COTA's research found 82% of older Australians oppose this change, and more than a third say they will downgrade or cancel their cover if it goes ahead. That is a far higher drop-out rate than the government has modelled, and tellingly the government still refuses to release its modelling publicly. What have you got to hide? On intergenerational equity, it's a nonsense argument. It's younger Australians who will pick up the tab when older Australians drop private health cover and end up in a public hospital bed. And what we heard at the roundtable is this policy is likely to accelerate the collapse of private maternity services in this country. So a policy attack on older Australians is on track to hit young families having babies too. If that's not a multi-generational failure, I don't know what is. Labor's not listening, it's not looking, and it's not providing its modelling because it's got something to hide.
Thank you, Senator. Your time's expired. Senator Green.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to express my deepest sympathies with the people of Colombia following the devastating earthquake that struck their country. The scale of the tragedy is heartbreaking. Hundreds of lives have been lost, many more people have been injured, and thousands of families are facing the destruction of their homes and communities. Our thoughts are with all of those who have lost loved ones, those who have been injured or displaced, and the emergency workers and volunteers continuing the difficult work of searching for survivors who are sadly still missing. To Colombian Australians, and particularly those anxiously waiting for news from family and friends, we stand with you during this incredibly difficult time. For Australians currently in Colombia, I encourage you to continue to monitor Smart Traveller, follow the instructions of Colombian authorities, and to stay in contact with your family and loved ones where possible. Australians requiring consular assistance can contact the Australian Embassy in Colombia. For urgent assistance, the Australian Government's Consular Emergency Centre can be reached from overseas. This tragedy comes only weeks after the devastating earthquake in neighbouring Venezuela. Following those earthquakes, the Albanese government committed $2 million in humanitarian assistance to help provide emergency food, shelter, water, sanitation, medical care and other essential support. That assistance is being delivered through trusted international partners, including the Red Cross and the United Nations World Food Programme. Australia stands with the people of our region and our international partners in times of crisis. Today, we extend our deepest condolences to the people of Colombia, to the Colombian community here in Australia, and to everyone affected by this terrible disaster.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. We are in the middle of enormous changes to the way that disability support works in Australia. The government is gearing up to significantly cut the NDIS, all the time assuring us that there will be wraparound, alternative, foundational supports that will keep pace and that will enable disabled people to live safe and well. Well, one of these foundational supports outside of the NDIS is the disability support pension. Despite all of this talk, however, about strong wraparound foundational supports, one of the most discriminatory features of the DSP remains untouched: the partner income test. Now, under the current system, the income of a disabled person's partner can reduce or even completely remove their DSP. And I ask you to think about what that means in practice. A disabled person can face a financial penalty simply for falling in love, for moving in with their partner, for getting married, for goodness sake. This can quite easily lead to becoming financially dependent on your partner. And for disabled people experiencing family and domestic violence, that financial dependency can make it substantially harder to leave an unsafe relationship. No one should have to choose between financial security and having a partner. No one should have to choose between getting married or having an income that they may rely on to live. Now is the time to fix this, to ensure disability supports outside the NDIS are not discriminatory. Disabled people should not have their financial independence impacted by who they love.
Thank you,
We
Senator.
need disabled
Your time has
marriage equality.
expired. Senator Dominion.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. There aren't that many 21-year-olds who are following things in here that closely. Perhaps apart from Senator Walker, who's 22. But my 21-year-old niece, Maddie, is a nurse, and she's super excited about the paid prac payments that our government has brought into this country. As you will have heard a few times in the chamber, we've talked about and celebrated the fact that the Albanese Labor government is expanding the Commonwealth paid prac payment to people training in additional frontline health professions. And that is because the healthcare workforce is so important to our country. The government is expanding the paid prac payment to an additional round of eligible students studying courses such as clinical psychology, physiotherapy, speech pathology, radiography, pharmacy, audiology, podiatry. Nursing students in particular, who, as I said, take a particular interest in because of my niece, are required to undertake a minimum of 400 hours of prac and up to 1,500 hours, which is equivalent to working almost 75% of the year for free. So this payment is really important. For that commitment, many students have to give up paid work, and they do, and many have to move away from home. So this payment makes a real difference to them, not only to survive while studying, but to encourage them to train, learn and to be a part of the healthcare system that we so desperately need and will continue to need into the future. This paid prac provides financial support to help students while they undertake the training. And as we know, it already also covers eligible teachers, midwifery and social work degrees. To many students, being affected by placement poverty is something that is a barrier to studying these courses, and they are forced to choose between paying rent and completing mandatory qualifications. So I like to celebrate the paid track payments.
Senator, your time's expired. Senator Brockman, and my apologies.
Well, they're at it again. The radical animal activists are stirring up their inner city lefty lovies to attack Australia's cattle trade. And we've seen this before, we've seen the playbook before. Contrary to all the evidence, contrary to the facts, contrary to the science, they attacked the live export trade in sheep and with the help of the Labor government had it closed down, and they're at it again, attacking our live cattle trade. Contrary to the science, contrary to the facts, contrary to the evidence that we not only export cattle, we export the highest animal welfare standards in the world. Well, they can try, but I know farmers are willing to fight. Farmers are up to the fight. They will defend their livelihoods. They will defend their track record in delivering high-quality protein to the world. And I'll be standing right there beside them as they take up that fight, because we know that this Labor government will roll over for a few preferences in any inner city seats. They did it once before, they did it to the sheep industry, they'll do it again to the cattle industry. So we need to stand up, we need to be heard, we need to defend our northern cattle trade, and we need to make sure that Labor hears that message loud and clear. So I'll let those radical activists get stuck in to their tofu burgers. I'll get stuck in to defending regional Australia. Go online, sign my petition, support our wonderful cattle industry.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bell.
The Albanese Labor government's utter incompetence when it comes to their management of the economy is on full display this week with their total bundling of the widow tax disaster. Australians who lose a husband or a wife should not have to wonder whether the taxman is waiting behind the undertaker, but here we are thanks to this Labor government. Australians going through a divorce should not discover that transferring a jointly owned property has suddenly changed its tax treatment. And here is the extraordinary part. Labor knew this was a problem, and I know they know, and I know they knew because we told them. Everyone told them. Senator Pocock told them. The government itself admitted it had been aware of the issue, and then you passed the legislation anyway. Why? Because fixing that problem would have ruined your politics, and it would have ruined your trick. What's the trick? Present legislation that is so fundamentally flawed that anyone with any common sense would oppose it, which is what we did, and then you stand up and you misrepresent the truth and you say One Nation voted against the worker, and we moved a motion to carve out tax cuts for workers, which you could have supported and passed anyway, but you chose not to because it would have exposed your trick. And that arrogance is a habit with this government. One Nation opposed your tax grab. We opposed your broken tax changes. We warned the Labor government about the failures of this budget before you went ahead and rammed it through. Government should never be about clever political traps and cheap headlines. It should be about getting the law right and putting the Australian people first. Yeah. And your continued attempts to gaslight the Australian people when it comes to the truth of what actually occurs is shameful. Just admit you got it wrong. You can't do it, just like the Prime Minister can't even admit that he made a mistake when he insulted the Japanese Prime Minister. The Labor government needs to start admitting its mistakes and correcting them.
Thank you, Senator. Your time's expired. Senator Antic.
Yes, thank you. Every 5 years, the Australian government demands, I might say under threat of daily fines, that you hand over your intimate details of your life, like who you live with, what you earn, your beliefs, and now, of course, questions about your identity and sexual orientation. Well, last night was that night. The census has really now become another tool of an overreaching administrative state. This is not neutral data collection, it's compulsory. Refuse and the state comes after you with penalties. That's the opposite of a free society. We've seen this pattern before. In 2016, the ABS tried to keep names and addresses longer and create permanent linkage keys so your census record could be matched across government databases. The principle remains true. Once the state holds data, the risk of misuse, function creep or future abuse never fully disappears, no matter what the reassurances are. And it's not just privacy concerns. The form itself is being politicised. Questions that blur biological sex with subjective identity or frame religion in a way that suits particular agendas turn what should be a statistical exercise into a cultural one. In fact, in last night's census, question 8 asked, what is my recorded sex at birth? And question 9 then went on to ask, what's my gender? Well, sorry, what? What do you mean? Then question 57 asked, how do I describe my sexual orientation? Why does the government need to know that? Good data for planting roads or hospitals doesn't require treating every citizen as a data point under compulsion. The census should return to its proper restrained purpose, a simple, anonymised snapshot, not a vehicle for expanding state power or advancing social experiments. Australians deserve the freedom to keep their personal lives private, and the government, well, it has no business asking some of these questions.
Oh, thank you. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Albanese government's expansion of the Commonwealth paid prac payment. You shouldn't have to choose between paying the bills and graduating. That's a principle this government backs with real money, not just hot air. It's already easing the load for student teachers, nurses, midwives and social workers. A few weeks ago, the Prime Minister announced this support will extend to 10 further disciplines: clinical psychology, physiotherapy, speech pathology, paramedics, audiologists, podiatrists, radiographers, pharmacists, occupational therapists. That is an incredible list of people. Eligible students will receive around $340 a week to help cover food and transport while they are on placement. This reform matters to every student, but particularly for students travelling in regional Australia. In electorates like Mallee, where I grew up, and Nichols, an allied health shortage is not just data or just a policy paper. It's a family waiting months to see a physio or driving hours just to see a psychologist. Paid prac removes a real barrier that is stopping students from finishing their studies and going on to build careers in regions that need them most. Expanding paid prac sends a strong message. Labor understands that essential health services are more than just saving lives. If we look at something like a hip replacement, the surgery itself is essential and life-changing, but it's allied health professionals who get people back to living their lives, back to work, back to gardening, back to their grandchild's birthday party. The Albanese government values the critical work of these health professionals, and Australians need these health professionals in our communities. It's why we're delivering real help to get them through their degrees and into the job where they can make a real difference in everyday Australians' lives.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I've written to the Gold Coast City Council to urge them against privatising the management of the city's public pools, to stop their plan to sell off this community asset to the highest bidder. The public swimming pool is a beloved and essential part of Queensland life. As a former competitive swimmer, I've spent countless hours training and competing in public pools all over the state. It's where we teach our kids to be water safe. It's where we learn to swim and to compete against our friends. It's a thriving hub of community life where people build connections with each other. Privatisation risks all of this for thousands of Gold Coast residents. And instead of delivering all revenue back to the council, a private company will get to skim off the top. I join the community in fighting against this plan. Queenslanders disagree about a lot of things, but one thing we all agree on is that we hate government selling off our assets. The Bligh Labor government sold off ports, rail and other infrastructure, and Queenslanders booted them out of power. The Newman LNP government took an asset sale plan to the 2015 election and copped one of the biggest electoral defeats in Australian history. Privatisation has failed. When we sell off public assets to private interests, we rob communities of their control over those services, outsourcing decision-making to unaccountable corporations whose sole goal is making money for other people. Costs go up, quality falls and accessibility declines. Yet Australian governments are addicted to privatisation. They'd rather sell off the family silver than tax the billionaires and the big corporations making record profits out of this cost of living crisis. Enough of this. It is time to take back what we own.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mario Smith.
Oh, well, thank you, Acting Deputy President. This week marks Kidney Health Awareness Week, a disease that affects some 2.7 million Australians. 1 in 7 Australian adults is directly affected by kidney disease. And behind that figure are people whose lives are shaped by dialysis, by specialist appointments and the uncertainty that comes with chronic illness. These are families who have had to put travel plans on hold, had their careers interrupted and rebuilt their everyday routines around their treatment. Kidney disease doesn't just affect the person diagnosed, it reshapes the lives of everyone around them and everyone who loves them. I've seen firsthand the toll that chronic illness takes on the people I love. I've seen the relentless routine of managing symptoms, physical and emotional isolation, and the difficult trade-offs between medical appointments over social connections. Living with chronic disease is about far more than managing a medical condition. It affects one's independence, their relationships, employment, financial security and well-being. Kidney disease is one of Australia's fastest growing chronic health conditions, with more than 1 million additional cases recorded over the past decade. This makes it one of Australia's fastest growing and most costly health challenges. Earlier this year, Kidney Health Australia released Kidney Code Red, the response, outlining a roadmap to improve kidney health across Australia. The Albanese Labor government has also announced cheaper PBS medicines for around 65,000 Australians living with chronic kidney disease, meaning that these Australians will pay no more than $25 per script. These are all important changes, but there is more to do. And I want to thank Kidney Health Australia for its outstanding advocacy in ensuring the voices of people living with kidney disease continue to be heard.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Dowling.
Acting Deputy President, and as you know too well, apparently investment in Tasmania is something the Rockcliffe Liberal government and their federal colleagues claim to support, right up until somebody actually invests. At Rushy Lagoon, a $142 million project will combine farming and forestry, support more than 190 jobs and produce local timber to build Australian homes. And the Rockcliffe government response? A parliamentary inquiry. Because why welcome 190 jobs when you can welcome months of committee hearings? Rushy Lagoon has already been foreign-owned for 30 years and for sale for a decade. The land proposed for forestry is classified by Rockcliffe's own government as Class 5 and 6, certainly not prime agricultural land. Nearly 22,000 hectares of farmland is not disappearing. Only 9,000, about 41%, is proposed for softwood plantations. The remainder will include new agriculture and critical land restoration. The Liberals also claim that taxpayers are, quote, bankrolling this sale. What they, of course, admit is the Clean Energy Finance Corporation's $69 million is an equity investment expected to earn a commercial return. The other $73 million is private investment, something Tasmania desperately needs. And what is the alternative? Nothing. No alternative investor, no alternative project, nothing waiting in the wings. They're comparing $142 million investment to a mythical investment that's yet to reveal itself. They claim to support forestry, investment and jobs, but when all three arrive, they kick investors in the teeth. Prospective investors will now ask, if I invest in Tasmania, am I next? Northern Tasmania needs jobs and investments, not committees with clipboards and red tapes. The Tasmanian Liberals should stop manufacturing uncertainty and start backing Tasmania.
Thank you, Senator, for your contribution. Senator David Pocock.
Aussie whistleblowers continue to wait for reform. They continue to be prosecuted and suffer under a broken system, a system we were promised would be overhauled. Before the 2022 election, this government promised to fix the Public Interest Disclosure Act. In 2023, we got minor tweaks and an assurance the real reform would follow. An exposure draft landed last September, but 11 months on, there is no bill. There is no whistleblower protection authority, still not a dollar for whistleblowers to get legal advice or well-being support. The examples of how important whistleblowers are continues to mount. The current saga around KPMG largely follows disclosure from a brave whistleblower. These have been fundamental to uncovering misuse of confidential information and broad misconduct. Jeannie Marie Blake volunteered evidence to the Robodebt Royal Commission. She alleges that she was threatened, but the Commonwealth argues her evidence wasn't protected. That gap in protection is a huge problem. Richard Boyle exposed unethical debt recovery at the tax office, was vindicated by inquiry after inquiry, and yet was subject to criminal prosecution by this government and conviction. And tonight, Julia Delaforce will launch a book that details her experience being sexually harassed at knife point on a defence base in 2010, and then having an NDA silence her until last year. This simply is not good enough. It's time for the government to act on 3 reforms. Reform the PID Act, establish a whistleblower protection authority, and bring in a broad wind-back of NDAs. This should all be done this year, and the current Attorney-General needs to pick up the great work done by former Attorney-General Mark Dreyfus and just get on with it.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Last Thursday, a 56-year-old man intentionally ran down 2 12-year-old boys in Mildura's Langtree Mall with his Ford Ranger. This was a violent attack by a grown man on 2 children. They were seriously injured, one airlifted to the Melbourne Children's Hospital. But we haven't seen the condemnation this heinous crime demands. Instead, people online are calling the attacker a hero, encouraging more violence and offering to buy the man a beer. Why? Because the victims are Aboriginal children, something every news outlet except National Indigenous Times failed to mention. Major outlets like 10 News are allowing this violence to be celebrated on their social media pages, benefiting from the clicks. No one should see violence against their children or community being celebrated or joked about. In this country, racism is real. It's rising. And it's leading to real violence. We heard repeatedly during the racism inquiry, the racism we experience on our streets and online is turning towards real violence, and nothing is being done to stop it. This was a brutal, racist crime committed against 2 children. This government needs to act to protect our people from harm. Labor must commit to implementing all the recommendations from the racism inquiry once they receive the report. And my heart goes out to those 2 12-year-old boys, their families and community.
Senator Smith.
Happy 50th birthday to the Hyden branch of the Liberal Party in Western Australia. On the 13th of August 1976, Theo Marshall decided that simply casting a vote was not good enough. Determined to have a greater say in the future of our party and our state, he established the Hyden branch on his own initiative right in the heart of National Party territory. It was a bold move, but Theo believed the wheat belt deserved a strong Liberal voice, and history has certainly vindicated that decision. I also pay tribute to inaugural Vice President Brian Mayfield, who later served an extraordinary 32 years as the branch president. Together, Theo and Brian built one of the Liberal Party's longest-serving and most respected regional branches. Despite being almost 350 kilometres from Perth, the Hyden branch has consistently influenced party policy and ensured the voices of regional West Australians are heard. So powerful is the reach of the Hyden branch that in July 2016, 2 members of the Hyden branch travelled to Cleveland, Ohio, to attend the International Democratic Union executive meeting held alongside of the United States Republican Party, representing Western Australian Liberals amongst centre-right political leaders from around the world. The Hyden branch is proof that commitment matters more than geography, and that dedicated local members can make a lasting contribution to our party. Congratulations to everyone who has contributed over the past 50 years, and may it continue to thrive for many decades to come as a beating heart of the Liberal Party in National Party territory.
Thank you, Senator Dean Smith. Senator Polley.
Well, recently the Labor Party celebrated its 50th ALP National Conference in Adelaide, and the Australian Labor Party, with the Albanese Labor government, has reaffirmed its core Labor principles. If you work, you deserve fair pay, you deserve dignity and a secure retirement. For too long, workers in this country, particularly those under the age of 18, have been excluded from superannuation guarantee unless they met limited hours-based requirements. This has meant that too many young people, often starting their very first job, learning the value of work, have missed out on retirement savings they have earned and that compounded interest associated with superannuation. This reform is especially significant for young workers in industries where the SDA union have had a long and strong campaign and a persistent voice to give young workers what they deserve, access to superannuation.
Senator statements has expired. We are going to move to question time, and I will acknowledge immediately, I draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence in the chamber and upstairs the parliamentary delegation from the National Parliament of Timor-Leste, led by the President, Her Excellency Ms Maria Fernanda-Ley. On behalf of all senators, we wish you a warm welcome to Australia, and in particular to the Senate. And with the concurrence of honourable senators, I invite the President to take a seat on the floor of the Senate. And Minister Wong.
If I may just join with you, President, in saying to our friends from Timor-Leste, bem-vindo to the Senate, and to Her Excellency, the President of the National Parliament. We welcome you to Australia with your delegation. We're very honoured to have you here. Our friendship is long and deep, and our future together is bright.
Senator Dean Smith.
And Madam President, we extend our warmest greetings and hospitality to your family who lives in Perth, Western Australia. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Labor's new trust tax is forecast to rip $4.5 billion from Australians, and religious leaders are now warning it could strip vital funding from charities that feed the hungry, house the homeless and care for the vulnerable. Will the Prime Minister guarantee that distributions from discretionary trusts to registered charities and tax-exempt not-for-profits, including faith-based charitable groups, will be exempt from Labor's 30% tax?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senator for the question, and I thank him for the opportunity to confirm that the government will continue to consult in relation to a range of implementation details around the minimum tax on trusts, and that includes the appropriate arrangements for donations and distributions to charities and other tax-exempt entities, including religious groups. It is good practice for these sorts of implementation details to be the subject of consultation. That is what the government is engaging in, and the government is working through the feedback in the usual way. I would make the point, the overarching purpose of the government's tax reforms are to deliver real change and to make the tax system fairer for working Australians and to help more young people realise the dream of home ownership. As I have outlined to this chamber previously, the tax reforms are designed to better align the way income is the treatment of income earned from work compared to income derived from assets. And that is because we understand that the vast majority of Australians make a living through work, through the work that they do, the labour they provide to the economy. That is how they provide for their family, that is how they put food on the table, and we believe it is important to better align the income tax treatment of income generated from work as compared to income derived from assets. I acknowledge that the issues you have raised in relation to charities have, I think, been publicly reported. And I'm sure that the Treasury will work through that in consultation.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Smith, first supplementary.
Thank you. While the government consults, the Albanese government is already banking $4.5 billion from this tax, but has not disclosed how much it will strip from charitable giving. How much funding will charities lose, and who does the Prime Minister expect to feed, shelter and care for vulnerable Australians when those donations disappear?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, there's quite a few assertions in that question with which I don't agree about the consequences of these tax changes. I would say to you that I'm advised that the government has made amendments to ensure deductible gifts and donations reduce capital gains that are subject to the minimum tax to maintain tax incentives in relation to charitable giving. I'm also advised that when it comes to trusts, the budget itself made clear the minimum tax would not apply to charitable trusts. In addition, donations to organisations with DGR, that is deductible gift recipient status, will continue to be tax deductible for discretionary trusts. This means that those arrangements continue as in the tax deductible way that they have previously. So I would encourage the senator not to make assertions which are not correct.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you very much. Minister, Principal Lawyer Mark Fowler of Fowler Charity Law has estimated Labor's changes could cost charities and not-for-profits $2.9 billion over 5 years. That is money that would otherwise be used to feed families, shelter the homeless and care for vulnerable Australians. Why is Labor prepared to take food off people's tables and strip support from vulnerable Australians simply because these charities helping them are faith-based?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
That is not the case. And I refer you to the answer I gave in relation to your previous question, and I would encourage you and those you are advocating from to engage with the consultation process in relation to implementation, but recognise that the government has made clear that its position in relation to deductible gifts and donations continues. So, we are big believers in the important work of Australian charities. We are backers of this sector as well. And I would make the point that under this government, we are making it easier for more organisations to get a deductible gift recipient status as well, with a new community charity category and a streamlined system. So eligible charities get tax deductible status in months instead of years. So these are changes that the government has made, and I'd encourage you not to make assertions which are not correct.
Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. On 1 July, the Albanese government cut income taxes for every Australian taxpayer and will cut them again next year. We also delivered pay rises for around 3 million Australian workers and payments for 2.6 million Australians who need them most. Why has the government chosen to prioritise cost of living relief for working people, and how has responsible economic and budget management made that possible?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Ghosh for that question. It's an important question about how the government has been managing the budget in a way that allows us to provide that really important cost of living help to households, including in the good state of WA. As we heard yesterday, there's some welcome news from the Reserve Bank to hold interest rates steady at 4.35%. This is, I think, a decision that households right around the country will have welcomed yesterday, and it's off the back of headline inflation being down for the third consecutive month in the latest data, and trim mean inflation holding steady, higher than we would like and certainly for longer than we would like, but some welcome news yesterday from the bank. But in conjunction with the decisions we've made in the budget, where we have found savings, significant savings, that allow us to repair the budget over time, to lower the debt and to lower the interest on that debt, but also be able to make sensible and important investments into cost of living help, as Senator Ghosh asked. So a tax cut for every taxpayer this year and next, cheaper medicines, record hospital funding in our agreements with the states, record education funding, again in our agreements with the states, supporting improvements and increases in wages to get wages moving again after a decade of wage stagnation, investing in important investments in social and affordable housing and helping first home buyers with that 5% deposit scheme that has been so enormously successful. Relief for students with free TAFE, slashing student debt and expanding paid prac with some recent announcements in that regard, and making sure we're doing everything we can to keep prices at supermarkets as low as they should be.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh, first supplementary.
Minister, you referred to a decade of wage stagnation, and this government has supported 5 wage increases for our lowest paid workers since 2022, benefiting those who rely on the minimum and award wages the most. How is the Albanese government helping Australians earn more, and why is lifting wages central to easing cost of living pressure?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Ghosh for the supplementary. As Senator Ghosh outlined, we have advocated very strongly to the Fair Work Commission for economically sustainable wage rises for Australia's minimum and award wage workers, many of whom are in lower paid roles and are often hit hardest by cost of living pressures. The recent decision by the Commission to increase the national minimum wage and modern awards by at least 4.75% has delivered a real wage increase from July 1 for about 3 million Australian workers around the country. And this means, for the first time ever, a full-time worker on the national minimum wage will earn over $1,000 per week. And I know my colleagues have had a bit to say about this today, but also legislation to lock in our 15% pay rise for early educators, while strengthening safety requirements for services, has also been important. Again, wage issues that had been ignored for too long by those opposite when in government.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh, second supplementary.
One of the cost of living measures in our responsible economic management is the expansion of paid parental leave to a full 6 months, with superannuation paid on top. How is the Albanese government delivering this expansion for families, and what does it mean for Australia's economic security?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Ghosh for that supplementary as well. And there were important changes that came into effect on July 1 this year. So parents will have more time with their new baby, or if they're adopting a child, and they'll be able to access up to 26 weeks of paid parental leave, giving families that more time at home at that really important time for families. More money. Parents receiving paid parental leave will receive a higher rate from the 1st of July, increasing to more than $1,000 a week. And parents have also received super on their paid parental leave since 1st of July last year, and more people will be eligible for PPL because the eligibility limits, annual income limits, have risen. This is really important changes to the PPL system, recognising the families at that time, when they're adding a new member to their family, can get that increased support, both in time available but also in the amount that they are financially supported during that time.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston.
you very much, President. My question is to the Minister for Women, Senator Gallagher. In April 2022, the then opposition leader, Anthony Albanese, made a solemn promise to the Australian people. He said, "Early today, I made a mistake. I am human, but when I make a mistake, I'll fess up to it and I'll set about correcting that mistake. I won't blame someone else. I'll accept responsibility. That's what leaders do." Minister, when the Prime Minister gestured towards his own chest to describe a female Prime Minister's body during a crude exchange comparing her to Pamela Anderson, does the Prime Minister's refusal to accept responsibility for that conduct confirm to Australians that the Prime Minister will say one thing before an election and something else afterwards?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I don't know who handed you that question, Senator Ruston, but if it was me, I might have politely declined. I'm very proud to work for a Prime Minister who has put women's economic security front and centre of a federal government for the first time ever. I am very proud to work for that leader. I work with him every day. I work with him across my portfolios, including in the Ministry of Women. And I know that this is a leader that always stands up for women and always respects women.
Please resume your seat. I'll just bring the order. Order across the chamber. Order. The Minister is entitled to be heard in silence. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. The Prime Minister is a leader that always prioritises addressing gender inequality and unfairness for women when he sees it, and always respects women in his both in the decisions he takes and in the engagements he has. And I am proud to work for him. I think there's been a lot of discussion, and I can see those opposite, of course, not focused on the issues like cost of living, like helping households.
Minister Gallagher. Order. Minister McCarthy.
I'm finding it very difficult to hear the amazing words of my colleague.
Order. Senator Henderson, which bit of order does not apply to you? I've asked that the Minister be heard in silence. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. A Prime Minister who's overseen a caucus where more than 50% of the caucus members are women, where the Cabinet of Australia for the first time ever is 50% women, when areas of government like foreign policy, law, finance, housing, social services, you name it, women are leading the portfolios, and that is because of this Prime Minister. If you look in...
Thank you. Order. Order across the chamber. Order. 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 Order on my right. Order. Senator Henderson, resume your seat. Order. Senator Henderson.
Madam President, a point of order on direct relevance. Will the Minister for Women apologise for the Prime Minister's disgusting behaviour?
Senator Henderson, almost every question time I remind you that it is not your opportunity to call a point of order and make a statement. There is no point of order. Please continue, Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And the record of achievement of this Prime Minister in investments in women's safety, in investments in housing support for women, in areas like income support, single parenting payment, Commonwealth rent assistance, in wages, in aged care, early education and care.
For answering has
I
expired.
could go on.
Senator Ruston, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, President. The Prime Minister has previously apologised unequivocally for the disrespectful comments he made about Kylie Minogue. Minister, why does the Prime Minister believe some conduct that demeans women deserves an apology, while gesturing at his own chest to describe a woman's body does not?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Gallagher.
Well, thank you. And the Prime Minister has dealt with this both. Well, he has. As much as it's inconvenient for you, Senator Ruston, the Prime Minister.
I'm sorry, Minister Gallagher. Please resume your seat. Senator Ruston was given the respect of asking her question in silence. The minute I called the minister, the interjections began again. You are to listen in respectful silence, or I invite you to leave the chamber. Minister Gallagher, please continue.
So the Prime Minister has dealt with the issues that are raised by Senator Ruston, and I will go on to say, in addition to the other areas where I've spoken about the Prime Minister's record of achievement, another area where I think in time, when people reflect back, they will see a Prime Minister who for the first time ever in this country has prioritised women's health on the pill, in endometriosis, in pelvic pain, in menopause, in all of the areas that when you had a decade in government you did nothing. Didn't list the modern contraceptive pill for 30 years, a modern menopause pill for 20 years. This Prime Minister has done both and put your record to shame. I could go on. There are other areas where women's policy has been prioritised for the first time, and all of us are proud to work with him.
Thank you. Order! I'm sorry, Senator Ruston. I would appreciate it if your own front bench came to order. Senator Ruston, second supplementary.
Minister, as the minister responsible for the status of women in this country, do you accept that a gesture of that kind, made as part of that conversation, was demeaning to women? And if so, what conversation have you had with the Prime Minister about the standard he sets for how women in this country can expect to be spoken to?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Gallagher.
Well, as you've heard in my public comments where I have been asked about this, and I was extensively yesterday, I indicated that the comments made by the Prime Minister have been misinterpreted and misreported and weaponised by his political opponents. What a surprise. Now, as the Minister for Women in this country...
I'm sorry, Minister. Please resume your seat. Order.
Please making the point that you are making, which is that interjections are disorderly.
Minister Gallagher, please continue.
The record of this Prime Minister will be seen as investments in women's safety, investments in addressing housing for women,
please resume your seat. Senator Henderson. Excuse me, Senator Nampijinka-Price. I've called for order. Senator Henderson, I have called you repeatedly. As I've said in this chamber before, I do not think it is appropriate for a president to name front bench senators. But you will leave me no option if you do not take my direction, and that is to stop the interjections. Order. Order. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. In investments in housing, in addressing the inequality in care and how unpaid care is recognised in the economy, in lifting wages, closing pay and super gaps. That is what this government and this Prime Minister will be remembered for. In no recent times has women's policy been put front and centre of any government until he became Prime Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Barbara Pocock.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Housing, Senator Ayres. We are in a historic housing crisis, and Labor's housing policies are a spectacular failure in the face of the scale of this historic crisis. The 5% deposit scheme is just one example of that failure. This scheme was sold to the Australian public as a policy to help first home buyers on low incomes, and instead this policy turbocharged prices of houses at the affordable end of the housing market and encouraged more first home buyer debt. We've now learned that nearly 1,500 homes under this scheme have been flipped into investments. Minister, in the midst of a housing crisis on a historical scale we have not seen before in this country, how can you let property investors milk your faulty 5% deposit scheme?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Well, it is hard to hear that question and really think that there is a kind of measured approach on these housing questions coming from the Greens political party. Under this government, the number of Australians, mostly young Australians, who have taken advantage of that scheme is at 270,000. That is more than 250,000 Australians who now have a home because of that scheme. And the kind of hyperbolic rhetoric, President, that the senator asking the question engaged in, just doesn't accept that fact.
Order.
That over 250,000 Australians, through just that component of our approach to housing.
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. The Minister Ayres has not addressed the issue of investment properties being purchased through this faulty scheme.
Senator Pocock, I'm not quite sure why you stood. If it's a point of order, which is what you need to inform me when you stand, I am listening carefully. If the minister strays from the question, I will draw him back, but he is being relevant. Minister Ayres.
And the senator says that out of the more than 250,000 Australians who have access to home through this scheme, 1,500 or so have sold it. That's people do sell homes sometimes as well as buy them. It's hard to buy homes if people aren't selling homes. Honestly, 2 years ago, Nicole Pengilly's hope of buying a home in Brisbane receded with every inspection she attended. She said, "You could see the house prices going up as I was looking. The amount I could borrow hadn't changed, so it just felt like it was slipping away." And she said, "Because of this scheme, I'm just so excited to get into a place that I own and I can just settle and stay and not have that fear looming over me." Well, look her in the eye.
Thank you, Minister.
And use that same hyperbolic political nonsense.
Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Minister, Productivity Commission Chair Danielle Wood recently said that the net social housing stock across our country grew by just 56 houses last year. Just 56. Unbelievable. In the third year of the HAF, people are suffering and your response is a string of photo opportunities. Minister, can you explain the maths to me on this? How do you solve a housing crisis if social housing grew by only 56 houses last year?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Since this government was elected, more than 660,000 homes have been constructed in Australia. More than 7,000 homes have been completed with Commonwealth in investment, and around 23,000, no matter how much Senator McKim bellows, and not a single house was built by Senator Bragg down at the National Press Club a little while ago. Not a single house, not a single brick laid, not a single pipe put into a slab, not a single slab laid. Out of all of this political nonsense, this government, $47 billion program over the years to come, and every day more homes are built, more social and affordable homes are built, and more people get the opportunity to get in a home. We're unapologetic about delivering for young Australians in particular who want to get a home for the first time in their lives.
Thank you, Minister Ayres. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
640,000 Australians are living in extreme housing stress. The HAF built so far, halfway through the HAF, 1,432. It's failed to deliver the number of homes Australians desperately need right now. Even if Labor were able to deliver on the 40,000 promised, it would house just 6% of those 640,000. Minister, how can you pat yourself on the back when those thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, are in desperate need of housing security?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
You won't see any patting ourselves on the back coming from us. You won't see a "we did it" post coming from us. We did it. We did it. Right. Let me just point to one example. And it's a pity Senator Mackenzie's not here because it's in the suburb of Elwood, in the electorate of Macklemore.
Senator Ayres, I remind you, it's not appropriate. Senator Ayres, it is not appropriate to refer to whether senators are in the chamber.
It was only that I wanted to. This is in her suburb, Melbourne's Jessie Young, a 32-year-old operations manager who brought a 2-bedroom unit in Elwood in inner-city Melbourne. She said, "I went through a breakup. I was living by myself in a rental and I was at a point where I got a promotion at work and I thought, OK, it's time to be serious about my future."
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Senator Pocock.
Point of order, President. An anecdote does not address the structural crisis that my question asks the Minister to respond to.
Senator Pocock, again, I'll remind you it's not appropriate to make statements. You call the point of order. The Minister is being relevant. I will continue to listen closely, and if not, I will draw him to your question. Minister Ayres, please continue.
Well, she said, OK, it's time to be serious about my future and I'm not going to let being single stop me from doing that. Ms Young credits the federal government's expanded first home buyer scheme as allowing her to buy, as she could use a 6% deposit without having to pay lenders' mortgage insurance. They are real people, real Australians, more than a quarter of a million of them, and you should look them in the face while you're running that.
Senator Tyrrell.
President, my question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education, Senator Walsh. Families rely on early learning services to help balance work and family life and to give their children a great start in life. That means we need enough skilled educators in services and a workforce that is supported to build a long-term career in early learning. Can the Minister update the Senate on how the Albanese Labor government is backing this important workforce and improving access to quality early learning for Australian families?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Tyrrell, for your question and for your advocacy on behalf of Australians' early childhood educators. And on this side of the chamber, we support the early education workforce. They are skilled professionals and they do vital work. This morning I joined Minister Clare and Minister Rishworth at Good Start Isaacs, and we met educators Kath, Pavan and Taylor, who told us our 15% pay rise recognises the important work they do giving children a great start in life. For too long, under the Coalition, low wages were pushing good educators out of the jobs that they loved. And when we first came to government, the workforce was in crisis. Educators were leaving the sector in droves. They loved their jobs, but love just didn't pay the bills. And that's why we delivered this 15% pay rise. And today we've introduced legislation to lock it in. It means real change for this female-dominated workforce. For a typical full-time educator, it means an extra $255 a week. It helps them pay the rent. It helps them pay the bills, save a little, plan for the future, and the pay rise is working. Since we announced it, 20,000 more workers have joined the sector, and job vacancies are down by 31%. And this is great for children because we know how important it is that they see the same faces in early learning every week. It's good for families because the pay rise is tied to a cap on fee increases too, and it's also tied to meeting the national safety standards, and that matters too because quality early learning starts with valuing our educators.
I thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Fairly paying educators is essential to keeping them in the sector, but we also need to train the next generation. How is free TAFE helping more Australians become early educators and building the skilled workforce that children and families need for the future?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President. And this workforce was neglected and undervalued by those opposite for too long. Educators loved their jobs, they wanted to stay, but too many simply couldn't afford to. So we have worked on both sides of the problem. We're bringing more educators into the sector with free TAFE, and we're helping to keep them there with our historic pay rise. Since 2023, more than 65,000 Australians have enrolled in free TAFE early childhood courses. People like Hannah, who I met recently. She's studying a Certificate 3 in Early Childhood Education and Care while completing a traineeship at Werribee Children's Centre. And indeed, Hannah went to that very centre as a child. What a great story that she's now training to become an early educator herself. This shows just what free TAFE can do. It opens doors for students and it helps build the workforce of the future too.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
great to hear how the Albanese Labor government is delivering real change to improve wages and recognise the value of our nation's early educators. Is the minister aware of any obstacles to lifting the wages and living standards of working Australians?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Walsh.
Thank you. And you would think that everyone in this chamber would support fair pay rises for the people who educate our youngest Australians. But when Senator Hanson was asked about our 15% pay rise, she said, "Didn't they just get a pay rise?" One Nation likes to pretend that it stands with working people, but they never do. They oppose pay rises for workers at every opportunity, and the Coalition stands with them to do just that too. The Coalition called this pay rise a sugar hit, and they had a decade to back in educators and the families they rely on, and they never did. On this side of the chamber, we back workers, we back families, while the Coalition and One Nation, they just back each other. It's a 2-for-1 package deal over there, and it's a shoddy deal that Australians just can't afford.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe.
My question is for the Minister for Indigenous Australians. In June, I asked you what you were doing to stop 15 families in Mount Isa from becoming homeless after the council decided to auction off their homes because their housing provider failed to pay council rates over many years. At the time, you said you were concerned and were working with the council and the Queensland Government so there is no extra homelessness in Mount Isa. What have you done since to achieve that, Minister?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Thorpe, for the question. Well, you would certainly know what we've been doing in terms of the National Indigenous Australians Agency and my role with the 800 pages of the OPD that we've provided to your office, and you can see from those 800 pages what we have done. That's funny? Totally inappropriate. Not for those families, come on. There are 15 families, 15 homes in Mount Isa. Come on, this is in your state. In your state. 15 families in Mount Isa, and you laugh?
Senator McKenzie, I have reminded you before, you do not yell point of order and then stand. You stand and I ask you why you are standing. Senator McKenzie.
Point of order. Any indication from the minister that I was laughing at her answer is incorrect.
Senator McKenzie.
And I'm not going to have it reflected that I was somehow
resume
laughing.
Your seat. That is not our point of order and you know it very well. Please resume your seat. Minister McCarthy, please continue.
Thank you, President. Yes, there are many families in Mount Isa, President, who are very concerned about their future, and I am certainly working with those families to see what we can do. This is not a situation in terms of my role in the Commonwealth. What I have tried to do is try and find how we can assist these families with a debt that is not their debt. A debt that unfortunately has come about through what we may see as perhaps illegal behaviour. So there is a process underway through ORIC to investigate, to have a good look at what must be done in coming days and weeks. And for the families, I know that they know that I'm doing my best to try and assist them with their homes.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
Thank you. Yesterday I got those 800 documents and I've looked through those 800 documents that show in April members of the Aboriginal housing provider asked for formal intervention on the issue from the Office of Indigenous Corporations, ORIC. This housing provider has been on ORIC's radar for years and prosecuted it in August 2025 for failure to lodge reports since 2020. Why did ORIC not intervene as requested?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Well, that's not the case. Oric has been at the table, Senator Thorpe, with the families. That process that took place in August 2025 is as a result of Oric being involved, and the fact that $15,000 in fines were placed against the corporation.
Order.
So that is not entirely correct in the essence of that question, President.
Senator
So
Thorpe.
Oric has been involved. The families know
Senator
that Oric
Thorpe.
has been involved. Staff in the National Indigenous Australians Agency have been working very closely with all of the families to keep them across this.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, second supplementary.
Now that Mount Isa Council has issued notices of intention to sell the properties in September, how many of the 15 families have you secured housing for, Minister?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Well, in my meeting with the families and with the Mount Isa Council, I have certainly looked at the possibility again of whether Mount Isa Council can revisit the concerns that it has in regards to the debt, and they are very clear that they will not do that. And what I am saying to the families, and no doubt if they are listening to this, the families know, President, that I am doing my utmost to ensure that they are going to be okay. It was important to listen to them. We have family members who, in one instance, a woman who's got a terminal
Minister,
illness.
please resume your seat. Senator Thorpe.
Point of order on relevance.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Senator
Yep.
Thorpe. No, I'm going. You've asked me about relevance. I'm going to say the minister is being relevant to your question.
15 families.
Senator
What are you
Thorpe,
doing for the 15
Senator Thorpe,
families
Senator
that you
Thorpe,
say you're going to
Senator
secure
Thorpe,
housing for?
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe. When I call you to order, you have to come to order. Senator Thorpe, Senator Thorpe, you are not in a debate with me. The minister is being relevant.
Senator Thorpe, I've met with the families and I've certainly spoken with them. There was one family member who's got a terminal illness who is deeply upset. There is a family member who's been in there for 40 years. So I am working very closely with these families, President.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering the question has expired. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The Victorian Labor government has been forced to establish a Royal Commission into corruption and organised crime in the construction industry. The Commonwealth has committed $30 billion to the Victorian Big Build projects. Integrity expert Geoffrey Watson told a Senate inquiry no Commonwealth ministers or agencies had approached him to investigate his evidence that there was $15 billion worth of corruption on the Victorian Big Build projects. Will the Prime Minister demand that every Commonwealth-funded project be examined by the Royal Commission in Victoria, or is he prepared to let billions of dollars escape scrutiny simply because the federal Labor government might find itself under the microscope?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Thank Senator Mackenzie for the question. And as I think I have indicated to her and perhaps to Senator Cash in relation to similar questions over the previous months, is that this government does not tolerate corruption, criminality and violence in any part of the construction industry. And we have taken action to clean up the industry. I have spoken in this place about the work that the Administrator has undertaken, multiple referrals from police and regulators and many, over 100 active investigations. In relation to the incoming Royal Commission and Special Prosecutor, which I think was the majority of the primary question, I note that the Victorian Government has announced plans for the Royal Commission. We certainly will continue to work with the Victorian Government as details emerge. You would be aware, we have been asked questions previously about what Minister King has done to ensure no corruption on government projects. And I would remind the Senate that we have ensured that Minister King has written to her state and territory counterparts on multiple occasions reinforcing their obligations, including the need to report instances of suspected criminal behaviour or corruption to the relevant regulator and to the department. She has also written to government business enterprises involved in the delivery of Commonwealth-led infrastructure projects, outlining expectations that all instances of suspected criminal behaviour or corruption are reported to the relevant regulator and department, and we have sought assurance that procurement and contracting parties are achieving value for money of public funds.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator McKenzie, first supplementary.
On the 30th of June, the Prime Minister said he had received assurances from the then Victoria Premier Jacinta Allan that Commonwealth funding was not reaching organised crime. Did the Prime Minister ask, if not, why not, Geoffrey Watson about corruption on Commonwealth-funded projects? Or did the Prime Minister simply accept former Premier Allan's word, only for Labor's new Premier, Ben Carroll, to conclude the allegations were so serious we needed a Royal Commission?
The time for asking has expired. Minister Wong.
There's quite a number of aspects of that question, some of which go to what discussions were had between the former Premier and the Prime Minister, as well as what discussions the Prime Minister had with Mr Watson. I'm not in a position to answer either of those, but I can indicate the policy position that I have outlined earlier, which is we do not tolerate corruption or criminality anywhere, and certainly not on construction sites, and that in addition to the work that was undertaken by Minister Watt when he was in the portfolio in relation to the appointment of an administrator and the actions that Minister King has undertaken, which I have outlined, the government has sought to both deal with the allegations of criminality inside the union and also the ethical use of Commonwealth government funds.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKenzie, second supplementary.
Thank you. If the Victorian Royal Commission finds that organised crime or corrupt operators profited from Commonwealth-funded projects, will the Prime Minister commit to recover every taxpayer dollar, disclose every affected project and hold every responsible minister to account?
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
Well, with respect, Senator McKenzie, you are asking me to speculate. No, you are asking me to speculate on the finding of a Royal Commission which has not commenced and has not made any findings. We will, of course, engage with Victoria in relation to the Royal Commission, and we will await the Royal Commission doing its work as it should. We will approach this in the way that I've outlined, that we believe there is no place for criminality or corruption on construction sites. And of course, the government would always look at the findings of a Royal Commission and take appropriate action.
Thank you, Minister. I advise the chamber that Senator Payman has passed her question to Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe.
But you're happy about that? Thank you. My question is for the Minister for Indigenous Australians. My recent OPD about the Northern Territory Remote Aboriginal Housing Agreement revealed that more than $330 million in Commonwealth funding that was due has not been delivered, and the Northern Territory Government has provided no progress reports. Between the Commonwealth and the NT, more than $660 million for Aboriginal housing seems to be missing. Why has that money not been delivered as promised?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Thorpe, for the question. It is interesting, actually, the direction in which your question's coming from. I'm usually asked by you as to why we're paying the Northern Territory Government any money. In fact, that is the constant that I do get. And in the NTRA, the reasons why the Northern Territory doesn't get any funding is because it may not have met certain criteria. and when it meets certain criteria, then the Northern Territory Government will receive the funding, which is not too dissimilar to federal funding arrangements more broadly across the country. The difference this time, though, President, is that for the first time in Australian government history, we have Aboriginal organisations at the table as part of monitoring how the Northern Territory Government is going to go. So I expect a report from the Aboriginal peak organisations as well as the Northern Territory Government before agreeing to release any funding.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
Thank you. Speaking of which, the OPD revealed that Aboriginal Steering Committee members, Joint Steering Committee, told you the NT is not sharing data, is sidelining them, and their confidence in the NT government is diminishing. Do you agree with the Aboriginal members that the NT government is failing?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Well, this is why I've built into the agreement that Aboriginal peak organisations have an opportunity to have a strong voice at the table in terms of the funding arrangements. And we are in the process now, in fact, President, in regards to housing, with the $4 billion remote housing project, where $2 billion comes from the Northern Territory and $2 billion comes from the Commonwealth. The Joint Steering Committee is made up of the Aboriginal Land Councils, Aboriginal Housing NT, and also the Commonwealth and the Northern Territory governments. At this particular point, the Northern Territory government want more money given to them from the agreement. They don't want to stick to the agreement. They want to remove a certain amount of money from it for administration and for the land in terms of where the houses will be built, in terms of making sure the land is ready.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Thorpe, second supplementary.
Thank you. Building is behind schedule, construction targets are being reduced, reporting is missing, funding isn't flowing, and mob are telling you that NT is not working for them. Aboriginal Steering Committee members have directly asked you, what will you do, Minister, to hold the Northern Territory Government to account?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Thorpe. Well, I believe in my previous answer I gave you that response. It's actually because I've enabled First Nations organisations to be at the table. We are in a position now where the Northern Territory Government wants to renegotiate an agreement that is a 10-year agreement where we're supposed to have 2,700 homes built, 270 a year. The Northern Territory Government wants to reduce that down to 1,800 or maybe 1,100 homes if the Northern Territory is lucky. So that's why the Joint Steering Committee is there. I put that there because we needed accountability and oversight over this agreement, President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Nandaraja.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Disability and Ageing, Senator McAllister. We on this side of the chamber believe that the only card you need to see a doctor is your Medicare card, not your credit card.
Order.
You hate bulk billing. You hate bulk billing.
Order.
That's why the Albanese Labor government...
Order. Senator Nandaraja. Order. Order.
My hand out. This is a
Order.
point.
There's not a debate between senators.
I'm gesturing towards you.
Minister
that is true,
Wong.
but it's not pointing, is it? A five-fingered point. Okay, don't gesture.
Order.
President, I couldn't even hear Senator Nandaraja because of the yelling from the opposition front bench. I'm sorry?
Order.
The yelling and shouting from the opposition front bench to my right, and I would ask you to draw them to order.
Thank you, Minister Wong. As you know, I did draw the senators to order. I remind senators once again that when a senator is asking a question, it's your job to listen in silence and not to interject. Please continue, Senator. I think we might start the question again, so please start again.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Disability and Ageing, Senator McAllister. We on this side of the chamber believe that the only card you need when you see a doctor is your Medicare card and not a credit card. That's why the Albanese Labor government delivered a historic investment in Medicare to help Australians access affordable health care. How is this investment helping more Australians see their GP for free?
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Minister McAllister. Order. Order.
Well, thank you, President. And I do thank Senator Ananda Raja for that question and her continued advocacy for Victorians and their healthcare. And I do note the sensitivity of those on the other side of the chamber who seem so determined, unbelievably, given the result that is delivered to them time and time again about the Australian public's desire for a properly funded public health system. They still fight against it, they still complain against it, they still rail against the investments that we are making in bulk billing to repair the damage that was done over a decade by the people on that side who appear unable to learn the lessons
Minister
from that
McAllister,
past.
please resume your seat. Minister Gallagher.
Sorry, President, just draw your attention to the very loud noise that's coming from those opposites. I can hardly hear Senator McAllister from where I'm sitting.
Thank you, Minister. As you are aware, I did call the chamber to order. I would ask senators, particularly on my left, but also on my right, not to interject, and particularly on my left, to stop the running commentary. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Well, thank you, President. The Albanese government was elected with a clear mandate, and that was to strengthen Medicare after a decade of cuts and neglect. And we do that so it is easier for Australians to see a doctor for free. And we're getting on with it. So thanks to our historic investment in Medicare, more Australians are, in fact, seeing a GP for free. In the last June quarter, across Australia, we've seen the bulk billing rate rise to 84.1%. We should be very clear about what that means in practice. And for your community, Senator Ananda Raja, in Victoria, more than 85% of visits to the GP were bulk billed in that last quarter. That is 5% higher than in the current quarter. And that does mean that mums and dads are taking a sick little one to the GP for free.
No wonder you're not happy.
It does mean that a young apprentice has twisted his ankle on site, get it checked out without worrying about the bill. It means thousands and thousands of Australians who might otherwise have to put off seeing a doctor and getting the care
Minister
when
McAllister.
they need it.
I'll just wait for silence across the chamber, particularly on my right. Senator Ananda Raja, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you for that comprehensive answer, Senator McAllister. Australians do not only get sick between 9 to 5. When an Australian gets ill or has a fall out of hours, when a regular GP is closed, a trip to the ED can feel like that's their only option. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering support to ensure that Australians are not left without care simply because of the time of the day?
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Minister McAllister.
Well, I thank the senator for the question. Not only do we want Australians to be able to see a GP for free, we want them to have the healthcare advice and the care that they need, whatever the time of day. Babies do not generally check the clock before they get a fever. Kids do not wait until Monday morning to fall off their bike. In fact, in my experience, those injuries generally happen about 8:10 on a Friday night. Life is not 9 to 5, and neither is getting sick. And that is exactly why our government has launched 1800 Medicare. It provides Australians with free health advice, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it helps direct them to exactly the care that they need. And if someone needs urgent GP care, the nurse can connect them with a free telehealth appointment with a 1800 Medicare GP. And this is what a government that believes in Medicare actually looks like.
Senator Ananda Raja, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. No Australians should miss out on the healthcare they need simply because of where they live. How is the Albanese, I'm glad you agree, How is the Albanese Labor government making sure Australians can access affordable healthcare no matter where they live? And why has the government chosen this approach above others?
Order.
Thank you, Senator.
Minister McAllister. Senator Watt. Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you, Senator Anandaraja. And again, this question provokes significant response from those opposite, doesn't it? Because thanks to our record investment in Medicare, although people over there may not want to hear this news, bulk billing is in fact rising in every state and territory. So it is rising in South Australia, Senator Ruston, and Senator Nampa-Price in the Northern Territory, it is up 13%. In my home state of New South Wales, it may be of interest to senators to know that it is up more than 4%.
Order.
Labor knows.
Order. Please continue, Senator McAllister.
Labor knows what strengthening Medicare actually means for Australians. It means more people seeing a doctor, more people getting care without worrying about the bill. We know what Medicare means, but I was surprised to learn that not everybody does. Senator Ruston has recently asked the department, I'm keen to understand
thank you,
what
Minister.
Medicare...
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hume.
They couldn't answer.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing...
What is it? I'm sorry, Senator Hume. I'm going to ask you just to start again. I'm waiting for silence. Senator Hume. Order on my right. Senator Hume.
My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Minister Gallagher. The RBA said yesterday that the board also remains concerned about the continued weakness in productivity growth, and continued weakness will constrain the economy's ability to grow without generating high inflation. The RBA revised down productivity growth in the December quarter to negative 0.5%, significantly below the 0.2% increase that had been forecast by Treasury. Minister, why is productivity continuing to fall?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Hume for the question about productivity, because it is an important issue across our economy, and we've been upfront about that since we came to government, when the government that Senator Hume was a member of had a productivity assumption of 1.5 every year across their budget and failed to meet it each time. And the Treasury, the Treasury advice to the incoming government was that a more realistic figure should be lower than that, and we have adopted that Treasury advice. But we have had a productivity issue in our economy for decades, including for the entire time that those opposite were in government. And that's why we put productivity and addressing productivity at the centre of our economic thinking and in the decisions we've taken in the budget. And I would urge those in particular will have an opportunity to vote this week if we can get the bill done in another regulatory reform bill, the first regulatory reform bill which was brought to this parliament. Those opposite voted against, and I would hope that the second bill that we bring forward, which is about reducing red tape and again addressing, having it as one of our measures to address productivity, will be in the Senate, listed on the program, and should be passed by this Senate this week. But we also have a range of other measures in the budget that specifically go to looking at ways that we can improve productivity across the economy. And we will continue to do that. We will continue probably to be frustrated by those opposite who don't support a lot of it, whether it's building homes, modernising energy markets, better recognising skills, unlocking data and AI.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. The RBA has warned repeatedly that low or negative productivity growth will force it to raise interest rates. Does increasing taxes on individuals, on businesses and on construction increase productivity or lower productivity?
Senator Watt. Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I do notice that on Senator Bragg's big day out, he had a big day out down at the Press Club today. Oh, he'd been looking forward to it, I could tell. I could just picked it up. That again, when asked about whether or not GST would have to be looked at as a way of balancing the budget, what was Senator Bragg saying? Oh, well, maybe. We'll have to look at everything. Put everything on the table. Everything on the table. So the party of lower taxes, apparently.
Minister Gallagher, resume your seat. I'm sorry, Senator Hume. Order. Minister Wong. Order. Senators, come to order. I have a senator on her feet. Senator Hume.
Madam President, it was about whether taxes on individuals, businesses and construction increase or decrease
Senator Hume, there's no need to go
decrease.
through the question again. I will draw the minister to your question. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Senator Hume wasn't specific about whose taxes, because Senator Bragg on Braggy's big day out. That's what we're calling it over here. Braggy's big day out with the microphone and everyone else. Oh God, what's he going to say?
Minister Gallagher. Senator Hume.
Just say it again. Relevance.
Thank
Do
you,
taxes
Senator
on
Hume.
businesses, individuals or construction increase or lower?
Senator Hume, it's not an indulgence during a point of order to restate or make other points. I have, as you heard, drawn the minister back to your question, and I'll continue to listen carefully to the answer. That requires all senators to listen in respectful silence. Minister.
Thank you, and we're hoping that Senator Bragg gets another spot next week at the Press Club. We'd all come down to have a listen. On the question, President, as Senator Hume knows, because she sat in the estimates hearings, Treasury's advice is the decisions in this budget support the productivity assumptions
Thank you, Minister.
outlined.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Thank you. Under Labor, real wages have fallen back to around 2011 levels. Yet yesterday, your own leader here in the Senate continued to boast about nominal wage increases inflated by inflation, and your Treasurer continues to trumpet headline GDP growth inflated by rapid population growth. Why does the government continue to gaslight Australians with headline numbers when in real terms and in real life their wages and their living standards have gone backwards?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Just a moment, Senator Gallagher. Order. Order, particularly the front bench on my right. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, we won't be lectured by those opposite about wages. We all sat here for years watching you do absolutely nothing but try to constrain wages for working people. And the answer to Senator Hume's question is that I don't accept any of the propositions she puts.
Thank you. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I seek leave to make a short statement regarding office holder arrangements.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Cash.
Thank you, and advise the Senate that Senator Kovacic has been appointed Chief Opposition Whip in the Senate. I also take this opportunity to thank our former colleague, former Senator Askew, for outstanding service as Chief Opposition Whip when he was a deeply valued colleague and friend. And on behalf of the Coalition, I thank her for her enormous contribution that she made to our Senate team and this Parliament, and we wish her well in her post-senatorial life.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Congratulations to Senator Kovacic, and I'm sure all of the chamber would endorse your comments about former Senator Askew. Senator McAllister.
Thank you, President. I wish to add to an answer that I gave to Senator Lambie on Tuesday the 11th of August in my capacity as the Minister representing the Minister for Veterans Affairs. The Albanese Labor government is making sure that veterans can get the medical care and support they need. As part of the compensation process, the Department of Veterans Affairs uses a range of information, including medical information, to establish if a veteran's injury or illness was the result of their ADF service. Medical information may also inform assessment of a veteran's eligibility for compensation and their support needs. DVA always prefers this assessment to be undertaken with a veteran's usual treating medical practitioner with whom they already have a relationship. If needed, DVA may also support a veteran to access an independent medical assessment where they do not have a relationship with a treating GP. Importantly, these independent assessments are at no cost to the veteran so that the claim can be processed as quickly as possible. In 2025-26, DVA paid for 58,057 invoices for compensation reports from approximately 6,500 providers. The majority of compensation-related medical assessment invoices are paid within standard processing timeframes of 20 business days. Independent medical assessments are also an important option where there are integrity concerns about the provider who has submitted the compensation report or concerns about the content of the report. This ensures that the veteran's claim can progress without being affected by the integrity concerns related to the provider. As at the 20th of July 2026, DVA was engaging with 23 doctors about compliance matters relating to invalid reports and overcharging for compensation assessments. This represents a very small proportion of those 6,500 providers DVA works with to progress veteran compensation claims. In February 2026, DVA updated its fee guidance for medical assessments and reports required for compensation claims. The rates were increased by over 30%, with an even greater increase applied to the per-page rate for reports. The fees will be indexed annually using annual wage price index. The updated guidance represents a substantial increase in the fees payable for medical assessments and compensation reports since the last official update in 2013. We will continue to support veterans and ensure they can access the medical care and support they need while protecting the integrity of the veteran system. I should indicate also that I wrote earlier today to Senator Lambie to indicate her that I would be making this statement and adding to my answer at this time.
There being no further contributions, I shall now proceed to motions to take note of answers. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with informal arrangements agreed by the whips. Are there any motions? Senator Collins.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. I rise to take note of answers to opposition questions 1, 3 and 4. That's tax on charities, CFMEU corruption and the falling productivity. Now, let me begin with Labor's tax on charities and on faith-based organisation. It is a shame. It's a crying shame. Now, Labor's new trust tax is forecast to rip $4.5 billion from the Australian economy, from Australians, and religious leaders are anxious. I sat down with one just last week, and he was worried about what this new tax, his range of taxes from Labor's budget that was handed down in May, is going to do to his ability to serve his community. Now, we asked the government today whether they could guarantee that distributions from discretionary trusts to registered charities and tax-exempt not-for-profits, including faith-based charitable groups, will be exempt from Labor's 30% tax. And you know what we heard? We're now doing consultations. Consultations are ongoing. Well, they're also working through the feedback. We can give that feedback right here and now. This is a bad budget, and it's going to tax faith-based charities that are out there doing the work that the government's not. Now, these faith-based communities play a huge role in the community that the government doesn't do. They fill the gaps where the government services don't reach. They provide English lessons to migrants. They help them settle in for years after the government stops serving them. They provide services to the homeless, to the vulnerable, food and shelter. We heard from Senator Pocock that 56 houses have been provided under the Housing Australia Future Fund while we have a homelessness crisis. 56 houses. That's barely going to touch the sides. $10 billion has gone into that fund, $10 billion. And they've got 56 houses. That's a shame. And what is the government going to do? More taxes. Less houses. More taxes, less houses. So we ask the government What are they going to do? Now, Labor is not only consulting on that, but we've told them exactly how Australians feel about their widows' tax, about the tax on divorcees, about the tax on women that are escaping violence. This is the impact of their budget on the community. And we are seeing, at the same time, the hit that the economy has taken, that the housing market has taken since the budget, total lack of confidence in the market, property values absolutely smashed because of their budget. No loans are being given out, banks are completely walking away. The slump is moving faster than anybody ever imagined, moving faster in the past 30 years after a big downturn like this. The impact has been huge, absolutely huge. And we ask the government, does increasing taxes on individuals, businesses and construction increase productivity or lower it? And what did we hear? Personal potshots. Yep. It's a serious question. We don't have a serious government. We want serious answers for the Australian people. Yep.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, if there's one word I could use to describe that question time, I think it's a pretty poor attempt at distraction by those opposite. We've made it really clear that on our tax changes, we're undertaking really important consultation and that there will be more legislation to come. But the real question is, why are the Liberals and the Nationals, why are the coalition so focused on these distractions? Well, you don't have to look too far to see. You don't have to look too far to see what it is that they don't want Australians to know. They don't want Australians to know that two of the biggest taxing governments in the last 30 years were coalition governments, and at the very top of that list, John Howard's government. They don't want Australians to know that they voted against our tax cuts, that they voted against our housing tax reform to get more Australians into their first home. They don't want Australians to remember that Senator Hume called our tax cuts egregious. Egregious. Not once, but twice in the space of just a couple of minutes. They've been clear all along that they've opposed our attempts to get more young Australians into their first home. They've made it clear that the coalition are here for wealthy investors, while Labor, our government, is here to work for the Australians who work to earn a living. We're here for young Australians who want to get their foot in the door, who want to buy their first home. We believe it should be easier for Australians to buy their first home than it is for people to buy their fifth or their sixth or their 10th. That is what sets us apart from those opposite. And on women, well, I mean, there's nothing that makes my eyes roll further back in my head than hearing those opposite talk about women. They pretend that they're here in this place to stand up for the women of Australia. I mean, give...
Order. Oh, sorry. Senator Whittaker, please resume your seat. Senator Collins.
Sorry, Deputy President, I was very specific about the questions that we are taking note of.
Senator Collins, there is no point of order. These are wide-ranging debates, and as long as there is some reference to the topic under consideration, and Senator Whittaker has been talking about taxation policy, that as long as she refers back to those issues, she is certainly within order. Senator Whittaker, you have the call, but I would remind you of the 3 questions that Senator Collins is taking note of.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, just yet another attempt at distraction, because it's clear they don't want Australians to know the truth about their record. On women, Senator Cash and the Liberals have voted almost always against closing the gender pay gap, voted consistently against paid parental leave, voted
against increasing workplace protections for women, voted consistently against federal government support for childcare. Of course, no one's forgotten that they just recently toppled their first female leader, and I think we can all see how well that's gone for them in the months that follow. If the Liberals are so concerned about the women of Australia, then I ask them to come in here and prove it. Because I have seen no proof in my time in this place that the Coalition have any commitment to standing up for the women of Australia. They have shown time and time again that they aren't...
Sorry, Senator Whittaker, please resume your seat. Senator Collins.
Can I just get a clarification on that, please? Women has absolutely nothing to do with the tax or the economy. Well, then talk about the widow's tax. Talk about the widow's tax.
Order. No, Senator Wong. Senator Collins is still on her feet. Senator Collins, have you finished your point of order?
Thank you, Deputy President. I have.
Senator Wong.
Well, that is, these points of orders are without basis and should not be called, should not be continued in the way that they are. The senator is simply interrupting this senator because she doesn't like what she is saying. That's not actually what point of orders are for.
Senator Wong, you know very well that anyone can take, has the right, a senator has the right to take a point of order. The point of order is not completely out of order. The fact is that we do have to stay within the bounds of the questions that are being taken note of, even though we do allow a fairly wide-ranging debate. However, I will bring Senator Whittaker back to the topic of the 3 questions currently under consideration. Senator Whittaker has the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, this couldn't have gone better if I'd have set it up myself. While those opposite have spent this question time hearing answers from our ministers on widow tax, on our tax reform, Australians should be really clear about their record on tax cuts, on their record on women. That is something that we will continue to point out because their attempts to distract from that truth are pretty dismal.
Your time has expired. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. I must say I'm delighted to rise to contribute to this debate, and my heart's filled with joy after hearing Senator Bragg's address to the National Press Club. It was a terrific address, and I invite everyone to watch it on our wonderful ABC. Now, Senator Whittaker asked, why did the Coalition raise these questions during the course of question time? I'll give you 3 answers. The first is that the Labor government introduced a whole range of tax policy in the last budget, which before the last election they said they weren't going to do. So they broke their promise. That's the first reason why we're raising it. The second reason is we've come back from winter recess, and certainly in my case, in my home state of Queensland, I've heard from so many small businesses who are telling me about the kick in the guts the Labor budget delivered to them, especially because of these tax changes. So that's the second reason we're raising these questions. The third reason is we're finding that there's a whole raft of unintended consequences that are flowing through these tax changes because there was insufficient consultation. And in relation to that third point, my dear friend Senator Dean Smith raised the issue with respect to the impact on charities. And I just want to explain how this works. At the moment, a small business that has a discretionary trust can actually give money to not-for-profits, it can give money to organisations engaged in charitable purposes which don't necessarily have the benefit of tax-deductible status without there being a tax impact. That's the benefit of discretionary trusts. You can allocate that money to a not-for-profit organisation. You don't pay tax on that income. The not-for-profit organisation gets 100% of the benefit. That is the current situation. If you are going to tax everything coming out of discretionary trusts at 30%, that is necessarily going to have an impact on the amount of money that is received by not-for-profits and charitable organisations across this whole country. That impact has been estimated by Mark Fowler, who's a specialist in charity law, of an impact of, listen to this, $2.9 billion a year. $2.9 billion a year of contributions which will not be received by not-for-profits and charities that don't have DGR status in relation to the gifts that are made to them. $2.9 billion. And those organisations engage in a whole raft of charitable type activities. And that includes human rights organisations, charities focused on prevention of disadvantage, religious institutions, or charitable work that they undertake. It can be community service organisations, cultural organisations, sporting organisations. A whole raft of organisations are going to be impacted by this ill-thought-out discretionary trust tax proposal. And that's even before you get to the cost of administration of all those discretionary trusts that are going to have to convert into corporate structures, the changes to their insurance, their business registration, their employment arrangements, a whole raft of changes. It is going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars of restructuring changes, hundreds of millions of dollars as a result of this ill-thought policy which has been proposed by the Labor government, introduced in the last budget. So that is why, Senator Whittaker, we are asking questions, and we will continue to ask those questions and hold the Labor government to account.
Senator Scarr, your time has expired. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, maybe I can help to continue to answer your questions, Senator Scarr, on discretionary trusts. But, more broadly, as a part of the tax reform changes that we brought in, the reforms that we brought in were all about making the tax system fairer by better aligning the tax rate on trust income with taxes paid by workers, and will help fund income tax cuts for workers. Creating a fairer tax system is at the heart of what we are trying to do here, and is a key aim of our ambitious tax reform package, along with making it easier for people to buy their first home and cutting income taxes for workers. And there has been a whole lot of consultation, and as we've heard today, there will continue to be more consultation on these questions. As we do know, discretionary trusts do allow some people to plan their tax affairs in a way that aren't available to most Australians. From 1 July 2028, trustees will pay a minimum tax of 30% on the taxable income of discretionary trusts. The minimum tax on discretionary trusts won't change or limit the use of the trusts for legitimate reasons, but will more closely align the tax rates for trusts with tax rates paid by workers and families who earn a living from wages. Over 90% of active small businesses won't be affected by this change, and as Senator Wong said in answer to your question earlier, when it comes to trusts, the budget clearly outlined that the minimum tax would not apply to charitable trusts. Donations to organisations with deductible gift recipient status will continue to be tax deductible for discretionary trusts. Donations to sports clubs or other community and environmental groups without DGR status can still be made from those trusts and by individuals, as they always have. We are consulting on a range of the implementation details around the minimum tax on trusts, and that includes the appropriate arrangements for donations and distributions to charities and other tax-exempt entities. We believe in charities, and we are big backers of the sector. And let's contrast that with this confected outrage around charities from those opposite. When we came to office, many charities were reeling from the former government's war on charities, which had seen 3 open letters from the sector to successive Liberal Prime Ministers asking them to back off their attacks on charities. Now you're standing up for them, but you are attacking them previously for many, many years. Charitable advocacy was under fire, with environmental, legal and social welfare charities being told to keep quiet. The Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission was led by a well-known charity critic. Since coming to office, as demonstrated in a range of measures, we have chosen a different path, engaging respectfully with Australia's great charity sector, and will continue to consult with them on these measures. Perhaps nothing better illustrates this
than the fact that the grouping known as Hands Off Our Charities under the former government has rebranded as the Stronger Charities Alliance that I've had the pleasure of meeting with, as has many on this side, not sure about yours. Just finally, we've also lifted the minimum distribution to 6% of net assets, which is expected to see an extra $60 million a year to flow to charities. At the same time, we are allowing funds to smooth distribution over 3 years. This means that a fund can help a charity build something really substantial, rather than just being forced into a pattern of small annual grants. We back our charities. Treasury analysis shows that a fund receiving market returns and distributing 6% per year could keep supporting charities for decades, even without further contributions to its assets. We back charities, not sure about those opposite.
Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Deputy President. And the debate during Take Note today just demonstrates yet again that just because Labor say it doesn't mean that it's real. In fact, Australians are coming to realise that you can't trust or believe anything that this government says, because they'll say one thing at one point in time and they'll change it again later. They say that real wages are moving again, and yet when you look at the real numbers, when you look at actually what's happening in the economy, real wages have fallen back to about 2011 levels. That takes away all of the growth that occurred during the period of time when we were in government, when real wages actually grow. Real wages grew under the period of time that the coalition was in government. Was it slow and low levels of growth? Yes, it was. But for a low inflation economy. That's what we would like to see now. That's what we'd like to see now. But Labor, because of their spending, have lost control of the economy. The Reserve Bank has told them that. The Reserve Bank has talked about the problem of productivity, which is now going backwards, which is why Australians' real living standards have fallen back to 2011 levels. 2011. In 4 years. They've destroyed what happened in the previous decade. And yet they stand up and talk about how well everything's going, how wonderfully they're supporting Australians. And yet real Australians know, because they're feeling it. They're feeling it when they go to the supermarket, where eggs have gone up 36.5%, milk 29.7%, coffee, tea and cocoa 26.9%, Deputy President, dairy products 25.6%, bread 22.7%, breakfast cereals 20.9%. You cannot trust or believe a thing that this Labor government says. And when they come out, as they have in this debate today, and talk about references to the truth, I've got to say you'd choke on your Wheaties, because they will say one thing, and they have said one thing before the election, and then done the exact opposite after the election on a number of occasions. On a number of occasions. They have destroyed the trust of the Australian people, and they stand up here during question time, batting back, ignoring reality, ignoring the truth, when Australians, when they go to the supermarket, can feel the impact of this government's mismanagement on the economy. To the extent where the Reserve Bank talks about that they are concerned about the productive capacity of the economy is not growing. As long as the productive capacity of the economy isn't growing, we cannot grow very fast without running into inflationary pressures. So this is how all these things are linked. Because productivity is so bad, if the economy grows too quickly, it's inflationary. And the Labor Party under this government has lost control of that. Australians are suffering because of that. They're seeing it at the supermarket, and they know that they can't trust or believe a thing that this government says.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Pocock. Barbara Pocock.
Thank you. I rise to take note of the Minister representing the Minister for Housing's answers to my questions in relation to the housing crisis, and I particularly focused in my questions on the 5% deposit scheme and the Housing Australia Future Fund. I asked Minister Ayres about Labor's faulty 5% deposit scheme and how it is delivered for some people who've got very high incomes, and it has delivered for people who have flipped their purchase into an investment property very fast, 1,500 people in that category, and about how Labor think they can solve the housing crisis with just 56 net new social housing stock in the last year. That is a tiny, tiny contribution in the face of a crisis that is huge, that is historic. I asked about how Labor's HAF is failing to deliver at anywhere near the scale we need to help the hundreds of thousands of Australians who every day are living in extreme housing stress. Even if the HAF were to deliver on its 40,000 homes promise by 2029, which is, as I'll get to, a very, very long shot, it would house just 6% of the 640,000 people in need of that social housing. So this crisis is historic, and it deserves an historic response. It deserves an appropriate expenditure into public, into community housing. If we can spend the billions that we are spending on submarines, if we can forego the billions we are foregoing in gas tax, then we can afford to turn our attention to the biggest crisis, the biggest contribution to the cost of living crisis that is affecting Australians in every capital city, in every small town, in every regional settlement. This crisis has been decades in the making, and both sides of the major party foray in front of me have to take responsibility for the failure to invest over the last 30 years. I'm chairing at present a select committee into housing inequity between generations, and we have heard from people all over the country, from Perth to Melbourne to Canberra to Sydney to Brisbane to Adelaide, and the evidence is, it is heart-wrenching. I have to say, it is really hard to listen day after day to young people, to their parents, to the providers of homelessness services, to people dealing with rent increases. Last week in Perth and regional Perth, in Secret Harbour, south of Perth, paying rents of $770 a week with a vacancy rate of 0. In Broome, $1,000 a week, vacancy rate of 0. People who cannot find a house, who find themselves now looking at their car, looking at the bridge, looking at all kinds of unsafe compromises and unsafe conditions to try and get some kind of place to sleep. And in every single hearing, we have heard about those skyrocketing rents. We've heard about those outdated rental laws that are way, way out of date in terms of the proportion of Australians, nearly a third, who are now in long-term rental accommodation, rapidly increasing uncapped rents and underfunded homelessness services, which are really heartbreaking to hear about. And yet this government's policies are not touching the sides. Labor Party promised to attack the crisis and it hasn't done it. And the crisis is now on Labor. We are 4 years in. It is time to see a massive injection of direct investment in public housing. It is time to see action on rents. It is time to see an expenditure which is way more significant than we have seen so far in the Housing Australia Future Fund. And millennials are the first Australian generation to be worse off than their parents. Well, shame on us. Shame on this parliament and many of us in this chamber who are going to see a generation worse off, affordability worse off for people. I want to say that the Housing Australia Future Fund is a particular issue here where we see an investment that is nowhere near the scale needed for this crisis. Even if the HAF is fully implemented, it will meet just 6% of those 640,000 people who are looking for support in this crisis. But take a look at the recent ANAO report. It is appalling reading. It is telling us there is a very serious and significant risk this program is not going to reach its targets. It is way behind. It is it is failing us in this crisis to put the houses we need on the ground. Just 1,432 homes halfway through the years of its projected existence as a program, meeting just 4% so far of its 40% target, of 40,000 target. So it's a failure,
Senator
and Labor is letting us
Pocock,
down.
your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. When faced with real people facing real problems, what do ministers from the Albanese government do? They say they are concerned. They write a letter to...
Senator Thorpe, could you just... you do need to move to take note of the answers to your questions.
Yes, I move.
So move. Thank you, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. When faced with real people facing real problems, what do ministers from the Albanese government do? They say they are concerned. They write a letter to someone to say they are concerned, but they will not actually take any real action, even when it's in their power to do so. They will always pass the buck. And the Minister for Indigenous Australians is sticking to the Labor do-nothing playbook. Right now in Mount Isa, 15 families are facing homelessness in the next month or so. But when I asked the Minister today what the Office of Indigenous Corporations, a statutory office under her responsibility, had done to intervene when requested by the housing provider itself in April this year, she could not name a single real action. In 2012, Oric knew the housing provider had major governance failures, and it took some action and returned control in 2013. In 2019, Oric got a complaint about the housing provider, but then didn't do anything until 2025, when it successfully took the housing provider to court. That's 6 years later. The housing provider's governance failures did not get fixed, and Oric did not call in a special administrator, did not liquidate the provider or take any other action. They could have done that, but have not. And this could have led to real-life consequences for 15 families who could be homeless in a month. So when Oric, an office under Minister McCarthy's responsibility, does not do its job, the buck must stop with the Minister for Indigenous Australians. When I asked how many families she had secured housing for, the Minister could not provide a number at all. She has not secured housing for any of the families. She said she is speaking with the affected families, but my office has been repeatedly in contact with several of the families, and none of them have met with the Minister. They have trouble getting hold of their local National Indigenous Australians agency. Not once has the Minister been clear on what options are actually being considered and pursued. I have a letter from Mount Isa Council which states that if the rates for individual properties are being paid, it will not be able to auction those off. Is the Minister doing anything to pursue this avenue? We're talking about $1 million here. Minister McCarthy must intervene today and save 15 families from homelessness and any further anxiety and stress about where they are going to live.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. We'll just have a change of chair. Oh, and we'll put the question. The question is the Senator take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No. Do you have anything, Clark? I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Kovacic.
On behalf of Senator Henderson, I withdraw general business notices of motions numbers 577 and 578 for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. 577 and 578. I'll call the clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. Business of a Senate number 1 in the name of Senator Hanson to the next day of sitting. General business 575 for today in the names of Senator Canavan and Senator David Pocock to the next day of sitting. And general business 479 in the name of Senator Cash for today to the 17th of August. A committee has also lodged an extension notification as shown at item 13 on today's order of business.
Thank you very much. And I understand business of Senate 3 is to be debated. Thank you. Okay. I shall now proceed. Yes, am I calling? I think I'm now calling you, Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I ask that government business notice of motion number 1, proposing a reference of a public work to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works be taken as formal.
Oh, is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none.
Thank you, President. I move the motion and I table a statement in relation to the work.
So the question is government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. And I'll just close the placing of business because I jumped ahead of myself. If there was no objection to the business that was postponed, I'm assuming that everyone is okay with that. My apologies for missing that bit. And you didn't have anything else, Clerk? No? Okay. So we shall continue. Just let me catch up because we had a few that were postponed. I'm now going to go to general business 566, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock. Is that you, Senator McKim?
It will be Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 566, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
I move that the following bill be introduced. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to superannuation and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Pocock.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
An act to amend the law relating to superannuation and for related purposes.
Senator Pocock.
I move that this bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Pocock.
So I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Pocock. We'll now deal with 571 standing in the name of Senator Ormond Payne.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 571 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Ormond Payne.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 571 standing in the name of Senator Ormond Payne be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with 572 standing in the name of Senator Patterson. Is that you, Senator Kovacic?
Senator Patterson, I ask that general business notice of motion number 572 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There's being none, I'll call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 572 standing in the name of Senator Patterson, moved by Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to general business 574 standing in the name of Senator Hanson.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 574 proposing the introduction of bill be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Hanson.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to protect the Australian community from foreign terrorist fighters by amending legislation relating to counter-terrorism and the criminal law and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Hanson be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Hanson.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Hanson be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
An act to protect the Australian community from foreign terrorist fighters by amending legislation relating to counter-terrorism and the criminal law and for related purposes.
Senator Hanson.
Be now read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Hanson.
I table an explanatory memorandum, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Hanson. I'll now deal with 576, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. Senator Kovacic.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 576 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 576, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie and moved by Senator Kovacic, be taken as be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with general business 579, standing in the name of Senator Steele. John.
Thank you very much, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 579 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Steele. John.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 579, standing in the name of Senator Steele. John, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go back to general business 569, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to amend general business motion number 569 before asking that it be taken as formal.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I amend the motion in the term circulated in the chamber and ask that it be taken as formal.
So the question is the amended motion 569, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with the amended motion. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? So we're dealing, I thought I'd done 569, but I'm moving through pretty quick, so I might have confused myself, but I'm happy to put it again. So the question is that the amended motion, 569, standing in the name of Senator Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So I'm now going to deal with 573, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, President. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 573 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that 573, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 573 standing in the name of Senator Bragg be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senators, if further divisions are required, there will be 1-minute bells. I will now deal with general business 580, standing in the name of Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 580 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Steele-John.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 580, standing in the name of Senator Steele-John, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? A division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. The question is that general business notice of motion of 580, standing in the name of Senator Steele-John, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 11 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We will now deal with business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Kovacic.
On behalf of Senator O'Sullivan, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 2 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is, business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator O'Sullivan, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, that concludes formal motions, and we'll move to the urgency motion, and I'll just wait for a change in the chair.
Thank you, Chamber. Senator McKim has submitted a proposal understanding Order 75 today, and it's been circulated and is shown on the dynamic reps. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in time with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Hodgkins-May to move the motion.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. So today we are here to discuss the need for a gas export tax in this country. 7 in 10 Australians are demanding that this place show the leadership expected of them and tax our multinational gas giants and get a fair share back for Australia from our gas, from
Senator
our... Oh, I move the motion.
May,
Yeah, I move the motion.
Thank you. Please continue.
The government and the corporate parties in here are faced with a political choice today. Will they side up and saddle up with their corporate gas donors, or will they vote with the Australian people who are demanding a fair return on Australia's gas and who are demanding at least a 25% tax on gas exports? We are at a time when we are seeing these massive corporations like Woodside, like Santos, like Shell, recording record wartime profits, making billions of dollars in revenue and profits. And yet the government tells us, well, now is not the time to act. If it is not the time to act now, when these multinational corporations are raking it in and Aussies are doing it tough, they are literally budgeting down to the dollar in a cost of living crisis, making impossible decisions about whether to fill the car, whether to buy some fresh groceries, whether to get their medication. This government has been unwilling to stare down around 12 multinational gas exporters and say, hang on guys, time for you to pay your fair share. Instead, they are looking down the barrel to knock 160,000 people off the NDIS. I mean, what an utter shame. 7 in 10 Australians support a gas export tax. Will this Labor government today do what they were elected to do and represent those people instead of their corporate donors? The Greens led an inquiry into a gas tax, or into the taxation of Australia's resources, and we heard that Japan makes more money off Australian gas than Australia does, and that is outrageous. We heard that this export tax will be borne by the producers, not by other trading nations, not by the Australian public, by the producers who are making record wartime profits. We heard that millions of dollars were spent by these same gas exporters trying to kill this gas export tax, and that they were going to attend Labor's $5,500 a head post-budget night fundraiser. It is outrageous. We are seeing donations funnelled into the corporate parties from the likes of Woodside and Santos. In the last 10 years, Woodside have donated $1.2 million. And when I asked them, what do you get for this donation or investment? Oh, we get policy meetings. Policy meetings? I mean, come on, we are in this place to do a job and to represent the people. Have meetings, and they shouldn't cost. It's outrageous. And even Labor's own national conference, their own rank and file members, believe that Australia should get a fair share from Australia's resources. And what does the Prime Minister respond with? He calls this campaign and this push that was driven by the unions a slogan. Nonsense, BS, this is not a slogan. This is a demand from the Australian people to do what you're elected to do. And as recently as yesterday, the Prime Minister couldn't even bring himself to put the two words in the same sentence. He couldn't even say gas tax when he was asked by my colleague in the lower house about this. Pathetic. Time for political leadership, time for a gas tax. Let's get it done. We can do it today.
Thank you, Senator. Your time's expired. Senator McDonald.
Well, thank you. I rise to stand to oppose this ridiculous rehash of a motion. We have discussed this previously. We had an entire Senate inquiry into this notion, which was filled with absolute lies, with mistruths, with misrepresentations. In fact, we've just heard some of them repeated again. Even though the evidence does not support Japan making more tax out of Australia's gas than Australia does, it was clearly demonstrated. We had evidence on this, and yet we have to continue listening to this absolute rubbish. There are no new ideas coming out of this, because this is not a grassroots campaign to get a fair share on our resources. To be clear, this is not an argument based on fact or economics. This is an activist-run campaign, a thinly veiled attempt to shut down fossil fuels and future prosperity in this country. The Greens political party knows this. They know what they are doing. So let's be very, very clear about what's behind this, because despite the calls for transparency and clarity of donations, and the reason why you know donations from gas companies is because they comply with the rule of law in Australia. They comply with legislation, unlike the donations that are flowing in the hundreds of millions of dollars into the Environmental Defender's Office, millions of taxpayers' dollars that they took to make fake evidence in court. What about the IEFA and Australia Institute? They trumpet the need for openness and transparency, and yet they do not disclose where their money comes from. We should care about that when there are activist organisations seeking to alter the political path of this country, seeking to alter the domestic security of our energy supplies, seeking to distort the future prosperity of Australia, the jobs of thousands of Australians, the $22 billion in state and federal taxes and royalties received from the gas industry. We should know where their money comes from. Now, fortunately in the US they have a transparency register for these people, and so we see some of the breadcrumbs of their work, but they have absolutely stated they want to shut down fossil fuels around the world, and Australia has been their working ground. So I understand economics. I desperately want to see future prosperity for this country. It's why I came to Parliament. It's It's why I believe in building Australia. More income for Australia to ensure that we are the first world prosperous nation that we've enjoyed being in the past. We have received billions of dollars from the resources sector. Fantastically well-paid jobs, double what most of us enjoy. In fact, currently we've got electricians working in the gas industry who are on $400,000 a year. That will not last if this campaign is successful. In 2014, the Secretary-General of NATO demonstrated that the anti-fracking, anti-gas campaign in Europe, in the UK, was run by Russian money. That campaign sought to undermine the UK's energy sovereignty and financial resilience. It was allegedly to increase Europe's reliance on Russian energy sources. Well, we saw how that worked out. The Russian pipeline got blown up, and Europe and the UK in particular were on their knees. That's the goal here. That's the goal, is to reduce Australia's sovereignty, on our energy sovereignty and our financial independence. This is not a fantasy. It's not a James Bond thriller. This is happening right now under our noses because we do not demand the same transparency and scrutiny that politicians. We can't take money from overseas sources. And anybody who gives to us, we have to disclose. So I asked the Greens political party who sit opposite us, on whose behalf are you acting when you push this campaign? Because it's certainly not in Australia's interest.
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. You have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, gas is an incredibly important resource for Australia. It's important to our economy. It supports thousands of jobs across the country and contributes billions of dollars to the economy as a whole and brings in vital export revenue. That revenue is used to directly and indirectly increase the standards of living of Australians. But as a flexible source of power, it is a vital element in our transition plan to a renewable economy and an energy grid. Because as we phase out coal and bring on new renewable energy sources, we need gas to firm it. Gas is also a really important industrial feedstock for a number of industries in Western Australia, and it's a really important fuel for those hard-to-abate energy needs in other parts of the Western Australian industry, including the resources industry. But I'd also say that our reliability as a gas exporter is vital to maintaining strong trade relations with regional allies and partners, and our stability in providing exports to our trade partners during the most recent energy crisis that was created by conflict in the Middle East ensured that Australia was able to leverage those relationships, as ably demonstrated by the efforts of the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister, among others, to ensure that we didn't run out of fuel at a key time, that our fuel supplies remained stable. So a 25% export tax is taken at face value. It may well be a good faith effort to increase the revenue gained off the gas tax, the gas industry. That wasn't the substance of the submissions, of some of the submissions we heard at the inquiry. Some of them were very clear, which is that the purpose of this tax was to tax the industry out of existence, to make it economically unviable. But I think our starting point would be the same in terms of getting a fair share from our resources, and the question is, how do you do that? And one of the interesting parts about sitting on an inquiry and listening to a really large range of people across a relatively short period of time, but in quite a lot of detail, is that there are a number of different ways you can do this. There's the current petroleum resource rent tax, there's what would be called a brown tax, there's a wellhead royalty, you could put in place an export tax. There are a range of different ways to do it, but all of them have consequences for the industry and for energy supply in Australia and for investment in energy long term. And so you need to get into the detail of all that. And what emerged from the inquiry is a 25% export tax was just a sort of figure plucked out of nowhere. There was no empirical basis given for any of the advocates other than the amount of money that it would actually raise. And that's okay, that can be superficially appealing, I get that. And there's a sort of elemental speciousness to it. But in terms of actually designing a policy that delivers a return for Australians while also ensuring our energy security, it needs to go a bit further than that, and it needs to be better calibrated. So We've already seen a number of changes to the PRRT under this government that have increased the amount of revenue collected. And our goal is to get a fair share, and if the Australian people are saying that they think we're not currently getting that or won't get it into the future, then that's obviously something that we need to look at. But we need to do it in a way that is calibrated with the other objectives in this space, namely having a gas industry that permits a transition to a renewable energy grid, having an industry that provides energy for Australians, and doing it in a way that doesn't kill standards of living, doesn't destroy important parts of our industry. And so that's really, I guess, the overarching thing. The other point is, and I know there are different views on this in this chamber, but the government's also just set up a national domestic reservation in the gas industry for 20%. And that means that we're trying to guide gas that's produced in Australia into Australian industries to bring energy prices down and to stimulate or turbocharge our industries. And so that is, I think, part of the problem as well, is when you've got that policy being rolled out at the moment in order to deliver domestic reservation, which is in effect a kind of tax on the industry, the idea that you would then put on a 25% export tax on top of that, it's potentially devastating to that industry. It might destroy investment in that industry in Australia. And the result in the long term is an Australia that's poorer, less energy secure, less able to do an energy transition, and ultimately will collect less tax from this industry. Rather than push for an arbitrary tax, a tax that doesn't actually have a foundation other than people like the dollar figure at the end of it, I think where we landed on the report was we want to investigate the options available and look at ways to ensure we're getting a fair share in a way that doesn't distort or destroy the industry or create perverse incentives within certain markets or industries. And that was the recommendation of the government members to the gas tax inquiry, was that there are a number of options that were worthy of investigation to try and both ensure the viability of the industry and also increase the revenue that Australians receive from it. And that's the course we'd advocate.
Thank you, Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. Australians know that once our resources are gone, they're gone. There's no getting them back. There's no after the fact having regret that we had this incredible amount of gas that was exported from this country, and yet we look at our national deficit and it's hurtling towards $1 trillion of national debt. It's cold comfort to them to hear a government that is regurgitating lines from the gas industry, despite a proposal from the ACTU. The Australian Council of Trade Unions put forward a proposal that a 25% gas export tax was a way for Australians to get a fair return from the gas that we export and a way to reduce the price of gas in Australia for manufacturers, for households and for businesses. And yet we've got the Labor Party voting against, not just voting against, but arguing against a proposal like this, which the vast majority of Australians support. We're not making decisions in this place like we want to be here for a long time. We're not saying we have this resource, it's finite, it needs to be part of the transition, let's actually get a fair return for it. We're happy to flog it off, take the crumbs, and then repeat what the gas industry says. For many years, they were in denial about this. They said absolutely not, can't happen, and now they're in delay mode. They realise the vast majority of Australians want a better deal, and so the gas industry is trying to delay it, and now the Labor Party is trying to delay it. They're saying, well, the petroleum resource rent tax, down the track, it'll give us a return. When you look at the Treasury numbers, 2030, we get almost as much from passport fees in this country as we do from the petroleum resource rent tax. Like, Aussies aren't buying this. No wonder they're looking at the major parties and going, well, who are you guys serving? You in there to make good decisions for us? Or you're shilling for the gas industry, you're shilling for the gambling industry? Like, what are we here to do? This is a finite resource that belongs to all Australians. And while we delay, while the government doesn't even have the guts to put in a windfall profits tax, companies like Woodside are laughing all the way to the bank. We've seen LNG revenue climbing from 59 billion last financial year to 65 billion in 2027. You've got Woodside saying that they've had a 28% jump in revenue, $6 billion in the past 3 months, and they've exported less gas. And the government says, all good, mate.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Your time's expired. Senator Walters.
Actions speak louder than words. Labor's national platform was just amended so that it says their party wants to ensure a fairer return from our natural resources. Well, today the Greens are giving the government a chance to vote the way that their own members want them to, and vote for a minimum 25% tax on gas exports. Because right now, Australians are being taken for a ride. Japan makes more money off Australia's gas than Australians do. They've had a tax on gas imports for some 50 years. So they made $8 billion a year for the last 5 years, largely off our gas. $8 billion, while we give it away virtually for free. Those numbers just don't add up. And they're not adding up for Australians either. That's why poll after poll shows that a majority of people support a minimum 25% tax on gas exports. That's why just a few weeks ago, my colleague and I, Senator Allman Payne, had 80 people packed into a pub on the sunny coast, and 75 of them left with a sign saying tax gas exports for their fence. And that's why hundreds of Queenslanders turned out last weekend to wave those same signs, all the way from Gladstone down to the Gold Coast. People are getting behind this campaign because they know the big gas corporations are ripping them off. 1 in 3 big corporations pays no corporate tax at all, including Santos, one of the biggest gas producers and exporters in Australia. In the 3 months after the war in Iran began, Woodside Energy reported nearly a 30% jump in revenue. So not only are they killing the planet, but they're making a killing while they do it. A minimum 25% gas export tax could raise around $17 billion every single year. We could use that revenue to actually help people in what is a deep and abiding cost of living crisis. Imagine instead of leaving $17 billion in the pockets of the gas corporations, we could use it to put dental and mental health care into Medicare. We could use it to build more public and affordable homes for people. We could fully fund public schools. We could make university free again and cancel student debt. We could put solar and batteries on every single roof in this country and invest in sustainable biofuels so that we're protected from the next fuel crisis and we have real energy independence in a way that helps us tackle the climate crisis at the same time. That's the sort of thing that $17 billion could be used to actually help Australians. Now, Labor is feeling the heat from the public on this, and that's why they've changed their party platform, but words are not action. So today the Greens are giving Labor the opportunity to act and to vote for a gas export tax, because governments should work for people, not for corporate profits. And it is about time that this government started saying no to their corporate donors and started acting in the interests of Australians. That is your job as representatives and as the government that the people have elected. You're meant to be working for people. Instead, we see the Prime Minister continually delivering for the gas corporations and for the other corporate donors that fuel his re-election coffers, and people are sick of it. And they are seeing it more clearly. This government works for big corporations and it puts Australians last, and they're sick of it, folks. So vote for a gas tax already.
Senator, your time's expired. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Anytime the Greens get up to talk about how we should manage our energy, it should be met with extreme scepticism. They aren't interested in lowering the cost of power, food or goods for everyday Australians. Their only objective is destroying the gas industry for wild net zero ideology. This proposed export tax is the vehicle to achieve that objective. What it will mean for Australians in the long term is less investment, less supply, less tax and higher prices. We need solutions that prioritise investment and development in our incredible energy resources. We want more gas, more oil and more energy. Labor's new gas scheme is just as damaging to this vital sector. Their ill-conceived reservation policy is facing backlash from industry as producers scramble alongside Labor ministers to figure out what they are expected to do. Labor doesn't have the answers. The best they can tell us is that it will be up to the minister from year to year. How can we be expected to attract the billions of dollars in investment required for these projects when this government provides no policy certainty? It is irresponsible to treat such a critical industry with this level of disdain. One Nation has developed a policy that will deliver more gas and more energy, and cheaper. Our policy encourages investment and exploration of our resources. We would invest alongside industry and leverage their expertise to give Australians real ownership of their gas and ensure that it is Australia that receives the benefits. That's the difference between One Nation and the socialists across the chamber. We don't sell false promises and blatant lies that will deliver disastrous outcomes. The Greens are never held to account, only deliver fear, lies and false promises. We come with real-world solutions for the future of Australia, and the only ones to do that is One Nation will deliver for the people of this nation.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Oh, thanks very much, Acting Deputy. Well, here you get it, don't you? You've got the three gas parties with their billionaire donors all lining up together. One Nation, Labor, what's left of the coalition, all joining together to oppose a gas export tax on their big billionaire donor mates. This tells the truth, you know? If there was a cat wandering through the chamber, it'd have a bloody big bell on it, and it would be ringing in the donations that the gas industry has given to the Liberals, to One Nation and, of course, to their mates in the Labor Party. What could taxing big gas deliver for us? Well, you know what? With the tax we get from big gas, you wouldn't have to be cutting 160,000 vulnerable Australians off the NDIS, because we'd have the revenue there to actually put the money into the care sector and the care economy. But, you know, this government, the Labor Albanese government, with help and support from their One Nation mates, are going to say they're not going to tax these billionaire owners of gas exports, because they care more for a handful of billionaires than they do for over 150,000 Australians, their families, who desperately need the support of the NDIS. Because you could have met any shortfall in the NDIS a couple of times over by taxing export gas. We could have ensured that every Australian could just walk in to a GP clinic and get the treatment they need right there and then for free, with the money that Labor has decided, with their mates in One Nation and the sort of quiet little cheer squad in the coalition. You could have had the money to make that happen if you'd been willing to take on the 1% and the billionaire class and tax export gas. And, you know, we're asking here for about a third, a bit less than a third of what Norway does. About a third of what Norway does in taxing gas exports, and you'd have these billions of dollars a year. And the fact that Labor won't do it now, while these gas export companies are literally making blood-soaked super profits because of the war, Trump's war in Iran, the fact that Labor won't act now shows the reality. We're not going to fix Labor. Australians need to see what's happening and replace Labor. And replace Labor with parties that are going to take on the billionaires, not fly around in one of their gifted aeroplanes or wander off to some Sicilian resort with the billionaire class. That's who you need. Look at what's happening here. Look at what's happening here and you can see it. And I want to thank my colleague, Senator Hodgins-May, for the leadership that she's shown in this, the strength that she's shown, not only chairing that committee, but holding this government to account like she's doing today. More of that.
Oh, Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. Are you coming to the Prime Minister's 118th birthday? It's going to be a big day. As well as celebrating making it all the way to 2081, he will finally get to mark the closure of gas wells he approved while Prime Minister more than 5.5 decades earlier. all 1,695 of them. These wells are just one of the 36 new and expanded coal, oil and gas projects the Albanese government has approved. New projects harming the planet, harming the environment and the health for decades to come. I've got some investment advice so good that you'll think this clip is an AI scam. Here's what to do. First, be a big gas corporation. Then drop some cash into Labour's election accounts. 100,000 or so will do. In return, Labour will let you make billions and get away with exporting over half of Australia's gas without paying a cent in royalties. In fact, this government collects more money slugging you with student debt than these big gas companies pay in tax. And when the Greens, who don't take a single cent of these dirty donations, when the Greens sided with Australians saying we should have a minimum of 25% export tax on gas revenue, Labour chose to side with the billionaires. Seriously. Polluting gas corporations love Labour in the same way that Gina loves One Nation. If you're sick of Labour working for their donors instead of you, now is the time to stick it to them and join the Greens. Together, we are capable of massive change. Join us and help make this happen.
Okay, the question is the motion moved by Senator Hodgins may be agreed to. Those of their opinion say aye. Against no. Oh, I think the noes may have it. Division required. Ring the bells. There you go, Jackie. good to go. Shut the doors. Question is that the motion moved by Senator Hodgins may be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair. The noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim to tell it for the ayes, Senator Kavasic to tell it for the noes. I'm with you guys. Order. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 30. The question is resolved in the negative. Clerk. Thank you. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Sharma, which has also been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is consideration of the proposal supported? It is. Thank you. With concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I now call Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, it's been over a month or 40 days, in fact, since the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, thought it would be funny to gratuitously insult an ally, a partner, a friend. That's when he went on a podcast and mocked in crude and in boorish terms the valued and symbolically significant of a pair of crown melons from Japan's visiting Prime Minister Takaichi. Now, when the Prime Minister refused to apologise to Grace Tame for calling her difficult, it made him look small, but his refusal to apologise in this instance diminishes us entirely as a nation. We all pay the price for it. Not only was his insult personally offensive, who criticises someone for bringing them a gift? Who does that? It was sexist, it was demeaning to women, and more than that, it was a major diplomatic blunder. Crown melons are highly prized and valued in Japanese society, and Prime Minister Takaichi's decision to gift these melons to Prime Minister Albanese was symbolic of the importance she attaches to the Australia-Japan relationship. By going on a podcast and mocking that gift in crude terms, the Prime Minister sent the signal that he attaches no importance to this relationship, that he thinks it is trivial, that it is worthy of being mocked. Now, this isn't an insignificant thing. The Prime Minister's pride is proving a stumbling block to repairing a vital diplomatic, strategic and trade relationship. Let's remember, Japan has been in our top two trading partners now for close to 6 decades. For about 40 years, it was our largest export market. For the last 20 years, it's been our second largest export market. Japanese investment in Australia over decades, patient long-term capital, has developed our resources sector, quite literally. The Pilbara, the Bowen Basin in Queensland, the North West Shelf, LNG. And Japanese investment today is underwriting new sectors that will be vital for Australia's future prosperity. Critical minerals, rare earths, hydrogen, ammonia, any number of other things. But Japan is not just a trading partner, they are also an important security and strategic partner. Japan is a member of the Quad. In fact, it was a former Japanese Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe, the late Shinzo Abe, who pioneered the Quad meeting at leaders level. This is an important forum that brings together India, Australia, Japan and the United States in a way that helps stabilise and reassure the Indo-Pacific. Japan is a joint exercise partner, a military partner of Australia. Japan is building and will be providing us with our Navy with our future frigates. So this is not an insignificant relationship. This is one of our most important relationships. There is a lot at stake here. But Anthony Albanese's gaffe, the Prime Minister's gaffe, and his refusal, his stubborn refusal to apologise, puts this entire relationship under stress. And his ministers and himself are now engaged in a cynical cover-up. To see senior Labor cabinet ministers defend the Sir Les Patterson impersonation put on by their boss is a case study in hypocrisy. We've seen one Labor minister claim that it's all a misunderstanding, that you should just look at the footage yourself. Well, if you do, Australians are in no doubt that this was a crude joke gone wrong. We've seen other ministers say the media is misreporting it. Well, they're not. This is a feature in not only in the Australian media, I've seen it now reported in the Japanese media, in the US media and in the UK media. We had the Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, gamely try to blame the opposition for making it an issue just yesterday. No, we didn't make it an issue. What's made it an issue is the Prime Minister's refusal to do the simple thing and apologise. Now, we've all had instances with our children where we tell them when they mess up, the best thing you can do is own up quickly, fess up, apologise and move on. That simple parenting lesson does not seem to have been passed on to the Prime Minister. So rather than insult the intelligence of the Australian public with their obfuscations and their implausible denials and their attempts to tell us that black is white and that up is down and that left is right, these senior Labor ministers should just be telling Anthony Albanese to apologise and move on. The Japanese are gracious people. They will accept that apology and we can put this tawdry and regrettable episode behind us.
Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. An urgency motion in this place should generally involve some emergency. A threat to the nation, a crisis facing Australian families, an event requiring immediate attention of the Senate. Today, apparently, it is this motion brought by Senator Sharma. And of all the challenges facing Australia and our region, those opposite have decided that the Senate must urgently turn its attention to a podcast. It is not our security partnership with Japan, not our trade relationship, not regional stability. The nation can rest easy that the opposition is hot on the heels of this case. Japan is one of Australia's closest and most important partners. Prime Minister Takaichi is a friend of Australia and a friend of our Prime Minister. Australia and Japan have never been closer or more strategically aligned. And for this relationship runs much deeper than any single visit or just an announcement. For 50 years since the signing of the Nara Treaty, Australia and Japan have built a partnership of trust, reliability and shared interests. Australia has been a dependable supplier of energy, resources and food to Japan. Japanese investment has helped build Australian industries, and more than 100 sister relationships connect our communities, and a record 1 million Australians visited Japan last year. We have stood by each other through earthquakes, tsunamis and bushfires, and that is the relationship those opposite are now trying to drag into a manufactured political controversy. And for what? A cheap headline? A day's outrage? During Prime Minister Takaichi's visit in May, our leaders announced a stronger cooperation on economic security, defence, energy security, critical minerals and cyber security. Together, including through the Quad, we are working for a free and open Indo-Pacific that is peaceful, stable and prosperous. 5 major outcomes advancing Australia's national interests. And if those opposite really want to have a debate about the judgment in foreign affairs, we are very happy to have that. This week, Shadow Minister Anne Webster saw the flags displayed of the Vietnamese president's visit and asked, why are the Chinese flags flying? Those were flags of the Vietnamese. There was no urgency motion, there was no demand for an apology, just a correction, and everyone got on with their day. But let's not forget that those opposite have form for sticking their foot in it. In fact, the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, Senator Jane Hume, claimed that Labor volunteers at the 2025 election were in fact Chinese spies. And who can forget their previous leader, PM Peter Dutton, joking about our partners in the Pacific having water lapping at their door. So spare us the fake outrage and the lectures on diplomatic judgment. Seriously, we could be debating about tax cuts, cost of living relief, and what we're delivering to Australian families. We could be debating about our work to build more homes. We could be debating about how Australia navigates the most consequential period of strategic competition in our region since the Second World War. Instead, those opposite have brought us here to manufacture a scandal out of absolutely nothing. Prime Minister Takaichi does not need the Australian opposition appointing itself to be offended on her behalf. Those opposite can keep searching for their outrage. This government will continue to do the work, and we will keep strengthening our region and deepening our partnerships and taking pressure off families and, in fact, delivering the real change that Australians need.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I too stand to speak on the matter of importance that's before us today, because quite frankly, we all know that the standard you walk past is the standard you accept. The PM just walked past a standard that no Australian woman should have to accept. In fact, no Australian should have to accept it, and neither should the Japanese Prime Minister. Mr Albanese should admit his behaviour was deplorable. He should apologise, and Australians should hold him to his word, because in April 2022, this is what Prime Minister Albanese said. Earlier today, I made a mistake. I am human, but when I make a mistake, I'll fess up to it and I'll set about correcting the mistake. I won't blame someone else. I'll accept responsibility. That's what leaders do. So today, we are asking the Prime Minister to honour those words. Stop denying your actions were not offensive and demeaning. You don't get to decide that. Others make that judgment, not you, and they have. The Prime Minister's actions by gesturing towards his chest to describe a female's body during a crude exchange comparing the Japanese Prime Minister to Pamela Anderson has been widely condemned by just about everybody except his own Labor colleagues. The Leader in the Senate, the Minister for Women, the Minister for Social Services are all out there defending this, quite frankly, indefensible action by the Prime Minister. So let me remind you what these parliamentarians have said in the past. Senator Wong, July 2018, sexist slurs to demean women have no place in political debate in this country. We agree with her. Minister Plibersek, October 2022, on the 10th anniversary of Julia Gillard's misogyny speech. I felt I was there while history was being made. But in August 2026, defending Anthony Albanese over his crude remarks, dismissing the former Japanese ambassador's reading as a complete misinterpretation. We don't agree with her. And then there was Katie Gallagher today in question time when asked whether she, as the Minister for Women, thought that these comments were degrading and demeaning to women, and whether she, as the Minister for Women, would be standing up and saying to the Prime Minister that these comments are completely unacceptable. What does Minister Gallagher say? I know that this is a leader who always stands up for women and always respects women. I would suggest to you that the actions of this Prime Minister are not respectful to women. And then there's Anthony Albanese himself. In June 2026, following a billboard that was put up in Victoria targeting the then Victorian Premier, Jacinta Allen, he posted on X and then repeated at a press conference, no matter who you support in politics, it is completely unacceptable to demean, objectify, belittle or offend women. But in August 2026, after his actions have been widely condemned, not just here in Australia, but around the world, he rejected the assertion of the question when he was asked about it. So as we're sitting here today, we have got a Prime Minister who is refusing to accept that what he did, the standard that he set, is unacceptable. But let me read out the words of Julia Gillard of October 2012, when she was referring to the then Prime Minister, Tony Abbott. If he wants to know what misogyny looks like in a modern Australia, he doesn't need a motion in the House of Representatives, he needs a mirror. I would suggest, Mr Albanese, as the Prime Minister of this country, perhaps you need a mirror. Perhaps you need to have a look at your actions, because what we have seen in the last few days following this deplorable action by the Prime Minister is a standard that was expected by this Prime Minister of every other member of this Parliament, every member of the Liberal Party, the entire time we were in government. That standard and that expectation has been completely walked out the door. This Prime Minister sets a double standard. He tells Australians before the election that his expectation is one thing, and following the election he thinks it's okay. He thinks it's okay to make derogatory remarks about Kylie Minogue, sexual derogatory remarks about Kylie Minogue. He did, at least in that time, apologise unequivocally. I think the right thing for the Prime Minister to do is unequivocally apologise to the Japanese Prime Minister and the women of Australia for his tawdry, dirty, grubby remarks.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, we are stuck with the most unaccountable Prime Minister in Australian history. Otherwise, we shouldn't be discussing this matter today. This Prime Minister has gotten so much wrong. Countless broken promises, record immigration numbers, net zeros on steroids, housing, the cost of living, defence and AUKUS. Oh, and don't forget about the divisive voice to Parliament. And, of course, an embarrassing podcast he should never have done. Let's be clear what happened. This interview took place in the official residence of the Prime Minister. It was obvious from the beginning the Prime Minister was pretending to be someone he is not. He didn't fool anyone for a second. He talked about fancying an Australian cultural icon in Kylie Minogue. And then he talked about gifts from the Prime Minister of Japan, one of Australia's most valuable allies and trading partners, and made an obscene gesture describing them. It was crass, it was inappropriate, it was cheap, it was sexist and offensive to women. Everyone except the Prime Minister and every female minister in his government knows he should apologise. And this Prime Minister just cannot bring himself to do it or even admit he stuffed up. His appalling judgment and his lack of accountability show he is completely unfit for the office he holds. He is an embarrassment to our nation. He has made Australia a laughingstock on the international stage with his stupid comments about Japanese melons, and everyone except the Labor Party knows it. This Prime Minister promised to be accountable and transparent. It's another failure, another broken promise. The only transparency I have seen in his sexist remarks and gestures in relation to Kylie Minogue and the Prime Minister of Japan. Prime Minister, you are a disgrace. You're the most embarrassing leader this country has ever known. It's no wonder that One Nation's Fire, the Liar campaign, has raised so much money. We'll be making good use of it to hopefully throw him out at the next election, and a lot of his aiding and abetting members of Parliament along with him.
Senator Little.
Well, of course, the Prime Minister should have known better than making an offensive, disrespectful comment about a female head of government. I didn't find it funny watching this, nor fitting for our Prime Minister, and I'm sure many other Australians didn't either. In fact, so many people were talking about this. The Prime Minister of Japan, he's equal in terms of parliamentary office of a country that is a security, trading and strategic partner. But the Prime Minister completely missed that point. Worse, after that public podcast, he refuses to accept what Australians could plainly see and hear. An apology is warranted. There has been no correction, no apology for this crude and major diplomatic blunder. That was beneath the office of Prime Minister, and his actions right now in refusing to apologise continue to be beneath the office of Prime Minister. Australians, though, have seen this pattern before. Deny, dismiss, hope the controversy passes, throw heaps of PR at it, and that's how this Prime Minister rolls. The PM, a parliamentarian for almost all his working life and so familiar with diplomacy and political protocol, on show embarrassing himself, embarrassing Australia, and then denying it ever happened. Australians expect judgment, respect and character from the person who holds that office. Japan's former ambassador has described the remark as insulting and unthoughtful. That should have been enough for the Prime Minister to recognise that an apology was warranted. You would have thought that a person that was a former ambassador to that country might have known something. But that doesn't occur to Prime Minister Albanese. The Prime Minister should have picked up the phone, apologised directly to the Japanese Prime Minister. This is the same Prime Minister who said, "I didn't fall off a stage," after the entire country watched him do exactly that. Deny, deflect, wait for it to blow over, send the PR team in. That's not leadership nor accountability that he promised Australians. That is a Prime Minister who thinks the truth is negotiable. If he says it enough and enough times, if he repeats the words over and over again, or worse, he stays silent, then that's okay. Remember the $275, the reduction in your electricity bill? It's a bit like deja vu. And if there was truly nothing inappropriate about that podcast, why did his own office feel the need to respond at all? You do not issue a denial over nothing. Now let's talk about the silence, because it is deafening. Where's Labor's outrage? Where are the women and men saying this is wrong from over the other side? The Labor machine has gone completely quiet. The silence is offensive too. Not one word of condemnation from his own caucus. Not one senior Labor woman standing up to say this was wrong. Instead, we hear today in this place senior Labor women defending it. There is nothing defensible about that. The same people, we've seen this form, they've spent years lecturing this country about standards, about respect, about how women in public life should be treated. Based on who is in charge, that standard should not change, regardless of political inconvenience. You just have to ask yourself, what if he'd done that to me? What if my family members, my loved ones, saw him doing that to me? You can't convince me that people wouldn't have been offended. No explanation. The Australian Federal Police should also be investigating how sensitive diplomatic material from one of our closest allies ended up as fuel for a domestic political scandal, and this government should be cooperating fully rather than hoping it just disappears. The Prime Minister owes the Japanese Prime Minister a direct, genuine apology. He owes the Australian people honesty about what happened, instead of insulting our intelligence by denying the obvious. The Labor caucus owes this country an explanation on why on this occasion every single one of their voices is missing. Instead, Labor is prepared to stay silent rather than respect and protect Australia's standing and operation. It is time for the Prime Minister to stand up. His behaviour was unacceptable to anyone, and Australians know it too.
Senator McDonald.
Deputy President, well, this is extraordinary. We have got to expect standards of the highest leader in this land. I think it is amazing to me that we still have senior members of the government saying that they won't be lectured to by the opposition, and yet the most basic standards they refuse to acknowledge. They refuse to protect women from the sort of oafish, boorish commentary that women are sick of. This is the sort of behaviour that belonged at the pub, at a football game, with your mates. But instead, it was said by our Prime Minister on a publicly broadcast podcast. I don't know if he was distracted by the interviewer, but certainly when he made the sort of remarks he did, I was I mean, not surprised. I'm used to that sort of behaviour from men like Albo. But I was disappointed. We could do better. But of course, this is not just about boorish, oafish remarks by a Prime Minister who lies to Australia, who brings legislation to the Parliament that on 50 occasions he says he won't. But he's now wandered well out into the deep water. He is criticising one of our biggest trading partners. He is criticising the Prime Minister, by the way, the first female Prime Minister of Japan. He is criticising a company that takes these sort of relationships very seriously, who has been a good friend to Australia, particularly as the government has made such appalling changes to our gas policy. And he has made it at a time when Australia is getting gas policy really wrong. The Japanese have announced that they will be taking gas from Canada and the US in preference to Australia. And if we think that the thoughtless, offensive remarks by the Prime Minister aren't playing into that, we are sadly mistaken. So not only is he boorish and oafish, the Prime Minister is threatening the prosperity of this country. He's threatening the jobs of this country. He's threatening the very income and taxes that pay the equivalent of the PBS in Australia. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. And to have him okay to apologise to Kylie Minogue, where he made the same sort of outrageous comments, but he won't apologise to the leader of a country that we have security arrangements with, trade arrangements with, and indeed had 1 million Australians visit Japan last year. We expect better. Australians expect better. We expect leadership. We expect a Prime Minister who can provide the sort of trappings of office that leadership should provide. What kind of astounds me, though, and as I've said already, I'm not really surprised that it's come from the PM. He demonstrates this behaviour over and over. But there are senior women in the government who are running a protection racket, that they are providing protection for him, that they're saying, no, nothing to see here. Can you imagine what they would be saying if that was a Conservative leader? Well, we don't actually have to imagine. We watched as they absolutely victimised Linda Reynolds a couple of years ago, drove her into hospital. They ran the most awful attack on the leader of the coalition, the Prime Minister at the time, but they will not now call out worse behaviour. Sexism, that is, truly, I thought, has no place from the Prime Minister of Australia. Anyway, if the Labor government and the Labor members and the Labor ministers and the female members of the Parliament won't call this out, then we absolutely will, because he, the Prime Minister, is damaging our reputation on the world stage. We don't need to be a joke caused by him. He should apologise. He must apologise, because it is beneath the office of the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Pursuant to order, the Senate will now move to valedictory statements. I call Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, President. Every day here we begin by paying our respects to Aboriginal people, the traditional custodians of this land. Words are cheap without actions. If we really respected our First Nations people, we would do so much more to walk the path towards reconciliation and justice and heal the wounds of the past. I rarely hear the words truth and treaty spoken these days, or closing the gap for that matter. We know what needs to be done. Let's get on and do it. I want to make an important disclaimer suitable for this day and age, President, and that is that this speech has been written without the use of AI. And also probably that viewer discretion might be required for the bros in the manosphere, because there will be some real men tears today, and it may be triggering to some of them. President, last autumn in my hometown of Bicheno, we copped one of the biggest swells I've ever witnessed on the east coast of Tasmania. And by the way, Bicheno, my hometown, just got voted the #1 small town in Australia by Traveller magazine. Not to mention there's been some recent UFO sightings off the coast that have been well publicised. There's nothing to do with my retirement. I hope it's got nothing to do with my retirement. Nevertheless, it appeared the force of this swell picked up the sand and pushed the barway, connected to Redbill Beach across to beautiful Diamond Island 100 metres north. When another massive swell hit a few weeks later, this time from the north, a whisper began about town that something very special and magical was going to happen. Underground rumours, whispers that a mythical wave might come to life. I'd heard it all before, but looking through my telescope, there it was. I could barely believe my eyes. Through the pines in the afternoon sea mist, long walls of ocean energy were rolling perfectly off the island, the dark figures of a few local surfers flying down their faces. And they're okay with me doing this tonight because it's a public place and everyone knows where it is. With only a few hours of light left, my son Finn, who's here tonight, and I couldn't get out there fast enough. My local beach that I feel deeply connected to had transformed into one of the best waves in the world. And that afternoon, I shared some of the best waves of my life with my son. Getting back on the beach in the fading light, the ocean a perfect mirror of an intense magenta sunset, I remember putting my arm around Finn and said, "This is as good as it gets for me." I couldn't help thinking, how many of these moments have I missed over the years, always travelling constantly away from home? Walking back in the dark, surrounded by the thunder and energy of the surf, my decision to leave politics was made. I reckon I've got at least 10 good years of surfing left in me, so I am going to make hay while the sun shines. President, I'm only too aware that the deep connection that I share with my coastline is a blessing and a source of inspiration. But truth be known, it can also be a burden. David Attenborough recently stated that after 100 years on the planet, I now understand that the most important place on earth is not on land but at sea. If we save the sea, we save the world. Those of us who are eyes wide open to what's happening in our oceans know that it's going to take a lot of saving. When you're connected to nature, you see the wounds of the world. Wounds that are largely self-inflicted in places like this, in the parliaments of the world. That makes them more painful, harder to bear, especially when you're one of the rare, privileged few who get elected to Parliament, but struggle to turn the tide. Sitting on my surfboard in that autumn dusk, the lights from Nick's famous little penguin viewing platform and rookery should have been flickering on. The sandbar should have been alive with these iconic creatures, and I have one of them on my lapel tonight. Returning from fishing in the open ocean to feed their chicks. But the lights were off. The penguins vanished that summer. For the first time in its 35-year history, the Bicheno Penguin Tours closed up shop. This was the biggest tourism attraction in town, and it was distressing and devastating to my community. My wife Natalie and daughter Bronte, who are also here tonight, and I went for walks through the penguin rookeries that summer and watched helplessly as the penguin chicks left behind slowly starved to death. Waiting for parents who wouldn't return, wandering around dazed in the sun, eating sticks, desperate with hunger. Not one survived. A marine heatwave had forced their parents too far out to sea in the search for food. Some of them eventually returned. towards winter as the water cooled, but far too few and far too late. A marine heatwave, I remind you, linked to the burning of fossil fuels. Looking north from that same sandbar, this area of coastline was historically so full of giant kelp that it was famously difficult to get boats into the area. It was so thick it would foul their props. In 1839, Charles Darwin, on the voyage of the Beagle, visited Tasmania and the Southern Ocean, falling in love with these exact same giant kelp forests, stating, "I can only compare these great aquatic forests with terrestrial ones in the intertropical regions. Yet, if in any country a forest was destroyed, I do not believe so many species of animals would perish, as would here from the destruction of kelp." How prophetic. Darwin was hauntingly right. It took less than 2 centuries. The giant kelp has now long vanished from my coastline, along with a profound loss of biodiversity he predicted. 95% of all Tasmania's giant kelp forests have disappeared. This loss directly linked to the warming of the East Australian current and the march of marine invasive species, both tied to climate change. Bicheno, typical of so many small towns on Australia's east coast, used to have dozens of operating fishing boats. Only a few remain now. The loss of this habitat has had devastating consequences for Tasmania's and fisheries and the communities that rely on them. The loss of fisheries and tourism income in just one small town among many along the Great Southern Reef are some of the economic consequences being felt because of the greed of the fossil fuel industry and our corrupted political system that has for decades refused to act meaningfully on climate change. President, I've spent the last chapter of my Senate career travelling the nation, working with scientists, other inspiring individuals, many of them here tonight, community and environment groups, using my platform to bear witness to the sad decline in our natural world, raising awareness on the devastating impacts that our addiction to fossil fuels are having on our oceans, and advocating in here for the strongest possible climate action. That 2025 summer, that marine heatwave smashed also our World Heritage coral reefs, and for the first time we recorded mass coral bleachings, both on the east and west coast at the same time. I joined scientists at Ningaloo Reef and out at Heron Island on the Great Barrier Reef, also with Penny, Steph and Larissa, and saw the devastation caused by water temperatures that reached as high as 36 to 38 degrees Celsius. That's bathwater. If a bushfire destroyed millions of hectares of precious World Heritage biodiversity on land, it would be declared a national emergency, but not heat waves at sea, apparently. Senators, look at what else is happening around our coastlines. 650,000 shearwaters washed up dead on Australia's east coast beaches last summer, believed starved to death because of a marine heat wave. Travel west to witness the algal bloom and Dead Sea in areas of coastal South Australia, also linked to a marine heat wave. And it's with great sadness that, while I was writing this speech yesterday, new counts on South Australia's giant cuttlefish have plummeted to record lows. And just like with Bicheno's penguins, tourism operators in Whyalla have cancelled cuttlefish season with millions in expected losses. While population of fur seals are declining, with other species weakened further as a new strain of pathogenic bird flu also arrives on these shores. Go further west and witness the massive decadal loss of seagrasses in central Western Australia, 1,000 square kilometres. And up across the top end to North Queensland to witness catastrophic mangrove diebacks. An estimated 40 million trees across thousands of kilometres are believed to have perished. It's official as of yesterday, July again was the warmest month our oceans have had globally on record. They are literally off the charts. Models now show the strong likelihood of a record El Nino and the real possibility we will all get a taste of 2 degrees warming above pre-industrial levels next year in 2027. But you won't hear any of these truths in the Murdoch press misinformation machine. A death cult of powerful corporations and elites in and outside of parliaments continue to do what they've done for more than 40 years, Either deny climate change altogether or lie, deceive, delay and distract from what's necessary to decarbonise our economies, radically reduce emissions in line with what the science tells us. President, we are all collectively the frog in the pot, metaphorically and literally on top of a gas stove. And we can't climb out or extinguish the flame because a bunch of lying, greedy bastards won't let us do it. They will go to any lengths to protect their profits, including legalised bribery and blackmailing of corruptible political parties. This is happening globally. It's frightening and it's bloody infuriating. If you told me as a senator, starting 14 years ago, what I'm seeing now, especially this ongoing stubborn denial, greed and disregard in the face of our safe climate breaking down, I wouldn't have believed you. And I came in here as a climate ocean campaigner. But then again, in 2012, I hadn't witnessed the historic clean energy future package legislated by the Labor and the Greens, power sharing government, and held up as a global standard in climate policy, defeated by the climate denial machine in this country. I hadn't witnessed with my own eyes LNP senators laughing as they did a joyful ring-a-rosy, dancing on the grave of this same legislation in this chamber and the other one. That legislation has turned out to be the only real historic climate action ever seen in this country. I hadn't yet worked and lived through a decade of the swamp and desert years of climate policy paralysis under the LNP, which I note continues to this day. Nor witnessed 3 Prime Ministers toppled over climate policy, or a Labor government elected in 2022 after campaigning on climate action only to propose national climate targets whose ambition equated to 2 degrees of global warming, a death sentence for most of the world's coral reefs. And even today, astonishingly, the Labor Party is still approving new fossil fuel projects. In particular, the clock is ticking on the approval of fossil fuel giant Woodside's Browse project to drill and risk pristine Scott Reef and fuel the recent shameful expansion of the North West Shelf extension out to 2070. President, twice I've watched Donald Trump get elected and become arguably the most important man on planet politics. The narcissist in chief of our ally, the United States, an anti-science climate denier totally corrupted by big money from his fossil fuel and billionaire donors, a puppet for powerful interests dividing us and risking our future. The question I keep asking myself, and everyone I know, by the way, is how did our system get infected by this mass political psychosis? Information is power, and those who control this control the agenda. But our information environment, which dictates the daily decisions we make, has changed radically since I started as a senator. It's official that most of us now get our news from social media platforms, a system set up to incentivise engagement that rewards anger, outrage, fringe views and the spreading of lies. Politics has itself become entertainment that feeds on this anger, these lies and fringe views. Engagement hackers use rage baiting to lure voters and channel them towards more extreme, dangerous political views. I remind senators the World Economic Forum 2 years in a row, in 24 and 25, said that disinformation, the poisoning of our information system, is the biggest threat facing humanity. This disinformation, combined with the physical threats posed by climate change, they labelled as humanity's biggest long-term threat. While politicians and parliamentarians are at the pointy end of our climate wars, there exists a well-oiled denial machine behind the defeat of climate policy globally. PR firms, consultancies, think tanks, compliant conservative media outlets like the Murdoch Press, and mercenary online armies funded by billions of dark money, often linked to fossil fuel interests, coordinating global efforts to obstruct climate action. Don't take my word for this as a Green senator. Ex-Chief of Defence Force, CDF, Admiral Chris Barry, and his Climate Security Experts Group recently released a report stating this organised campaign to be akin to information warfare. In a world where AI provides an industrial platform for endless dis and misinformation, we have to restore trust in science, our democratic institutions, public policy and polity. Senators, if we lose this fight, we lose everything. There is much we can do as a parliament to tackle this, reset the agenda. There is hope. I'm proud of the work and the recommendations of the Senate Select Committee I recently chaired that looked into this clear and present danger. And I want to acknowledge some of the other members here tonight, Senator Pocock, Senator Darman and Senator Ananda Raja and Senator McLaughlin for working cross-party on getting this report done. And I urge you all, please, in the years ahead, to jump into this critical work before this cancer on climate action and our democracy becomes terminal. President, I feel like I've given it a good crack over the last 14 years. Some political waves caught, some missed. Some people have said to me, Peter, it's a good time to be leaving politics. I know it's the right decision for me and my family, but truthfully, it doesn't feel like a good time. But I accept there probably never is a good time. If you care about the environment, the ongoing genocide in Gaza, the need to fight for a pathway for justice and reconciliation for our First Nations people, to unshackle ourselves from the US military-industrial complex and so many more issues, your work is never done. But it gives me great comfort on the eve of my departure that other warriors in this chamber, across political lines, and this parliament are willing to stand up and carry the torch on such critical issues. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate my successor, Vanessa Blyer, who's over here in the chamber today. You'll be all getting very familiar with Vanessa shortly. She will be a formidable senator for the Greens, for Tasmania and for nature. And Murray, I think I can say confidently, you'll probably be wishing that I was back in 6 months' time after you've been grilled by Vanessa a few times. Senators, we really do have one of the best jobs in the world, to build platforms for change. We get to poke our noses into nearly everyone's business. We have incredible tools and powers, resources at our disposal, especially the committee system. Clark, President, I've been so fortunate to have initiated and chaired dozens of Senate inquiries in the past 14 years, and I'm in awe of the committee staff that I've worked with over the years, and I'm sure all senators in this chamber feel the same way. But I wanted to give a special shout out to Patrick, Stephen, Taz, Alan and Kate, to just name a few. And I'd also like to thank you and all the Senate staff, especially in the chamber here tonight, the parliamentary staff, the Comcar drivers and security guards from the bottom of my heart. Of course, senators would be nothing without our staff, overworked, underpaid and often unrecognised, consistently going beyond the call of duty. And it is a calling for our staffers. Thanks and respect to Jess McCall for all the work she does in Larissa's leader's office, and to all Green staffers for what they do. In fact, to all staffers. But to my crew especially, Meg, Eddie and Chloe, Jack and Lily, who are currently working with me, and it's great to see some of the old gang back in the building tonight. In particular, Charlie, Thomas and Tim. And also a big thanks to Emma and Maddie, who couldn't make it. Now, I didn't want to write this bit because I felt like it was too scripted, so I'm going to kind of speak off the cuff here. And tweak my neck to turn around and look at you. Megan, my Chief of Staff, has been with me since I started, which is a massive, massive task, let me tell you. And I don't think I've ever remembered that she's taken a day's sick leave, but I'm sure she has. She's an absolute trooper. Thank you for protecting me. Your intuition is legendary. I've learnt to take advice because of you, and you're nearly always right, just like my wife too, by the way. And I wanted to say, this is as much your journey here tonight as it is mine, and it absolutely couldn't have happened without you. To Chloe and Eddie, someone once said to me that I was lucky to have hired the daughters of two fishermen. Brought up on the coast, down to earth, straight shooters, salt of the earth and more than a bit of salt in their blood. lovers of the ocean, and I just wanted to say to you both tonight, there you are, Eddie, enjoy your break that you're going to have and time with your beautiful partner, Dandy, and with your dogs, and time in the ocean, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the soup. I feel like we've been to war together. You followed me all around the country, and you've always had my back. Thank you. Chloe, I kind of feel like your time with me is only going to be a footnote in the one chapter of your book. You've had such a fascinating life. You're such an incredible individual, and I'm so fortunate that you have consistently saved my bacon on so many occasions. Although you're vegan and I shouldn't have used the word bacon. But I'm eternally in your debt, and I look forward to keeping our relationship going. Jack, when you joined me, you had 2 twins on the way. You came to my office, you started an MBA, you took out a mortgage. We all looked at you and thought, what the hell? This guy is incredible. Mate, you should be so proud of what you've achieved. You have not only turned up day in, day out and been an incredible friend and confidant, but you have achieved great things, and you should be very, very proud of that. Lily, thank you for the 1 million views that you've got me on social media in the couple of years that you've been with me. It's been really good to work with you, and the Greens are very lucky to have you, and Libby especially is lucky that you're now going to go and join her office. Yeah. I wanted to say more broadly, just give me 1 second. Thanks, Penny. Thank you for your loyalty. That means so much to me, and your respect, your humanity and good advice. You stuck with me till the end, and you've never wavered, and I'll be forever grateful. Not yet. I'm close. I wanted to say tonight a big shout out to Fraser Brindley, who sadly passed away while working in this building 3 years ago to this week. I dearly wish he was here with us tonight. Working for Nick and myself and the Greens for many, many years, Fraser proved MPs weren't the only ones driving change in this place. He turned up every day and he did change the world. He was a leader and a giant in our movement. His inspiration and memory is a compass that we still take our bearings from. His mum Helen is with us here tonight. Please know your son is dearly missed and was loved and respected by so many of us. Sorry, this is called a circuit breaker because I knew this was going to be a struggle. That one's for the Manosphere, President. So our team over the years has got some serious work done. We've helped people almost every day, and together we've had a powerful platform to fight for change. But I wanted to say tonight that any achievements we've made have been collaborative efforts, working across our party room and across the political aisles. President, getting Senate work into policy outcomes and legislation isn't easy. Forget the making sausages analogy. It's more like baking a cake. You can have all the best policy ingredients added and mixed in the right way, but if the oven is not set to the right temperature, it will flop or be inedible. That temperature is the politics of the day, and this building is the oven. And I'd like to think my team has baked a few delights over the years. I'm proud that we got an effects test, arguably one of the biggest competition policy reforms in a decade, and we did that working with the Nationals. I'm proud that we've legislated in this place Tranche 2 anti-money laundering laws. And I wanted to shout out to Deb O'Neill, even though she's not here tonight, but I wanted to especially shout out to her for her decades of work on this, and to Senator McKim and to Fraser. Multinational tax transparency and multinational tax avoidance laws. Working with a coalition over many years, we've got billions of dollars of big corporations to help pay for schools and hospitals. A Royal Commission into the banking and financial services that shook corporate Australia and led to significant legislation in this place. And crikey, there's a whole book in the telling of how that Royal Commission came together. But I did want to say it was a combined effort working across the aisle with the Labor Party and with the LNP, and especially with Wacka Williams, who I wanted to give a very special mention to tonight, and to Sam Dastiari for the work, the leadership he showed on this. I'm proud that we solved the backpacker tax impasse in return for $100 million for land care in Indigenous protected areas, a levy on the big banks to help pay for services that protect our most vulnerable, and I could go on. I'm also proud my team and I have initiated some groundbreaking, world's first Senate inquiries into tackling marine plastic pollution, shark protection and risk mitigation, exploring the impacts of warming oceans on our coral reefs, marine habitat, and the dangers of seismic blasting and erosions. And of course, the need to tackle climate-driven marine invasive pests like the long-spine sea urchins that are doing so much damage to my precious coastline. And also an inquiry into how we stop illegal fishing in the Southern Ocean, which I think Senator Colbeck, you were involved with, and in whaling in the Southern Ocean. And the last inquiry, I will say, I think stood me in good stead for probably the best and most challenging experiences of my parliamentary career, being the only politician willing or stupid enough to self-fund a trip to Tokyo and directly lobby the Japanese Parliament to stop this barbaric practice. I'm confident our parliamentary work has helped communities and campaigners better protect their oceans, coastlines and wild places, and it's a solid foundation for others to continue to build on. Last night I did an adjournment on shouting out some of the important fellow travellers on my journey. Many scientists I've been lucky enough to work and campaign with. I also have very fond memories, and will always have fond memories, of the environmental campaigners I've been privileged enough to work with. Too many to list here tonight, but a special thanks to Darren Crindley-Sides, the previous CEO of Australian Marine Conservation Society, and in the chamber tonight, Paul Gamblin, the new CEO. Thanks for arranging a beer with Tim Winton too. I'll be eternally grateful for that, Paul. And Alexia Wellbelove, who I've worked with now for well over a decade. Thanks for being here tonight, and Alexia, and to all the crew at AMCS for all you do, in fact to all the marine conservation organisations. And of course, my other tribe, surfers. I'd like to shout out tonight to Josh Kirkman and Tim Silverwood, who are here tonight. Tim, you get a double mention because I'm about to talk about plastics in a second too. Thank you for being here tonight. And of course, at Surfrider Foundation, where I was a board member before I came into politics, Drew McPherson, Damo Cole, Brendan Donoghue and Wendy Harmer, and Paul Maddock, to name a few. My last act in the Senate tomorrow is bringing on a private member's bill for debate to make producers of plastic packaging responsible for their pollution. I'll be thanking many folks tomorrow when we talk about this issue, but a special thanks to Jeff Angel and to Tim Silverwood again, and of course also to Gail Sloan, Suzanne Tombu, who are here tonight, and I really appreciate you being here, and hope you come along tomorrow too. Thank you. I'm proud to have worked and fought with so many legends, and I hope, post-politics, we can continue to work together in some way. President, reflecting on the last 14 years in this place, there is one thing I'm especially proud of. It was the opportunity to play a small leadership role, working with so many of my heroes, and campaign to get Australian journalist Julian Assange out of his Belmarsh prison hell back home to Australia. I have a spray painting by Tasmanian artist Jamin of Australian Father of the Year Terry Hicks, the father of David Hicks, on my office wall here in Parliament. Terry has always been a hero of mine because of his love for his son, a love that conquered all. When Julian Assange's father, John Shipton, came to Parliament in 2018, seeking help to get his son safely back to Australia, we discussed Terry's Odyssean efforts against all odds to get his son David out of Guantanamo Bay so he could face a fair trial and extradition back to Australia. The first Trump presidency made it clear they were out to get Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. They wanted his head on a pike. They set out to extradite him to the US to face a bogus trial behind closed doors and a probable virtual death sentence. It was a dark and trying time for Julian's family and his supporters, who, like Terry Hicks, were up against some of the most powerful forces on the planet. But this wasn't just an attack on Julian Assange. It was an attack on press freedoms, universal human rights, an attack on all of us. It was meant to send a message. And as we warned at the time, it was a taste of things to come. If I recall correctly, John, who's here with Julian's brother Gabrielle, you were only able to get a few meetings in your first trip to Parliament. I think myself and Andrew Wilkie. It seemed Julian was persona non grata in this building back then. Great revolutionaries threaten entrenched powers with an inevitable backlash. The political assassination of Julian's character and freedom over the years meant few politicians wanted to lend him a hand at the time. And to be fair, including amongst my own mob. John and I had many discussions over the years about how we could humanise Julian, rebuild his reputation, such as documenting his family's fight to free him and establishing a Parliamentary Friends for Bring Julian Assange Home group. Within 5 years from the establishment of that Parliamentary Friends group, a handful of MPs grew to 65 senators and MPs from across the political divide, and it's a deep political divide, calling for Julian's release and return home. A motion backing his return to Australia passed the House of Representatives. Our Parliamentary Friends group also embarked on the most unlikely parliamentary delegation to Washington. I'll wager ever seen by this institution, including Senators David Shoebridge, Senators Alec Antic, who also said he was going to come tonight. Sorry, Alec. Monique Ryan, Tony Zappia and Barnaby Joyce. Because we were able to put our political differences aside to campaign for the release of an Australian who was being tortured in a maximum security prison, so too did the Democrats and Republicans, and an alliance was built across the Pacific. Gabrielle, you did a magnificent job, including, I understand, accidentally bumping into senators and congressmen on trains at the coffee cart and getting us meetings and building the most unholy of alliances. That was very successful in the end. Our presence was certainly noted in Washington prior to an important visit from our Prime Minister. And tonight I would like to personally thank the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese for his quiet diplomacy and leadership he showed on getting Julian Assange home, which, by the way, I'm sure our not-so-quiet diplomacy from the Parliamentary Friends Group aided and abetted. And to Kevin Rudd, who hosted us in Washington, and British High Commissioner at the time, Stephen Jones, both of whom played a significant role in Julian's return home to his family. And of course, this wouldn't have been possible without his wonderful wife Stella, brother Gabriel and father John, and so many other champions like Jennifer Robinson, Greg Barnes, Stephen Kenny, Barry Pollack, Jeffrey Robinson, Nils Meltzer, Scott Ludlam, who's also joined us tonight, Flick Ruby, and way too many others to mention here tonight, who all took up the campaign and legal battles that ultimately got Julian released. While Julian is home with Stella and their boys Gabriel and Max, the campaign continues to clear his name of charges negotiated during a plea deal to return home. President, I helped start this political campaign because I could see John loved his son, as I do mine, and would do anything to help him. That's what inspired me, and it was nothing more complicated than that. Sometimes you need to be true to yourself and follow your heart. Listen to your humanity, ignore political expediency, be inspired by great people, and never give up fighting. And on that note, I want to acknowledge Bernard Collaery, who is also here tonight. Thank you for being here, Bernard, and what he sacrificed personally to get justice for whistleblower Witness K and the people of East Timor. And on the topic of whistleblowers, I understand Gabrielle has now established the Information Rights Project, which fights for whistleblowers facing persecution, and importantly, David McBride has his parole decision tomorrow. Good luck, David. There are many in this Parliament who support you. Now, speaking of love and family, I'm so lucky to have had such strong women in my family life. My mum Rosemary, sister Kerry, wife Natalie and daughter Bronte. Mum, who can't be here tonight, I'm looking forward to spending a lot more time with her, was always the original greenie and a loving, empathetic mother to all, and she could be really bolshy. And absolutely, that's where I get it from. To my kids, Bronte and Finn. Bronte, I actually found this note this afternoon surreptitiously. I love you, Daddy. This is 2012, the very first week I started and gave my first speech. Just remember, don't listen to them. Just think of surfing with Finn and I in Bicheno. Don't forget us. I've never forgotten either of you. I'm so proud of who you've become and proud of the fact that I can say that you and Finn are two of my best mates. I'm so sorry I was away so much of your life. I hope I've done you proud. I might get that box off you again in a second. Love and gratitude also to my brother Dave in Freo and my sister Kerry, who is watching this live with Mardu Mob out in the little sandy desert tonight. And to my father Tony, a man of principles and deep conviction who worked hard with my mum to give all our family the best chance in life. Nat, my beautiful wife, not just my soulmate, but also my best mate. I'm grateful for your love every single day, and I'd be lost without you. I remember dragging you over to Tasmania 23 years ago. We'd lived in seven cities in 10 years, and you wanted to put down roots in WA, which is fair enough. But I remember you eventually relenting and saying to me, I think we've got one last adventure left in us. And here we are in the Australian Senate 23 years later, and I hope we've got more adventures ahead. I love you. Thank you. In 2022, the Australian Greens celebrated 50 years since the world's first green environmental party, the United Tasmania Group, was established. And I apologise to Maureen and David from the New South Wales Greens, because this is often very controversial. Established in the Hobart Town Hall in 1972. If I speak loud enough, hopefully I can talk over the... Could you bring them to order, please, President? You bring my colleagues to order. I often say Tasmania's most important export to the planet was the green political movement. And I feel so proud every day that I'm part of a movement that turns up day in and day out, rain, hail or shine, to change the world. And Obama was right when he said, politics is hope in motion. And that's why I joined the Greens in 2008. And I thank each and every Greens member and supporter from the bottom of my heart. And a special mention for the Tasmanian Greens long-term and long-suffering convener, Damien Irving. Thank you for your steadfast support over many years. And to each and every Tasmanian who voted for me, giving me this opportunity of a lifetime. The forces rigging our economy, undermining our democracy, polluting our planet and stoking hatred and grievance for their own ends, they are counting on you, me, all of us to give up. That's their strategy, and I can say with confidence tonight, there is no bloody way that is going to happen, not a chance in hell. The Greens will never, ever give up. So to my comrades and fellow Green warriors, mates, yep. No. Oh yeah, sorry. To each and every one of you, you're all wonderful. And it's been an honour and a privilege to serve with you, and to those who have gone before. I think the ultimate compliment for all of you is that I actually genuinely do feel like I'm a better human for the time that I spent with you, and I'm so grateful. And I thank you for your support and your respect. And I wanted a special shout out to leaders of political parties, and this is all leaders of political parties. I don't think there is a harder job on the planet. Especially to previous party room leaders, Bob Brown, who I replace, Christine Milne, who was a mentor for me, Richard, who's a good mate, Adam, who's a good mate, and Larissa. And Nick, your time being the leader of the Tasmanian Greens. It is literally the hardest job on the planet. It's completely thankless. The buck stops with you. And you are a lightning rod for so much discontent, including in your own party. It's the most difficult job. Now, everyone has different theories of leadership, but in my opinion, a leader, a true leader, enables and works to bring out the best in each and every member of their team. If we all shine, so do you, and our movement benefits. Larissa, you've done such a wonderful job doing that, and you've got this, mate. You've got this. I'm nearly finished. Thank God. This is not an easy job. Okay, we all know that, especially when you care deeply, and I know most people, in fact all people here do. And the wheel moves slowly in this place, and it can be a heavy burden to bear sometimes. So please look after yourself, comrades, and may all your journeys bring you wisdom in the struggles of the heart and courage in the heart of the struggles ahead. And lastly, to all senators, all my fellow senators, for at least another 48 hours anyway. All of us here are ordinary people who have been given an extraordinary opportunity. One day you will likely also be standing here giving your valedictory, and I ask you to reflect this afternoon on how you want to feel when this happens, whenever that may be. And here's a little message over thousands of years for you. Some Stoic wisdom and reflections of Marcus Aurelius that I think are particularly and especially important for all our time here in the Senate. Whatever you do, you're going to be forgotten anyway. So live your life in such a manner that while you remain, you belong to yourself. Adios and thank you.
Senators, I do have a list in front of me, so I'm going to go through the order because there's quite a few speakers. If we can get Senator Whish-Wilson back, that would be lovely. Can hear all the nice and maybe not so nice things and funny things people are going to say about you. They'll all be nice, Senator Dunningham just said. Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. Well, Senator Pete Whish-Wilson had some pretty big shoes to fill when he entered the Senate to replace Bob Brown as a Green Senator for Tasmania in 2012. Big shoes, but as our resident surfer, Pete always seemed more comfortable barefoot. Nevertheless, over the last 14 years, I have been proud to watch him fill those shoes. He's brought to this place a rare combination: the analytical mind of an economist, the instincts of a campaigner, a huge heart and care for people, and a deep and abiding love of the ocean. Pete's path to Parliament didn't begin as a staffer or a bureaucrat, but in Tasmania's pristine environment and alongside hundreds of thousands of people fighting for a better world. Standing among more than 200,000 people marching against the Iraq War, Pete realised that caring deeply wasn't enough. He had to be prepared to act. He was moved to fight for our common future, both for people and for the planet, and he had the courage to turn that conviction into action. Back home in Tassie, that determination drew him into the community campaign to protect the Tamar Valley from the proposed pulp mill, and ultimately brought him into this chamber. During his time in Parliament, he's been a relentless advocate for nature, the climate, ecosystems and wildlife, and for fairness. That commitment has shaped much of Pete's work in this place. In 2012, he was the first ever senator to raise the scourge of plastic pollution choking our oceans in the Australian Parliament. He's since led the charge in Parliament by establishing 3 landmark Senate inquiries into marine plastic pollution and Australia's recycling crisis. And when it came to commercial whaling, in 2013, Pete gate-crashed a diplomatic function in Canberra and gave the Japanese Prime Minister a handwritten letter from Sea Shepherd Captain Paul Watson, urging Japan to cease its commercial whaling in the Antarctic. He's the only Australian politician to visit Japan and lobby its politicians and Parliament directly to end this cruel and unnecessary practice. He was also the first MP in the Australian Parliament to oppose the introduction of industrial super trawlers, leading the parliamentary campaign to have them banned from Australian waters. His work included establishing a historic Senate inquiry in March 2014 into the Southern Ocean and Antarctic waters, including illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, after which the government agreed to carry out 2 40-day customs patrols in the Southern Ocean. Whether the threat came from plastic pollution, industrial fishing or commercial whaling, Pete brought the same qualities to the fight: deep knowledge, persistence and an absolute unwillingness to accept that protecting our oceans was too difficult. Pete brought that same persistence to his work in the Treasury portfolio. Drawing on his own experience in economics and finance, he challenged concentrated corporate power from a position of real authority. He secured the effects test in competition law reform. His work was fundamental in pushing for and establishing the Banking Royal Commission, which led to more than 70 pieces of legislation, including tightening the screws on banks and insurance companies, a levy on big banks to pay for schools and hospitals, multinational anti-tax avoidance laws, new sweeping anti-money laundering laws, and multiple tax transparency measures. He's also been a prominent long-standing critic of investor-state dispute settlement clauses in trade agreements, which give big corporates control over domestic laws that might seek to protect the environment ahead of corporate profits. He introduced a private member's bill to ban these ISDS clauses in 2014, and his advocacy has had an impact. These clauses are now tainted and they're used less frequently. Pete understood that markets are created by political choices and that governments can choose whether they serve entrenched corporate interests or the public good. And he brought that same determination to causes that were difficult, unfashionable, or too easily ignored. He's been a strong voice on medicinal cannabis for pain management, and and he never shied away from sharing his own personal experiences to help reduce the stigma for others. There are, in fact, few challenges that Pete has ever shied away from. He's been calling out the manosphere. I love that Real Man Tears tissue box. And he's been calling out the toxic stereotypes that rob men of the full experience of human emotion and often drive violence against women. Just a few weeks ago, he stood in this place and demanded that we wake the F up to the avalanche of AI slop and foreign bots in our social media feeds. His work on the Senate Select Committee inquiry into information integrity on climate change and energy showed just how strong the denial machine of conservative think tanks, PR firms, consultancies, third-party campaign groups and some conservative media outlets was working to throw sand in the gears of climate and energy policy in this country. And now we're seeing that same denial machine invading every area of our democracy. Pete was also a vocal opponent of the detention and potential extradition of Julian Assange and a founding member of the Parley Friends of the Bring Julian Assange Home group, along with our former colleague Senator Scott Ludlam up there in the gallery. In December 2019, Pete tabled a petition with more than 200,000 signatures, one of the largest petitions ever presented to the Senate, calling on the government to intervene and to ensure Julian's safe passage home. For Pete, this was never an abstract argument about diplomacy or process. It was about an Australian citizen whose freedom and well-being had been left hanging in the balance. And I too would like to acknowledge that we had Julian's dad, John, and his brother, Gabriel, in the gallery just before for his speech. That willingness to take up a cause before others were ready to act is just as evident in his work back home in Tasmania. Pete was campaigning against salmon farming and in defence of the Maugean skate well before most others. At his 2015 Senate inquiry into this issue, another Tasmanian senator stormed out halfway through the first day, calling it a witch hunt. Last year, that same senator joined Pete in demanding an end to salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour. That kind of advocacy is rarely comfortable. It means being dismissed, attacked, and sometimes standing almost alone. Pete has never let that deter him. And that story captures something essential about Pete. He's never needed an issue to be fashionable, easy, or immediately winnable. He does the work, he builds the case, and he keeps going until others catch up. And when they do catch up, the debate is often shifted because Pete has refused to let it disappear. Pete's connection to the ocean has been evident throughout his work in the Senate. In fact, he might be the only senator whose policy toolkit has ranged from establishing landmark inquiries to encouraging Australians to eat more sea urchins. That perspective has been especially evident in the debate over shark mitigation. He's rejected the fear-driven calls for culls and lethal control programs without ever dismissing the anxiety and trauma experienced by coastal communities. Instead, he's championed practical, evidence-based measures that better protect people without indiscriminately killing marine life, including shark spotting drones, personal deterrent devices, and improved public education. He led a Senate inquiry into shark mitigation and, right up to his final weeks in Parliament, continued calling for the federal leadership needed to make our beaches safer for ocean users and wildlife alike. But beyond the inquiries and the campaigns and the reforms, I will miss the person behind them. His conviction, his humour, his passion and clarity, and the certainty that when Pete took up a cause, he would see it through. Our oceans need defending, and I will miss having Pete here to fight for them. And I will particularly miss having him here just behind me with a ready, warm smile, the support of a friend, and the humanity that he always brings to his work. He is a good man, and the Greens have been lucky to have him, and the Senate has been lucky to have him. His duty to help the world is not done, but he will do it in a way that ensures the other pulls on his heart, his family, and the wild places of Lutruwita have more of him than we do. Pete entered this chamber with Bob Brown's very big shoes to fill, and 14 years later, he leaves with a legacy entirely his own. Our oceans still need defending, corporate power still needs challenging, Governments still need reminding that justice is not optional. But every one of those fights is stronger because Peter Whish-Wilson has been part of it. Pete, thank you for your courage, your tenacity, your friendship, and for showing what can be achieved when conviction is matched by persistence. Tasmania and the Parliament are better for your service. We will all deeply miss our Senator Surfer, but the tide has shifted because you were here.
Senator Sterle.
Deputy President, and I wish to make my contribution to this magnificent episode we've witnessed in a senatorial career, Pete. And I will say, Pete and I have worked so close together over the last 14 years. Pete, when you said 14, I was sitting here earlier today thinking, how long's Pete been here? 18, 19 years? My goodness, is it because you're that much a part of the furniture. But I just want to say on behalf of government, senators, Peter, but selfishly from myself, mate, the 14 years that you and I have spent on the Rural, Regional Affairs and Transport Committee, and my goodness, hasn't there been some luminaries on there apart from you and I? We've Senator Colbeck, and who could forget Bill Heffernan and Barry O'Sullivan and Wacker Williams, to name a few. And no, seriously, real luminaries, and us. But to sit there, Peter, with your political background, your environmental, I call you environmental warrior, I apologise, environmental campaigner, mate, you're both. In that environment that we did for 14 years, traditionally not political allies of ours on certain parts of the agricultural industry, yet the respect that you drew from every witness. I never ever saw one witness take you on, want to have a blue with you. The respect that they showed you, mate, was phenomenal, and we all wish that we could have that same respect from a couple of the witnesses. Peter, I've really enjoyed it, mate. I want to wish you and your lovely wife all the very best, mate. I'm going to miss you on the RAT committee, mate, no mistake about that. I'm going to miss you in Senate estimates, mate, at 9 o'clock at night when we've got AFMA there. And it's a toss-up between you and Richard, who's going to be the Senator for Fisheries from Tasmania. Oh, I forgot Bozzy too. Bozzy was on that committee. There's another luminary, and I apologise, Ronnie. You're in our memories at all times. Mate, we got a couple of things, and I just want to touch on a couple of real quick things. That I was in New York, and I've never been one making big speeches about the environment, but in my first speech I did say we've got to leave it better than what we've found it, because I'm too busy doing another industry that's probably not that clean in the atmosphere as we'd all like it to be. But I was at a lecture with John Kerry. I remember, Peter, I think I rang you, and I heard John Kerry speak, and I'd gone there with no misconceptions, just have a listen, let's see what the great man's got to say. And he talked about the ocean, and he led with this comment when he said, for every second breath you take, thank the oceans. And I know this sounds a little bit weird and a bit creepy, but mate, I thought of you. I actually thought of you, and to the point where I even came back and said, geez, Pete, the work you've been doing, but what I've heard there, and good on you, mate. Keep up that great work. I know you will. To your staff, mate, what a magnificent speech, and to the staff of Peter, you've kept him intact. When I first heard Peter's speech, and I thought, I like this bloke. He was a stockbroker, a viticulturalist, a winemaker, a surfer. And I think, what the hell are you doing in the Greens, mate? I said, this is going to be interesting. And you were a pretty snappy dresser back then, Pete, till you decided the tie was... Sorry to do that to your family and that, but he used to wear a tie. Mate, all the very, very sincere best to you in your semi-retirement or your next few years. You've told me you're going to be buying the Sprinter van, and I tell you what, mate, if I find that you pop out of the desert, you've been on the Canning Stock route or on the Tanami, and you pop out in Orrs Creek and you're in the Kimberley in my area and I don't know that you're there, look out, mate. I told you, give me a shout when you get there, and I'll leave you on one thing, people, that this bloke, I love this bloke, but one of the stories he told me once was he doesn't, I think you're more West Australian than anything, Pete, come on, let's be honest, mate. When you actually met, now I'll ad-lib here, you actually met a West Australian icon in Bonscott under the old Fremantle traffic bridge, and I'm not going to repeat that, that's your story to tell, mate. And you had me in giggles, I've never forgotten it. I'd love to meet Bonscott too, and lucky he didn't punch you in the friggin' nose or whatever it was. Peter, all the very best, mate, to you and yours. Take care, brother. Going to miss you.
Senator Duniam.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, it is an honour to be able to make a brief contribution, along with a couple of other coalition senators, to thank Peter Whish-Wilson for what he has done for the people of Tasmania as a Green senator in this place. Now, it is safe to say that we haven't always agreed on a lot of issues and often find ourselves on different sides of the chamber, but As Senator Waters said just a little earlier on, the humanity with which you have discharged your duties in this place, the respectful nature in which you've been able to find a way to disagree with us and others, the government sometimes, I think is a credit to you. And I think the way others have summarised, and indeed your own valedictory statement outlines your approach to the way you've been a senator for your state and a warrior for your cause, I think is a testament to you. And while there were areas of disagreement, there is nothing quite like being a Tasmanian to unite people who have vastly different views. And I know that you and Senator McKim and others right across the political spectrum have always found a way to find a common cause when it comes to matters Tasmania. And I do particularly want to point out your contributions when it comes to matters Antarctic policy. As a co-convener of the Parliamentary Antarctic Alliance, your leadership there, your passion for the subject matter, your detailed knowledge of what was going on when it came to matters Antarctic science, your personal relationships with experts in the field was something I was always in awe of. And I know that the Parliament will be poorer for it, but I know, and I'm sure you're going to give your blessing to one of your colleagues to carry on in your stead. But that was important work, and as Tasmanians we do have to keep the fight up to ensure that we remain the gateway to Antarctica for Australia's Antarctic Science Program. But I am grateful for the work you did there. If you're nothing if not passionate, you're nothing if not consistent, and you're nothing if not a warrior for your cause. And so I'm grateful for the contribution you've made in the way you've done it, and I thank you for your service to the people of Tasmania. And we can say to your family now, you can have him back.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Peter, I don't even know where to start, mate. Thank you so much for your contribution to this place, but to the people, of course, of Tasmania, but more importantly, to our environment and to Mother Nature. No one could ever doubt your commitment to wanting to fight for a better world, one where our kids are safe, where our air is clean, where our oceans are clean and healthy, and our air is clean and healthy. Our soil is clean and good for food. And the bare basics of what we need for humanity is what you've fought for. And you've always done that. You're someone who has, you wear your heart on your sleeve. And I think that at times means that it's, debates in this place have sometimes been really difficult. But it is what has made you a great politician. It's what has made you a great advocate for the issues that we all care deeply about. A great advocate for our party and a great advocate for the people of Tasmania, because you have a very deep conviction of what you believe is right, and it doesn't really matter who's in the way. I mean, you can be a bloody bulldozer. You really can. And you push and you push and you push, and you don't really care whether, you do not care whether that upsets people, whether people are in the way. If it's the right thing to do, you will get there. But let me say, in that, as Larissa and others have said already, that in being a bulldozer, actually you have such heart and humanity at the base of that, right? And I think that is what makes you a particularly special person in this place, because when you talk, we know that you believe it. And we know that you will be straight about the losses, the gains, and who it's for. I don't know anyone who's been able to make the issue of waste as interesting and as important as you have. And I think, I remember you saying to me once, recycling's not very sexy, but I'm going to try and get some media attention on this or try and push this. You have never dropped that. You have fought for that. And when it comes to the bigger fights that we have in the environment movement and the changes we need to make, I think it's very easy to get stuck in the policy detail and the wonk of it all. And you actually find ways of talking about why this matters to people, whether it's the ocean, whether it's waste, whether it's the air we breathe, how you feel when you walk through a forest. This is actually about how we are connected to Mother Nature, and you bring that in spades. We've had our Barneys over the years, but we've also had some great wins together. Sometimes it's you and me against the rest of them, and I've enjoyed. That's been my favourite. That's been my favourite. Pete, you're going to have some wonderful adventures. This is not it. You know, I think it'll be a new life and a new world, but you're doing it with all of this experience of the last 14 years, and I really look forward to seeing where you go next. I have a feeling that it won't be the last time we see you in this building. I think you'll be knocking on our doors and telling us whether you think we're doing the right thing or not pretty bluntly and pretty clearly. So I look forward to the outside advice just as much as I look forward to the inside advice. Thank you.
Senator Faruqi. Thank you very much. Well, Senator Surfer, I can already see you riding away on a wave, and really well-deserved as well. That was such a beautiful valedictory speech. I think it's really difficult to condense 14 years of politics and activism and life into 45 minutes or so, but you did it so beautifully. You did it with such heart and soul. And you did it like you always do, by being yourself. And along the way, you did give us a lesson in climate science, climate history, as well as the history of the Greens, but some of us might agree to disagree with that. And you sure have given it such a good crack, Pete. You sure have, an incredible crack. I actually didn't know you, Pete, till I got to this place in 2019. But I did know of quite a few people who did know you. And this is what they always told me. You'll get what you see. You'll get a real human, a really nice bloke, someone who wears his heart on his sleeve, a bloke's bloke, but also a person's person. And now we know a little bit of a wife guy as well, in the best possible feminist way. And really good on you, really good on you. I was also told you have humanity and integrity and honesty and a real fire to protect Mother Nature and the climate. And I have only seen that fire burn even more brighter in the time that I have known you. And that has really inspired me. So thank you, Pete. And from day one, to be honest, I found everything that I was told to be exactly true. And on top of that, I admire so much your commitment to really fight hard for the issues that you care about. And I have been lucky enough to be part of those fights and partner with you in some of those fights about the common things that we both care about. And I'll just mention two of those things. One is, of course, the privilege to campaign with you protecting sharks in our oceans, and then joining tens of thousands of people in New South Wales to protect our coastlines from that horrific Pepper 11, which was going to blast and drill off the pristine coasts of New South Wales. And of course, one of those fights we did win alongside the fierce campaigning of communities, and PEP 11 indeed was rejected in 2025. So I've been very proud to stand alongside you and thousands of people in that fight, and I will continue the fight to end the barbaric cruelty on sharks, while also making sure that people are protected, people who love to go into the ocean are protected as well. And one thing, Pete, that I think I will never forget is the fierce passion with which you, Senator Whish-Wilson, have tried to unmask the perils of misinformation and disinformation in this age of AI slop and of bot farms. Of course, funded by those which you so eloquently mentioned in your speech, who deliberately try to undermine climate protection and our democracy. And I do hope that there are others in this place who can carry on that mantle the way that you have done it. So thank you so much, Pete. We love you. Happy surfing.
Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. It's sad to see you go, Pete. We've had our moments on a range of issues, and I'll start where I grew up, which was in and around the water in southern Tasmania and the things that are important to me. And I think despite the differences in our approaches, we've always been really looking for the same sorts of things, because I remember back in 2010 putting some funding into the coalition policy for research on ocean temperature change on the east coast. Not a lot of people wanted to talk to me about it at that point in time, but we are talking about it now because it's recognised as a global hotspot, and the things that you have reflected on, the loss of the kelp beds and all of that's the change that's occurred down that coast, the way it's changed the way that I experienced it as a kid, swimming, diving, fishing in that environment. We would both reflect on and want to see the same things at the end of the day. The work that I had the opportunity to do in the fisheries portfolio, where we had different perspectives on some of those things, but healthy oceans was always something that I was looking at, and we had different ways of going about that. And I still carry that desire. The commentary about the sharks, I've got to say, I think we need to respect that they are in their environment and we're going into their environment. It's a bit like we don't swim in the Northern Territory because there's crocodiles. And you know, the researchers that I've been talking to for a long time about the changes that we made to our fishing gear that meant more sharks would survive, and it has resulted in healthier oceans, and we need to continue to increase those numbers. They're really important. And I hope that when you're surfing they leave you alone, mate. Because we do want to see more of them, and that's going to have an effect on our utilisation of that environment. There's no question about that. But that is important. So we need to respect them and that environment and how we use it. And in some cases, probably where we use it. We've talked about oceans, as I said. We've talked about wine and agriculture. IUU fishing, and I think we both had a real desire to see an end to that, and we had some successes, particularly in the Southern Ocean with twofish and the work that occurred down there. One thing I have to say I admire of you is your persistence for your cause. Rarely a word wasted in the pursuance of your cause. And it didn't matter what forum we were in, and we shared quite a few forums on occasion. You always had your political angle, your perspective built into what you said. The guard was never down. You knew what you were there for, and you pursued it. And sometimes, as you've indicated in your speech tonight, that isn't easy. There's a whole heap of pressures that apply to all of us that have the privilege to be in this place. And so I have to say I respect that strength and courage that you've displayed on some of those issues that you've talked about that were really difficult to work on, and you were the first or the only one. And that's not easy, because as we discussed at a hearing only last Wednesday in Hobart, particularly these days, the forces, the pressures and the influences that come to bear are very, very difficult to handle, both politically but also personally. And so I get the toll. And while we sign up to this, to your family, I know that they would have felt it probably more than you, because you see everything that's going on, and if it's your family doesn't get the whole story all the time. And so those pressures that are placed upon us make it sometimes very difficult, because you've got to manage that side of things as well. Can I say congratulations on your service, congratulations on your achievements. They're important. I enjoyed our last trip to the Northern Territory, and talking about photography and birds on the way home. Can I hope that the seagulls keep an eye on you? I hope there's plenty of them around where you are, and they they watch over you, and can I wish you many happy days in the surf and more like that autumn evening into the future, particularly with your family now that they've got you back. So congratulations on your service and all the best in whatever it is you do next.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Acting Deputy. Pete, we're going to miss you, particularly in that sort of unfashionable outer ring on the ground floor where we're neighbours. Having a neighbour like you with a heart as big as yours has been a true pleasure in this place. When you see how much you care, when I see how much you care about nature, particularly the oceans, and I watch you fight for it, and I've seen how much it hurts when you can't protect it. And, you know, we're in Greens politics, we care about stuff. But the senator that I've seen put their heart into this and campaign from their heart, most clearly and directly, is you, Pete. And I know how much it has hurt not to be able to protect all the oceans you love. But I don't know anyone else who could make the Morgans skate seem sexy. It's not the most beautiful creature on the planet. But when you talk about, when you talk about it and when you connect it with nature and you connect it with your heart, we all love it, and we all love it partly because you share that love and you connect with it. It's one of the remarkable things about you, Pete. And I do remember going off to Washington with you, with Barnaby Choice and Alex Antic, Monique, Tony, and Gabrielle. And we kind of needed you there to keep that licorice all sorts together. And the reason why you were important to that trip to Washington is because you'd been there. You'd been there when no one else was willing, or almost no one else was willing to join with you on that fight because you knew it was right. And you spoke about it, and I won't repeat why you said it was right. But again, it was your heart and your principles. Plenty of us have principles. Few of us have that heart. And for you, Pete, you don't just work on principle. You don't just work on some higher level speech. You go out and you do the work, and you do the work often when no one else will do it. And I reckon you and I are both glad we don't have to hear any more about Pistol and Boo, and probably so is Gabrielle. You chose in this last 12 months in the Senate to chair the Senate inquiry into mis and disinformation. And again, you did the work. You just turned up and you did the work. It was your last 12 months. You weren't doing a victory lap or an honour lap. You were doing some of the hardest committee work that I think any of us have done, facing personal attacks, endless hours, and you did it bravely. And you did it for not just all of us as Greens and not just all of us as senators. You did it for everyone fighting that slop and that mis and that disinformation. And I'm incredibly proud of that work. And we collectively have an obligation to pick it up and do it. Again, it's proof that you go and you do the work, Pete, and we're so grateful for that. When it comes to mis and disinformation, though, I will point out that Petra Kelly came to Sydney and saw the Green bands and went to Germany and then started the first ever Greens party, and the Greens New South Wales kicked off in August 1984, but more on mis and disinformation later. Can I finish with this? You've heard tonight about your ability to work across the chamber, but you also, there's work that few people see. I have a particular note of gratitude from my Chief of Staff about a moment when you didn't really know her, but you called up and you showed solidarity when she was under attack, and you're there when it matters, and you're always there when it matters, Pete. And that genuine sense of care rather than ego shapes your work in politics. And what you said about your team, about Megan, but also about Jack and Eddie, and my team have seen the work of Jack and Eddie in particular in Parliament. Thanks to them and for the loyalty you've shown to Pete. So go well, Pete. Stay close. Surf. Don't change.
Senator McKim.
Well, I go back away with Pete. In fact, Pete surfaced in Tasmania for me, probably out the back of a wave and through some kelp fronds, but it was in the pulp mill campaign, the campaign against Guns Limited, toxic sort of forest chewing pulp mill. that was proposed for the Tamar Valley, and I was in the Tassie Parliament at the time, and Pete was one of the real leaders in the community campaign against that mill. And as always, it's the activism that won the day, and that toxic mill was knocked off, and the beautiful Tamar estuary was never polluted, and our forests were saved from that. And Pete, I think during or perhaps just after that, ran for us. Was it in Windermere? Yes. In Windermere, got drubbed, if I remember correctly, which is actually...
16.5%.
What's that?
You got 16.5%.
16.5%, completely drubbed, just like Bob Brown did in one of his first elections, I might add. So a well-trodden pathway. And I was on the, and I don't mean to inflame my colleagues from New South Wales, but this was prior to us moving to member-elected ballots to pre-select, yeah, please, David, to pre-select our political reps. And I was on the panel that Pete and others presented to. And I don't know if you even know this, Pete. I'm going to slightly break confidence. It was a very close run thing. It was a very close run thing. And I want to say, and this is not a reflection on any of the other candidates, because you actually were up against a field of very, very strong candidates for this position, but we got that one right. We got that one right, pre-selecting. I've never regretted that for a moment, because you are an absolute warrior, Pete. If I was unfortunate enough to get conscripted and go to war, there is no one I would pick to go with me over you, mate, because you would never let your mates down. You would never let your mates down. You wouldn't be fighting so much for the country, in my view. You would stand there with your mates and you would do whatever it took to look after your mates. You'd leave no one behind. And I know that about you. And you're a warrior for nature. And others have talked about that. And there's a couple of classic Pete moments I just can't let the chance go by here. One which I really admired that went viral around the world was calling for army snipers to shoot dogs that attacked the fairy penguins at Bicheno. And we woke up to the global headlines there. But I know the birdos were very happy down in Tassie, mate. The hardcore conservationists were very, very happy with that, and I do admire that, and I think that was a classic Pete Wish-Wilson intervention. One that I'm not so sure about, though, and I don't know, I'm not going to demand answers from your staff here, but I do want to know who let Pete put out that postcard of the penguin with its guts hanging out in full colour into the letterboxes of Tasmania. Not the greatest piece of political communication I've ever seen in my life, that one. In fact, I won't dob in which of my staff members, but one of my staff members still has a copy as a memento of how not to communicate politically. But it's one that's just gone down in our little office history, mate. And again, it embodied actually one of your greatest characteristics. And for me, you've got two, like we've heard about Pete the politician, but Pete the person, for me, has two really enduring character traits. One is courage, and I've spoken about that, but the other one's honesty. And, there's not a lot of artifice about you, Pete. Not a lot of bullshit about you. Like, you're a straight shooter. And you and I have had a couple of honest conversations over the journey, mate. And in fact, I remember one phone conversation, I won't go into the details, but the levels of honesty both ways were so high, I think I might have suggested that we just pause the conversation and resume it later when we both decided to be slightly less forthright with each other. And I won't go into any further details than that, but you've never held a grudge, and I really respect that about you. We've agreed to disagree a couple of times, and we're still really, really good mates, and I really appreciate that, Pete. Your wines, I remember texting you a year or so ago because I somehow forgot to drink a bottle of, was it the 2015 Pinot? Would it have been the 2013 Three Wishes Pinot? I found it in my cupboard in the kitchen, and I messaged Pete and he's going, oh, that was a really good year, save it. So I saved it for I think it was my 60th birthday, family dinner. 60th birthday, and it drunk like a $500 bottle of kind of Burgundy style. It was an absolute ripper, mate. So
you contacted me.
I did. Yeah, I did. Absolute ripper. So remember you for your wines, but more for who you are. So Pete, I know this is the end of a chapter, but it's not the end of the story. We all know that, and we know. We know you've given this a massive crack, and it's time to spend a little bit of time with the family, and your love for your family just shone through in what you said. So I'll see you on the streets and see you in the forest, mate. Might see you up a tree one day. Might see you in the waves one day, but just hook into a few barrels, Pete. Hook into a few walls, carve a few turns, and spend time in your beloved ocean.
Could you do me a small favour?
Yeah.
And shout out Scott Jordan and his team.
I will. Pete's just asked me because he won't get a chance to speak again, but to Scott Jordan and all of the team from Bob Brown Foundation, shout out. Keep up the good fight, folks.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Sorry I missed my turn. I thought Shoebridge would talk much longer. But I want to just say to Senator Surfer, you are a good man, and there's a lot of good people in the Greens, and you are certainly one of them. And I feel really sad that you're not going to be around. You're the only one in this whole place that stands up for oceans. You're the only one that talks about oceans in this place. So you will be missed. And we all have to take responsibility for the legacy that you are leaving us to continue protecting oceans and protecting country. I've appreciated you personally and all of the work that you've been doing, particularly PFAS. You know, we had a good time on the PFAS inquiry and learning about all the poison that we're ingesting and that our oceans and Earth are ingesting. So that was a really lovely time. The Magean skate, I didn't know about that until you mentioned it. So, you know, you've just left such an impact on me personally as a sovereign black woman who, you know, also supports the Greens, even though I'm not one anymore. But your fight for the Magean skate that continues to be threatened by the Tasmanian salmon industry. That's another legacy we must continue to fight. Your work on waste and recycling and reducing plastics. I'm looking forward to your private senator's bill. What a great way to go. Keeping country and people safe and your respect for us as First Peoples of the lands. And how you've always ensured that, you know, we're part of the conversation. So thank you, because not many people in this place make sure that happens. Your involvement in the release of the WikiLeaks founder, Julian Assange, when I had the Justice portfolio, the first yarn that we had was, oh, you know, I do the Julian Assange stuff. I'm like, mate, that's yours. I'm not going to take all that work away from you just because I got the portfolio. So I learnt so much about that as well from those yarns. And yeah, you're just a good man, and I just really appreciate you and I respect you, and thank you for giving your dad and your husband to this place. You know how crazy it makes everybody, but he's maintained his sanity. And you did invite me out for a joint or a reefer on the front steps of Parley, which we never got to do. So there's still got 48 hours. So if you got any around, I'm happy to, you know, fulfil that and end with a beautiful moment. But thank you for all that you've given this place and to our people and to all people in this country. Thank you.
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I know we're getting between Pete, family and friends and drinks and celebrations and reflections, so I want to be brief, but I just want to really thank Pete for his work in this Senate. I've only known you for the last 4 years, but I'm very much aware of the work that you've done over the last 14 years. You're a man with a love for oceans, a love for coastlines, for the rugged Tassie coastline. And looking at your first speech and reading you quoting Gandhi about being the change you wish to see in the world, you can clearly see over the last 14 years that has driven you when it comes to raising issues that at the time were not popular, did not have popular support, and some that you still talk about still don't. You talked about Julian Assange and how long that took to actually get the sort of popular support, and you were clearly one of the earliest to be talking publicly about that. Shark nets, still an uphill battle, and yet you're constantly pushing for recognition of the ocean, of species like the white shark, and of respect for science. You've clearly made a big contribution when it comes to things like plastics, circular economy, the way we set up our economies as humans. And then the Great Southern Reef. That's something that I've really enjoyed learning more about from you and your advocacy. And I think it really highlights one of the great tragedies that we face in this country is that we are losing so much that so many Australians actually don't even know we have. And I think you can only fight for something that you love, and you can only love something that you know. And I think that's what you've brought to this Senate, is a knowledge and a love of the ocean, of our home planet that sustains us. And we've seen your fight in this place to actually recognise that we are part of nature. We're totally reliant on nature, and the decisions we make in this place have a huge impact on our country, on this incredible continent we get to call home. I was reflecting on some of the things you said in your speech and was reminded of a line from one of my heroes, Aldo Leopold, where he talked about one of the penalties of an ecological education is that one lives alone in a world of wounds. And you can sense the anger and the disappointment in what we're losing in this place, here in Australia and globally. And we should be angry. We should be furious about what we have allowed to happen, what we're currently continuing to allow to happen. We are destroying our home planet. We're destroying the very thing that sustains us, physically, emotionally, spiritually. And I was really reminded of Tim Winton's book, Juice, set in the future, looking back, and basically telling a sort of dystopian tale of what potentially lies ahead if we don't actually have the juice, have the moral courage to stand up to the forces that Pete talked about in his speech, to the forces who are currently profiting from the status quo. And I think that is something that all of us will take in our work from your words and what we've seen of you over the last 14 years in this place. So thank you, Pete. Really wish you all the best on the next chapter. I assume and hope there's a time of reflection and family and catching waves, and then I'm sure this is not the last we'll see of you, and you'll be knocking on doors and putting your time to good use. So thank you very much. And maybe Chip dent your board again. So we'll see you in Bicheno.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Hodgins-May.
Pete, I've been dreading this day for a long time. I've only been in here for a short time, but I didn't know a lot about you when I came in here. Really, I think the only thing that I'd been told was that you had an interest in UFOs, actually. And surprisingly, you haven't even raised that with me in the time that we've been here. I did just get a message from my loved ones, and apparently Otis has tuned in to watch tonight, but he tuned in just as Nick was sharing your campaign about shooting dogs on the beach. But he still says, oh damn, he was my favourite Greens person. So he's watching in tonight because you have made an impact on me, you've made an impact on our family, despite your hatred of dogs. But no, that is not true. He's a dog lover. Pete, yeah, I've only been in here for a short time, but you've been such a trusted advisor to me and such a mentor to me on everything ranging from the great scam that is carbon capture and storage through to the slopaganda machine and the immense and deeply damaging misinformation webs that are destroying our democracy. And it's been a real privilege to learn from you and across so many areas. And you know what, there's a lot I'm going to miss about you, and I'm going to miss that little sparkle in your eye. You know, when Pete's going to do either something really cheeky or like drop an F-bomb in the chamber or say something really genuinely empowering and beautiful. I'm going to miss those hairs raising on my arms when you do speak about the things that you love so dearly and the people that you love so dearly, as we heard tonight. I'm genuinely going to miss the confidence you gave me to do this job. And you know, everyone's had that wink from Pete when you're a bit nervous and you don't know if you've said the right thing, and you look around and Pete will give you a wink and you go, okay, I'm all right. And you've given me the confidence to be myself in this job. And one of those moments that I reflect on is sitting next to you in Woodside's AGM after none of those gas corporate CEOs would turn up. So we turned up to their AGM in Perth recently, and I just remember my stomach was in knots. And the reassuring kind of pat on the back you gave me, and you just instilling in us that we are here for a reason and not to take this privilege for granted, and to do absolutely everything we can within our power to fight for Earth's natural living organisms. And you haven't been a bulldozer to me, Pete. You've been a real mate and someone that I genuinely trust and confide in really as much as anyone else in my life. And I'm so, so grateful for that. We're all going to miss your conviction, and I think that across the aisle we've heard that tonight. And, you know, they say we all stand on the shoulder of giants, and I know you do not see yourself as a giant, and you probably think that's pretty cringeworthy, but the truth is that so much of what is possible for us today and going into the future is because of the earth that you have laid over your time in this chamber over the last 14 years. To Nat, to Finn and Bronte, thank you so much for sharing your husband and dad with us. We're all better people, we're a better chamber, and it's a better world because of the time that you've shared Pete with us. But I'm so glad that he's returning to you all and surfing some more waves. And thank you for your service. And I know I'll see you in Bicheno, and I hope many of us do. So let's get on down there. Thank you, Pete.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ananda Rasha.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Colleagues, I had the great privilege of collaborating with Pete on the Senate Select Committee on Information Integrity on Climate Change and Energy. Pete, I regard this as a seminal piece of work, as groundbreaking work, which I think has opened the door for a really rich vein of inquiry, which will now branch out from the work we did. And this work, I can't tell you all what it was like for us. I mean, we were in the trenches. I felt at times that we were under attack. And it was like you and I against the world. And we were, and you know, I felt sitting next to you as a newbie, really unfamiliar with the processes of the Senate and frankly the powers of the Senate. I was unfamiliar. This was uncharted territory for me. But next to you, you were a steadying influence. You had my back on times when, you know, I was faced with some pretty unsavory commentary. I was going to say unsavory characters, but let's not attack the man. We'll attack play the ball, not the man, right? Say unsavory commentary, and you had my back, and you called that stuff out publicly. Frankly, some of that stuff was misogyny. It was. And it was directed at me, which was something unfamiliar to me because I came from medicine. I didn't really deal with that stuff. To have to deal with this in a public forum was confronting, but you stood up against that stuff, and I will forever be grateful. But the work itself was incredible. I mean, we pulled back the veil on what you and I call, and now I think the rest of a lot of other people, the commentariat called the denial machine. Now, we never found a smoking gun, but we certainly mapped out the actors. And we showed how this network effectively operates, who the key players are. We identified some of their backers, absolutely fossil fuel interests, but we also revealed the vector, and that is the social media platforms. We revealed the technical and financial architecture that allows this stuff to propagate and amplify, and then divide and sow doubt. And you're absolutely right. We are in a polluted information environment, and it is information warfare, and it is the frontier that we will either win or we will end up on our knees. The work that we did on this report, led by you and the strength of your convictions, has meant that it is now being picked up by other committees. It's been picked up by the Electoral Matters Committee, who can see synergies. And it's also been picked up, I think, by the departments, the institutions that underpin this place, in communications, in the AI Safety Institute that has been stood up, in the climate and energy space. And certainly, I was so proud of this work that I sent this book, I'm such a nerd, I sent this book to all our key stakeholders, because I think this is, if I was to die tomorrow, I'd die happy. Because of my children, but this work. And it's because of you, my friend. So go well, go strong. You are a warrior. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. All right, well, I'm probably going to need that tissue box at some point. No, when I can't sit there the whole time. When I was so unexpectedly catapulted into this place, I was shit scared and excited, and very quickly looked around for people in this new team of these incredible human beings that I was suddenly working with, who I'd mostly watched on TV, because I'm also a bit of a sad nerd in some way. It's people that I could connect with on a what I now understand to be, I think, a bit of a brain level. And you were one of those people straight away, Pete. You were one of those people straight away. Your friendship during our time together has taught me so much, kept me going through some tough moments, and I am so grateful to you for everything that you have given to our movement across this incredible period of service. I've been sitting here thinking about what I was going to say, and I didn't want to pre-write too much because I wanted it to be authentic, because one of the things that you've taught me is the sustaining nature of authenticity in this job. That this institution, if left to its own devices, will grind us all into compliant tubes, joyless and mildly rolling around the place. And so it is in the individuality and in the authenticity that we find reason to keep doing it. So I only wrote 2 notes. One was thank you from WA, because you have been a stalwart bloody friend of our party and our movement. You are one of the people that is always willing to jump on a plane and come to WA for an event, and to support our campaigns, and to fire up our volunteers, and to connect us with the spider web of relationships that you have across our state, all that seem to lead back to some of our best oceans, just coincidentally, I'm sure. So a big thank you from the WA Greens to you. And I'm not empowered to extend an honorary membership, but rhetorically I can. Rhetorically I can. The other thing I wanted to do was just name check a couple of things that you have taught me really tangibly, because for most of the time I've been here, I've been behind you in one seat. And so that's meant two things. One, whenever I get a text message from my office to say, Jordan, you look like you're on your phone and not listening to somebody, it's always when you're speaking, because it's right in the direction of the camera. But I've been able to observe you at close quarters as you've worked, and I'm bloody lucky to have done that. You've taught me so much about the value of working across the aisle with people who, at the party level, you might think, what do we have in common? But I think I wasn't too long in here before you were doing the work with your team, with Wacka Williams and Barry O'Sullivan and members of the Labor Party, all behind the scenes to bring about the Banking Royal Commission, and the work that you've done with Glenn Stirl and others, who on other policy issues we wouldn't agree, but you've connected with their humanity and found a way to get a good outcome for the community. And I put my shift in approach to this job from one where I started, where I was quite, I was quite on guard with people based on which party they came from. I've shifted to something where I'll chat to nearly anybody, and it's part of watching you do that and get that for people. Your love of, I know everybody said it, and it's hard to say it better than everyone said it, but you have taught me so much about the value of our oceans, not just to the biosphere, but almost on a spiritual level, the way that the oceans call us back to a part of ourselves that is critical to human beings continuing to be anything worth being. And I feel at times that you've called us as a party back to the oceans, and then let the oceans take us back to ourselves. And that's I've watched that happen in people's eyes. In a capitalistic life that is so based on bloody KPIs and materialistic nonsense. I watched you talk about giant kelp forests and Morgian skates in a way that's put a bit of hope back in people's eyes. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. You've also taught me to listen, because I'm going to own something here. When you first started talking about a Morgian skate, I remember I was not paying full attention. And I looked up and I thought, what? Roller skating? What? There's a place called Morgian and he wants to skate. It's a Pete thing. Anyway, back to what you're doing. And you just kept raising it and raising it and raising it until I had to Google it to find out what the heck. What are you continually bringing up? And then you went and did it. Then you went. I mean, campaigns are a work of a lot of people, but it was you who decided to walk out of the gym in your shorts with a towel over your shoulder and go shout at the Prime Minister at a press conference and continually bring this thing up in such a powerful way and get a really wonderful outcome for people. Marching always, as Scott once described you to me, as somebody who marches relentlessly to the beat of their own drum. And my God, haven't you? And that's been a hell of an example. I also want to thank you for all of the times that you and I joined in a piece of cake, or in advocating for the eating of cake, or in sneaking off a cake. And for your patience in explaining some of the basics of economic systems and sharing that wisdom. I've sat down with you for far longer than my team allocated for me to do so. I talked about interest rates and these things, and you've been very generous with your time and understanding always. And I concur with everybody that's mentioned that twinkle in your eye. I bloody love it. I will bloody miss it. And I think I'll end in my impromptu speech with this, which is my favourite intervention of that twinkle in your eye for me ever. which is the couple of times that I've been part of our incredible movement when we've had a change of leader. And those are tense times, as anybody who's ever been through them know. Every single time there will be a moment where we're finally coming to ratify the decision, and there's that kind of speak now or forever hold your peace moment of anyone else going to nominate. Every single time you've gone, and put your hands up, and there's been a moment where everybody in the room goes, oh my God, is he going to? And it just breaks the tension and humanises what is a deeply kind of mechanical process. And it's bloody wonderful, man. You have an ability to know precisely either what should be said but isn't being said, or which maybe shouldn't be said, but let's say it anyway. And just naming it up and breaking the tension and bringing us back to being human. And for you to have that ability after the decades in here is an example that we can all strive for. And the fact that you ended your speech by reminding this room of people that we will all be forgotten. And so we should grip the opportunity and do everything we can with it is, I think, one of the most beautiful and fitting ways I could ever imagine somebody like you finishing this chapter of your life. So well done. Your family are incredible people. Nat, I'm really sorry for all we've taken him away from you for all of these years, and I'm bloody glad that you all get to be back together again. I hope you do get some time off, some proper time off. Surf the waves, forget about the place, let it all go, and then come back to it in the way that you want to. I will always pick up your call and be happy to have it, man. You're welcome in WA anytime. And yeah, go surf that wave of joy into the next chapter. I love you.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Allman-Payne, you have the call.
I'm not going to talk for very long, Pete, because I'm going to be the one who cries a lot. Every single thing that every one of our team has said about you is 100% correct and more. And I didn't know you very well either when I came into this parliament. And I don't think I even really got to know you very well until the last 2 years. I really appreciate the way you took me to Heron, a place that's in my backyard that I'd never been to, despite having lived in Gladstone for 13 years. And I really want you to take me back there one day when I can actually get in the water.
Absolutely. You've got to deal.
I also really appreciate, as other people have said, the fact that your courage in saying what is sometimes hard to say. And as the party room chair, sometimes that makes my job really tricky. But it's always been important, and it's been important for us as a team to think about and work through and reflect on. So thank you for being prepared to raise those things. I really appreciate the way in which you have fought for issues of justice and social justice, because in many ways that was what brought me to the Greens. And I think it's being part of this team and working with people like you that has actually increased my love for nature as well, because I spent a lot of time doing things that weren't that. And so I've appreciated seeing those things through your eyes and the eyes of other people in our team too who really care about that stuff. I think I'm one of the few Greens who's never been to Tasmania other than for Greens meetings. I've been 6 times, and it's either been a committee hearing or a Greens meeting over the last decade, and I absolutely would love to come and visit it properly with you. Nat, it's been a real pleasure meeting you through Pete, and I hope we get to see each other more in the future. We've been enjoying sitting here in the chamber looking at videos on silent of camper trailers And I'm hoping to be the one who leads the way, and I can't wait till you get yours, and I hope that you hit the road and come up to Queensland and come through Gladstone, and Darren and I would love very much to have you. And Finn and Bronte, I don't think we've met, but you have such an amazing dad, and I'm so glad that you get to have him back and see him more. I think the other thing that I feel like we have in common, Pete, is we're the only two members of Party Room that have a 2-flight trip to get home. And I know what that means in terms of the extra time, actually, that you're away from your family. And so I really understand why you want to be around them more. So I'm not going to say any more because I feel like everyone else has said it, and it's 7:05 and Barb still needs a turn, but really, really love getting to know you, Pete, and I really hope that we get to spend more time with each other when you're out of this place.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you. Lucky last. Well, we have a kind of tradition in our party room. If someone else has said something and you agree with it, then you really should just shut up and make space and not make the meeting longer. But I agree with everything that my colleagues have said, Pete. You have been an amazing colleague. We've done 2 specific things together which really exemplify you for me, and the way in which you make space for women is very powerful. We did a hearing in Renmark with the wine growers, and not only are you incredibly comfortable with people who grow things and who are in the world of farming and agriculture, and you have such respect for them, and they respond to you, but you pushed me forward to do my job. And, you know, not everyone shares in this place. Some people find sharing really, really challenging. You are a sharer, and you are a generous sharer who makes space for women to lead. And the other place you did exactly the same thing was in the CSIRO work recently around the shocking cuts to our scientists. And once again, you are held in such respect, as others have said, in the world of science. And not every senator has that experience and smarts and knowledge to bring to that table. And those scientists really love you, and they love what you do, and you can see it in the room when you're there. But once again, you said, no, Barb, you go, you're out front, blah, blah. So pushed and worked with me in a way that was incredibly generous. And I think we can all see that also in relation to your staff. We show who we are in the way we work with staff and the way we lead our staff. And your love and appreciation of your staff, who are clearly amazing, to have the same Chief of Staff for 14 years, that is incredible. I mean, it's incredible that anyone lasts as a Chief of Staff for 14 years to me personally. That is an amazing feat. But to have them at your back means you have also been at their back. And that is leadership. And not everyone can do that. Leadership under pressure in this institution is a really hard thing to pull off. But to be loved by your staff, and I know you have had your moments of tension, because who hasn't, but to be taking them with you and to be thanking them and have meaningful relationships with them is a huge achievement. So thank you for modelling the way in which to be a decent boss in a place where decent bosses aren't always, to the fore. The other thing I really love about you is the connection between the heart and the head, and we saw it tonight. That was a powerful speech you gave tonight. It was a powerful speech, a political speech, but it was a speech also full of love. And your politics are motivated by 2 things: knowledge in the head and the facts and all of that experience, but also the gut in here, the heart and the gut together. So that authenticity that others have spoken about is very real, but it joins those 2 things, and it's a real reminder to all of us that to last in this place, which is, I don't love this room every day, I've got to be honest. It isn't a place where you always feel that people are authentically themselves and able to speak who they are and be the person they are, but you show us that. You have shown us that. You've shown me that over and over again. So. And I'm not going to list your amazing achievements. They're impressive. You've done things that matter. You haven't just done the bits. You haven't just done the committee turning up and, your turn to do X or Y. You have chosen things that actually matter out there in the world, to the planet more broadly, and to politics internationally. Obviously, the work of whistleblowers generally, but your most recent act around drawing our attention to dis and misinformation and that toxic body of effort to undermine and wreck our democracy. And it is hard to leave at this moment because it's a new moment in our politics. You feel it deeply because you've engaged with it. But I want to thank you for your courage in exposing that cesspool and handing it in a written piece of work to us to pick up and do what we will with. Your support for me, your humour, you make me laugh often. I feel you at my back. I've never felt that there was a knife in your hand, which is a fine thing in a colleague, to not have the knife. You are there for us. And I've watched you say things in party room, for example, as we do in all our party rooms where we don't always agree with each other. Sometimes disagreeing's hard. You have disagreed in a very respectful way when that needed to happen, and I really appreciated seeing you do that because it's important for all of us to have better politics that allows disagreement. I'm going to find it really hard to acknowledge Nat, Finn and Bronte because you have lent us this beautiful man for 14 years. It's not nothing, it's a lot, and we have really benefited. This chamber has benefited from you lending him to us, and we thank you for your sacrifice and for keeping him on the road and keeping him grounded, because that's what our families do. And thank you also for bringing the love of the animals, ocean and our planet to us. So thanks, Pete. I really loved working with you.
Thank you. I think Senator Canavan also has a contribution.
Madam Acting Deputy President, I won't be long, but I did want to pay tribute and put on record my admiration for Senator Whish-Wilson. I apologise I couldn't be in the chamber for your valedictory for other commitments, but I do want to pay credit to the contribution you've made. I saw that particularly firsthand as Chair and Deputy Chair of the various regional and rural affairs and transport committees. Senator Whish-Wilson had enormous knowledge of very detailed agricultural and farming issues. So much so that I thought at some stages you could have been a Nat. But then over the past year you've really got stuck into me. And I gave it back to, so I just want to let you know none of it's personal. I might have a slightly different tone than Senator Pocock. I do think this is a place of, this is a battleground. It's not all about love. We're going to have disagreements from time to time. I think we've got to talk those out, debate those out to get to better outcomes, and you can leave this place with your head held high knowing that you engaged in that battle in a respectful way, in a determined way. And gave it your all. So all the best, Senator Whish-Wilson, with your future career, and thank you for your service to our nation.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. I believe that concludes the valedictory, so, and probably calls time on the prop. But all right, the Senate is now moving to the consideration of documents. And those documents are listed on page 4 of today's order of business. Who would like to speak on a document? It's a polite decline from everyone. Okay. We'll now move to tabling and consideration of committee reports. Would anyone like to do that? Yes. Senator Little.
Thank you. I present Scrutiny Digest 9 of 2026 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, together with ministerial correspondence received by the committee, and I move that the Senate take note of the report.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Oh, sorry, you seeking to make a contribution? Yes.
Seek leave to continue remarks.
Okay, leave is granted.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. I present Delegated Legislation Monitor 8 of 2026 of the Standing Committee of the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, together with ministerial correspondence received by the committee, and I move that the Senate take note of the report and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave granted, leave is granted.
And I also present the report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement on the capability of law enforcement to respond to money laundering and financial crime, and move that the Senate take note of the report and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave is granted. Okay. Is anyone further seeking to speak to any of those reports? Nope. Okay. Are there any ministerial statements? There are not. Committee memberships. The President has received a letter requesting changes in the membership of a committee. Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of a committee.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that Senator Mulholland be discharged from and Senator Tyrrell be appointed to the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee and Senator Mulholland be appointed as a participating member.
Do we? Okay, the question is that those changes are agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Okay, messages. Oh, another membership. Okay. I have received a letter from the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate nominating Senator Kovacic to serve as a member of the Council of the National Library of Australia. Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to appoint a senator to the Council of the National Library of Australia.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the National Library Act 1960, the Senate elect Senator Kovacic to be a member of the Council of the National Library of Australia for a period of 3 years on and from today.
The question is that nomination is made. Those of that opinion say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill 2026 for concurrence. Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
The question is that the bill be read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill now be read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated into Hansard.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. That's me. In accordance with Standing Order 115.3, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to the 14th of August 2026. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: the Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicine Shortages and Other Medicines Bill 2026 and the Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
Those of that opinion say aye. Those opposed say no. Ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicines Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026 and Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 115.3, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned to the 1st of September 2026. A message has been received from the House of Representatives informing the Senate of changes in the membership of joint committees. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, notices of motion number 3, standing in the name of Senator Colbeck for a reference to the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee.
Senator Colbeck.
I move the motion.
Okay.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I have to say right at the outset of this motion, I am disgusted that if the government feels that this is such a great deal that they're not prepared for it to be properly scrutinised, because there is so much that stinks about the sale of Rushy Lagoon, and there is so much that stinks about this deal and all of the things that have gone on around it, that it warrants proper investigation. And I'm not surprised that the Labor Party is saying no, but I am surprised, Acting Deputy President, that the Greens are saying no, because some of the environmental considerations of this particular project are considerable. They've been glossed over, they've been ignored. The Labor members in Tasmania have trotted out the talking points, and I listened to a contribution by Senator Dowling today, and clearly he was just using the talking points because he did not know what he was talking about. He was talking about the fact that 9,000 hectares of the property would go into plantation and the rest would be available for agriculture. What he doesn't understand is that 11,000 hectares of this 21,700 hectare property is native vegetation and Ramsar listed wetland. And of course, if, according to his dissertation today, that 11,000 hectares of native vegetation and Ramsar listed wetlands going to be going into agriculture, that's not the outcome that anybody's looking for, but it just demonstrates that Labor members are coming in here, they've got the talking points and they're told what they have to say, and it just stinks. It just stinks when you look at the facts that relate to this program, this particular project. You would have expected me, as someone who's a former forestry minister and worked in the agriculture portfolio, to be supporting this project, but I'm not, and I'll tell you why. Rushy Lagoon, Acting Deputy President, is a 21,700 hectare irrigated beef and dairy farm. Now, the members of the Labor Party opposite try to pass it off as Class 5 and 6 land, which shows they don't understand agriculture, they don't understand farming, like the people in the local community do understand agriculture and farming, Mr President.
Senator Colbeck. Senator Polley on a point of order.
The aspersions by the senator's contribution. The classification is done by the state
Senator,
government,
this
and
is a debating
it is
point,
classified as 5 and
Senator
6.
Polley,
it's
please,
not about
please
our
resume your seat. I'm dealing on a point of order, Senator Colbeck. Senator Polley, resume your seat. That's not a point of order. Senator Colbeck, you have the call. And can I please encourage senators to behave in an orderly manner for the last 9 minutes? Senator Colbeck.
So the point of order, Acting Deputy President, the point of order just demonstrates that these people have no idea what they're talking about. Absolutely no idea what they're talking about. Trying to deflect the blame to the state government with respect to the land classification shows they don't understand what they're talking about, or what land classifications actually do, or what this property is possible for is possible for this property. They have no idea about the possibilities for this farm, and the processes that have gone into this sale, and well, if you stop interjecting, Senator Brown, you'll understand what's going on here. I have referred, for example, the $8.8 million grant that was given by this government effectively to themselves, to the Auditor General, because I think this grant warrants investigation. So let's go through the details of the $8.8 million grant, remembering that the Clean Energy Finance Corporation has invested $69 million of Australian taxpayers' money into the purchase of this property. $69 million of Australian taxpayers' money into the purchase of this property as an equity partnership, and then granted themselves...
Senator Colbeck, can you resume your seat, please? Senator Colbeck, order. Senators, I'm calling you to order. Senator, please, I'm calling you to order. Can we... Senator Canavan, it's your own colleague that I'm trying to assist here. Can we please come to order and allow Senator Colbeck to make his contribution in a way which allows him to be heard? Senator Colbeck.
Their sensitivity is demonstrated by their behaviour in the chamber, Acting Deputy President. So $69 million equity investment by the Clean Energy Finance Corporation into the purchase of this property. On top of that, there is an $8.8 million grant granted through
the Support Plantation Establishment Program through the Department of Agriculture to buy the trees to plant on the property. This grant has to be expended by the 30th of June next year. Now, apart from the fact that that probably won't be possible because they missed the window for trees being planted this year, there are a couple of requirements of this grant program that this government has not met, and it was impossible for them to meet. So one of the requirements of the grant program, the Support Plantation Establishment Program, the grant guidelines require the applicant to demonstrate that the applicant has long-term access to the land. Well, no, actually, this is the grant application guidelines I'm reading from, Senator Brown, so you'll learn something here. So the grant guidelines require the applicant to demonstrate the applicant's long-term access to the land. The grant application for this $8.8 million grant was issued in November last year. The application was issued on the 5th of November, was submitted on the 5th of November last year. The grant was approved. The grant was approved in May this year. The grant was approved in May this year. The ownership of this property wasn't given approval by the Treasurer until June of this year. So it was impossible for the owners of the property, the new owners of the property, to demonstrate ownership and long-term control of the property because they didn't have approval to own it. So this grant has been issued in breach of the guidelines. The guidelines also say, section 4.3 of the guideline declares the following is not eligible to apply for a grant: corporate Commonwealth entity, non-corporate Commonwealth entity, non-corporate statutory authority. Now, the Clean Energy Finance Corporation is a Commonwealth corporate entity and is a 49% owner, and so therefore under the guidelines, not eligible. And so on what basis has this grant been delivered? The government has effectively delivered to itself an $8.8 million grant in contravention of the guidelines. And of course, as I said before, the project must be completed by the 30th of June 2027, and they're not going to start planting trees until June next year, and they're not planting all of those trees within that time frame. It is simply not possible. And of course, when we asked the government, when the Senate said to the government, you must provide all documentation in relation to the Clean Energy Finance Corporation investment into this property by Tuesday of the last sitting week, what did the government do? Now, you would have expected if they weren't going to comply, they'd write and say, we're not going to meet the deadline or we want some extra time. The government's completely ignored it. Not a single peep from this government. I mean, this is, if it's not corrupt, it's verging on corruption, I have to say. This grant is verging on corruption, I have to say, because the guidelines have not been met. The guidelines could not be met. It wasn't possible. The proponents did not own the land when the grant application was submitted and approved. They didn't receive approval to purchase the land until after both of those processes had been completed. So on what basis could the grant have met the guidelines? And of course, when you look at all the grants announced, the $8.8 million is more than double any other grant in the entire program. The next largest was about $2.3 million. So the government is giving itself an $8.8 million grant. We're supposed to be grateful. We're supposed to be grateful for a conversion of a farm that will be less productive under trees than it will be under agriculture.
Senator Colbeck, Senator Scarr.
Point of order, Acting Deputy President. Consistent interjections from Senator Brown. You've already attempted to call Senator Brown to order. I just ask you, we're nearly at adjournment. It would be nice if my colleague could finish his speech in silence.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. I will reiterate my call to order, please, senators, on all sides. Let's allow Senator Colbeck to finish his contribution.
And we see, as usual, personal reflections when they can't get their way or can't make an argument. So, Acting Deputy President, So, Acting Deputy President, we have a $69 million investment into this property, which will reduce its agricultural productivity. It will reduce its agricultural productivity. They talk about 109 jobs, supposedly. I don't believe you. I don't believe that there's 109 jobs in this. There won't be 109 jobs in the planting even. Then there'll be 30 years of growth where there might be 4 or 5 jobs. And there may be some jobs in the sawmilling industry in 30 years. But I don't believe what's being said, that there's 109 jobs in this. And you've got the rubbish from the Clean Energy Finance Corporation saying that this will help divert harvesting away from the native forest industry. Well, last time I looked, Acting Deputy President, you don't get radiata pine out of a native forest. Different trees, different purpose, and different environment. You don't get radiata pine from a native forest. So the propaganda and the mumbo-jumbo that's coming through this process is absolutely obscene. The investment in this property will probably halve the value of production coming off that farm over the next 30 years. The local farmers understand. The local farmers understand how this can be farmed. And there's one farmer up in that region who I've spoken to in the last couple of weeks, and if any of the people opposite have been prepared to go out and have a look, they would have known. There's one contractor up there who has a business cleaning up foul plantations in that region. And I have to say I am genuinely concerned for the environmental outcomes with the impact on the water table, on the Ramsar listed wetlands. I think that's a genuine concern, which is what surprises me as to why the Greens won't support this, because it is a genuine concern. The first 30 years of a plantation's growth are the heaviest on water use, and the advice that I have from people who know is that this will lower the water table and negatively affect on the Ramsar listed wetlands that are on that property. So in their haste to say this is a wonderful idea, in their haste to support a project where they don't really understand what the real impact is because they haven't been out to talk to people about it, this is the dodgiest process, and it stinks to high heaven, where the whole process is compromised because the government won't give us any access to any of the information that we should have access to as a part of the consideration of this project. I propose
that the Senate now adjourn. Senator Brown.
Thank you. On the 30th of July, I had the privilege of once again presenting at the Southern Tasmanian Netball Association Junior Leadership Program. This is a great program that has been part of the Tasmanian netball community since 1998. Since then, more than 200 players have gone through the program and had the chance to learn skills that help them not just on the court, but in their clubs, schools and communities. Over the years, the program has covered areas such as coaching, umpiring, health and nutrition, mental health, communication and women in leadership. It gives young female players the chance to build their confidence, develop their voice and understand the contribution they make. Programs like this show that sport is much more than competition. It can help young people grow, take on responsibility, support others and become strong members of the community. Netball matters in Australia, especially because it shows women leading at every level as players, coaches, umpires, administrators, mentors and role models. That matters. When young people see women leading with confidence, fairness, strength and kindness, it helps them understand that leadership can look many different ways. It's not just about being the loudest person in the room or having a particular title. It's about the way you treat people, the example you set and the way you bring others to you. Sometimes leadership simply is about turning up, being there for people and being somebody others can rely on. The young women taking part in this program are already learning these lessons. They are learning teamwork, resilience, discipline, respect and persistence, skills that will help them well beyond their netball court. In my session, I had 15 engaged and inspiring future leaders.
During the session, we spoke about values and what leadership means to each of them. I was really impressed by the maturity and thoughtfulness they showed in talking about the kinds of leader they want to be. One of the activities we did during the session was called the Leadership Crest. Each participant was asked to create a crest with 4 words that were important to them in their own leadership journey. These could be qualities they already saw in themselves or qualities they want to develop. After writing their words and decorating their crest, we went around the room and gave the participants the chance to share their ideas and learn more about each other's goals. Across the group, the 15 participants identified 31 different words they valued and associated with what makes a good leader. The words that came up most was trustworthiness and other values such as kindness, punctuality, responsibility, supportiveness and communication. I thought they said a great deal about the kinds of leaders these young women already are and the kind of leaders they're working to become. We also spoke about the way support is shown on the netball court. I think that it is a really powerful example of leadership. It shows that being a leader does not always mean being the person in the centre of the action. Sometimes it means standing where you are when you need it, making sure that others know that you're not on your own and being someone they can count on when they need support. We finished the session with an activity focused on problem solving, teamwork and communication. It was a great reminder that leadership is serious and purposeful, but it also can be creative, collaborative and fun. I want to acknowledge Ava Loring, a young leader within the Southern Tasmania Netball Association, for the work she does in organising the program each year. Her energy, care and commitment are clear in the way the program is run and the experience the participants receive. I also acknowledge the Southern Tasmania Netball Association for its ongoing support of young people, women's leadership and the broader network community. And thank you to the families who support participants to be involved, the mentors and the volunteers who give their time, and most importantly to the players themselves. Their hard work, curiosity and willingness to learn are what make this program so special. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Collins.
Thank you, President. Now, Labor's decision to sell off 67 defence sites across Australia is a disgraceful betrayal of our veterans, our serving personnel and military heritage. At a time when our strategic circumstances are becoming more challenging and defence capability matters more than ever, Labor is pursuing a sell-off of military land on a scale never seen before. Communities, veterans and serving personnel rightly expect sites with strategic, operational, historical and heritage value to not be sold to developers. Instead, Labor is treating these sites like a real estate clearance. And tonight, I want to focus on 3 of those sites: Victoria Barracks in Sydney, Lancer Barracks in Parramatta and HMAS Penguin at Middle Head. As Chair of the Senate inquiry into this devastating sell-off, I have visited these sites, I've walked their grounds, I've heard from serving personnel, veterans and local communities and seen firsthand their historical and strategic value. I felt the spirit in these sites. These are not simply blocks of land on a balance sheet. They are places where generations of Australians have served their country, where the ashes and memories of the fallen are held. Victoria Barracks is the birthplace of the Australian Army. It has been occupied since 1848 and remains one of the nation's most important military precincts. It supports around 750 defence personnel and volunteers, retains an operational role and can serve as a counter-terrorism site during high-risk events in the Sydney CBD. Lancer Barracks, commissioned by Governor Lachlan Macquarie and built in 1820, is the oldest continuously occupied military barracks on mainland Australia. It remains home to the Royal New South Wales Lancers and the 203 Army Cadet Unit. Its museum holds heritage-listed items, including historic vehicles dating back to World War II. HMS Penguin has served as a critical naval establishment since 1942. It is home to the ADF Diving School, where naval clearance divers are trained. It's a critical capability that Defence must maintain. The Ungoffera Forest, which surrounds the site, provides an important security buffer between Defence capabilities and the public. Yet once these sites are transferred to the Department of Finance, there'll be little more than a line on a balance sheet. And what a slap in the face to the veterans and serving personnel. Throughout the inquiry, we have held 4 public hearings and several community forums attended by hundreds of people, many of whom have provided deeply moving evidence. And for veterans, these are not just buildings to be sold to the highest bidder. They are places where friendships and families are formed. Careers were built and service to the nation was lived every day. It is where the Anzac spirit is lived. That's why so many people were outraged when Assistant Defence Minister Peter Khalil told a community consultation session in Mosman, and I quote, "The decision to divest has already been made." What sort of a farcical consultation is that? Shame on the government for ignoring local communities and taking them for a ride. Our hope is not all lost. As my good friend, the Honourable Member for Lane Cove, Anthony Roberts MP, has introduced the Environmental Planning and Assessment Amendment Defence Lands Parliamentary Approval Bill 2026 in the New South Wales Parliament. Now, the bill will require approval from both Houses of Parliament before rezoning, subdivision or development could proceed on defence lands, whether or not it is owned by the Commonwealth. In this way, those making the decisions would be answerable to the electors, something that this Labor government never did, because they knew about this before the election and they didn't take it to the people. Too gutless to do that. So this is a good thing that Anthony Roberts, MP, member for Lane Cove, has done, because, Deputy President, once these sites are gone, they are gone forever. And I encourage everybody to come on down Saturday the 29th of August to come and visit Lancer Barracks as part of Parramatta Open. You'll be able to come down, show your support for that site. It's an open day for everybody. We'd love to see you down there. Help us save this important historical strategic site, not just for you guys, but for your children too, for all the cadets that are out there, because our children should be able to enjoy those sites, but also value the sacrifice our diggers have made.
Your time has expired. Senator Polley.
Australians don't need more noise, more negativity or more slogans. They need a government that understands the pressures households are under and are prepared to do the hard work of delivering real change. That's exactly what the Albanese Labor government is doing each and every day. Labor is getting on with the job, cutting taxes, lifting wages, strengthening Medicare, making medicines cheaper, investing in homes, expanding paid parental leave, delivering fee-free TAFE, improving paid prac, and building a fairer tax system for the future. From the 1st of July, every Australian taxpayer received another tax cut as part of Labor's plan to deliver 5 tax cuts and ensure working people keep more of what they earn. For an average worker, Labor's combined tax cuts means they received around $2,800 a year and making them better off. That's not a talking point. That is money back in the pockets of workers, parents, and what we've also done is invest to ensure that we have more health professionals by extending the paid prac. That's what this government is about. We're about delivering. We have been listening to the community and we hear you and we stand with you. We're also making sure housing is not a distant dream of the future for many of our young people. And it really doesn't matter whether you're a young person, middle-aged, whatever. It's your first home. You should be given the opportunity to own your own home. Labor is investing into housing, and we're actually spending more money, investing more money than any other government has done. We're doing that because we believe Australians deserve those opportunities, and particularly our young people getting into their first home. We've done more to support tradies. We want to build more homes, but under the former government, which they don't like to hear, is they did nothing to invest in getting trade skills up in this country. We have done that. We have not only invested in urgent care clinics and built on Medicare, but we have seen the results of that investment with greater access to GPs. What we have done is invested in things that actually make a real difference to Australians, no matter where they live. As long as they got their Medicare card, we've improved that access to GP. We've supported our GPs, and what we're doing is supporting the next generation of health professionals. In my home state of Tasmania, to do physiotherapy, you used to have to either go to Sydney or Adelaide. Now you can study it in Launceston. Speech pathology wasn't available in Tasmania. Now my daughter is studying it. Why? Because we need those services in Tasmania as we do right around the country. We don't talk about things. We don't have slogans. We actually deliver real change for Australians when they need it, just like we do in making sure medicines is more affordable, because when things are tough, and I know this, when things are tough, families have to make a decision. Do they make sure they have money for food for the kids' school lunches and their school shoes, or does mum go without her medication because they just can't afford it? That's what Labor governments do. They actually deliver to make sure families get the help that they need. We're backed in paid parental leave, expanding that to 26 weeks, ensuring that superannuation is paid on that. We're supporting women. And part of the reason that we're doing all of this is because we on this side value women, we value their contribution in our communities, and we value them in public life, in state parliaments, in local governments, and in this place where they belong. And we do have an influence over policy. We are doing all this instead of just talking about it. Unlike the contribution earlier by Senator Colbeck, they talk the big talk in Tasmania, the Tasmanian state Liberal government, about being open for business, investment, and being around to support workers. We've seen 240 jobs leave Bell Bay. We have lost 42 jobs from Boag's Brewery, which is leaving the state, and that's a great shame. That is all under the Liberal Premier of Tasmania. We've seen 2 new ships, the 2 new Spirits being ordered and being built, and have blown out the budget, and that's why the Tasmanian economy is stuffed, is because, and on top of that, they didn't even build new birthing facilities. The ships are too big for the current one.
Thank you,
That's
Senator
the incompetence
Polly. Your
they want
time
to
has
avoid.
expired. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, President. And I note I'm the last speaker tonight. I'd like to express my condolences, my deep condolences to the Colombian diaspora in Australia at the moment. I was touched to attend Columbia Festival in Brisbane, my home state of Queensland, on 25 July. It was a wonderful festival celebrating Independence Day of Colombia, which is celebrated on 20 July and it occurred in 1810. It was a wonderful festival. It reinforced the fact that people of Colombian ethnicity, origin, are making such a wonderful contribution to my home state of Queensland in so many ways. Many of them come as students, some come as professionals. However they come to Australia, our Colombian diaspora is making a wonderful contribution to Australia. And Colombia has suffered just this week a devastating earthquake of 7.4 magnitude. Hundreds have been killed, hundreds are missing. And I just want to say to our Colombian diaspora in Queensland and across Australia that our thoughts and prayers are with you. And thank you for everything you contribute to our beautiful country. President, I was shocked to read this Housing Institute of Australia 2026 Small Business Conditions Survey. And Senator Polly, in a contribution just before I spoke, talk about the government's efforts to build houses. Well, I've got to tell you, if you read this HIA 2026 Small Business Conditions Survey, country's not doing too well. Country's not doing too well in terms of inspiring or giving confidence to the small business sector in the construction industry. And I want to read you some of the startling findings in this survey. In answer to the question, do you anticipate that your business will make a greater profit in 2025 to 26 than in 2024-25? 59% say no. They don't anticipate a greater profit. And this is in the midst of a housing supply shortage. So the basic laws of economics of supply and demand would suggest to you that when demand is high for the services you supply, your profit should go up. Your profit should go up. 59% don't think they will. Even worse, the answer to this question: have you considered scaling back or closing your business as a result of red tape and compliance's burden? And the answer is 68% yes. So in the middle of a housing supply shortage, where we are desperately trying to build more houses, 68% of the small businesses in Australia in the construction sector who are actually building those houses, 68% of them are actively considering either A, scaling back their business or closing their business. These are shocking statistics. The answer to this question: do you expect that your business will employ more staff in 2025-26 than in the 2024-25 period? 73% no. So just when we want our small businesses in the construction sector to employ more people so we can build more houses and address the supply side of the equation, 73% of businesses say that they don't expect to employ more staff. I go on. And maybe this is one of the answers. Have you had to take on additional staff or asked existing staff to dedicate additional hours to administrative or regulatory tasks over the past 12 months? Yes, 56%. 56% yes. Taking on more staff to perform administrative or regulatory tasks when we actually need these small businesses out there on the tools building homes. And the last statistic, which is potentially linked to the warning, and it is a warning that so many construction small businesses are thinking about closing: have you experienced an increase in personal stress as a result of increasing red tape and compliance? Yes, 88%. Shocking
Thank
statistics.
you, Senator Scarr. Your time has expired. The Senate stands adjourned and we'll meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Good night, Senators. See you later.